Section 17 of Set in Silver. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. Set in Silver by Charles Norris and Alice Muriel Williamson. Section 17. Mrs. Center to her sister, Mrs. Brendon, at Glen, Lachlan, N.B. White Hart Hotel, Launceston, Cornwall, August 10th. My dear Sis, it came off all right. My things usually do, don't they? With some women it is only their lip salve and face powder that come off. With me it is plans. Luckily I inherited Mamma's genius for high diplomacy, while you, alas, only came in for her rheumatism. And by the way, how are your poor dear bones? Not devilled, I hope? Do forgive the cheap wit. I am obliged to save my best things for Sir Lionel. He appreciates them highly, which is one comfort, but it is rather a strain living up to him, though I do think it will pay in the end. And in intercourse with my family, I must be allowed to rest my brain. When everything is settled, one way or the other, my features also shall have repose. To keep young, every woman ought to go into retirement for at least 1 month out of the 12, a fortnight at a time perhaps, and do nothing but eat and sleep, see nobody, talk to nobody, think of nothing, and especially not smile. If one followed that regime religiously, with or without prayer and fasting, one need never have crow's feet. Of course with you it is different. You have now decided to live for Dick, and let your waist measure look after itself. But I have larger aims and fewer years than you, dearest. My conception of self-respecting widowhood is to be as young as possible, as attractive as possible, as rich as possible, and eventually to read my title clear to at least a baronet, and have a castle in a good hunting county. There are difficulties in my upward way, yet I feel strongly I shall overcome them. Let my motto be, the battle to the smart, and the situation to the pretty. Why shouldn't I triumph on both counts? The ward, to be sure, is pretty, and is in the situation, but she doesn't know her own advantages, and I'm not sure she would marry Sir Lionel if he asked her, which at present he apparently has no intention of doing, although he admires her more warmly than either Dick or I think advisable in a guardian. Since I wrote you last, just before starting on this motor matchmaking venture of ours, there have been several new developments. I don't know whether you are any deeper in Dick's confidence in this affair than I am, though I fancy not, but I scent a mystery. Dick really has detective talent, dear Sis, and if I were you, I shouldn't oppose his setting up as a sort of Art Nouveau Sherlock Holmes. Whether he has found out about some schoolgirl peccadillo of Miss Lethbridge's, and is dangling it over her head, Damocles sword fashion, I can't tell, because he won't tell, though he looks offensively wise when I tease him, and I have tried in vain, on my own account, to discover. But certain it is that he is either blackmailing her in a milk-and-water way, or hypnotizing her to obey his orders. He hinted, you know, that he could get the girl to make Sir Lionel invite us to join the motoring party. But I suppose then that she had a weakness of the heart where my dear nephew was concerned. Now my opinion is that she dislikes, yet fears him. Not very complimentary to Dick, but he doesn't seem to mind, and is enjoying himself immensely in his own deliciously impertinently perky way. Somehow or other he has induced her to be more or less engaged to him, a temporary arrangement, I understand, but pleasing to him and convenient to me. What Dick gets out of it I don't know, and don't enquire, but I get out of it the satisfaction of shelving the girl as a possible rival. Sir Lionel, who, it's useless to spare your motherly vanity, has no very warm appreciation of Dick's qualities, is disgusted with his ward for encouraging these advances, and is inclined to turn to me for sympathy. In that branch I am a great success, and altogether am getting on like a house afire. What if I do have to pump up an intelligent interest in politics in general, and affairs in the Far East in particular? I am fortunately so constituted that 15 minutes' study of the Times, washed down by early tea, taken strong, enables me to discourse brilliantly on the deepest subjects during the day, and thank goodness, virtue is rewarded in the evening with a little bridge. If I am ever Lady Pendragon, sounds well, doesn't it? It shall be all bridge and skittles for me, and devil take politics, military science, history, the classics, Herbert Spencer, Robert Browning, Shakespeare, and all other boring or out-of-date things and writers, if he hasn't already taken them, on which I am now obliged to keep up a sort of maxim fire of conversation. As to Dick's affairs, however, if the girl really is the heiress we thought her, I shall be only too glad to use my influence in every direction at once, to make the temporary arrangement a permanent one. But the worst of it is, I'm not at all sure that she is any sort of an heiress. Sir Lionel intimated to me the other night, when I was tactfully tickling him with hints, that she has little except what he may choose to give her. If that be true, I fear as Mrs. Dick her dot will not be large, but it strikes me as very probable that he was only trying to put me off, or rather to put Dick off, if Dick were fortune-hunting. I don't know whether to believe his version or not, therefore, but I did get at one fact which may help us to find out for ourselves. Dear Allaline is a daughter of Frederick Lethbridge. It was rather a shock to hear this, for I have a vague impression that there was once a scandal, quite a ripe, juicy scandal, about a Frederick Lethbridge. Can it have been this Frederick Lethbridge? And if so, had it anything to do with money matters? I haven't mentioned my doubts to Dick, because he really is idiotically in love with the girl, and is capable of foolishness. I intend to let him go on as he is going for the present, as he can do himself no harm, and can do me a great deal of good, by keeping his darling out of my way and Sir Lionel's thoughts. But of course he mustn't be allowed to marry her if she has nothing of her own. Sir Lionel is rich, but not rich enough to make his ward rich enough for Dick, and keep plenty for his wife, when he gets one, if she be anything like me. Your dear hostess, who would by this time be my hostess if I weren't otherwise engaged, knows everything and everybody. Not only that, she has done both for a considerable term of years. You remember the joke about her being torn between the desire not to exceed the age of 45, and yet to boast a friendship with Lord Beaconsfield? Well, she can have known Frederick Lethbridge and all about him without being a day over 40, as that is Sir Lionel's age, and Mrs. Lethbridge was a distant relative of his. Tell Lady McGrath that. Say that the Frederick Lethbridge you are inquiring about married a Mr. Nesville, and that there is a daughter in existence, a girl of 19. If Lady Mac doesn't know anything, get her to ask her friends, but do hurry up for Dick's sake, there's a dear. Otherwise I shan't be able to pull the strings as you would like me to. And already my sweet nerves are jangled, out of tune. Dear Lady Mac is so adorably frank when she has something disagreeable to say that you'll have no difficulty in ferreting out the truth, if it's anything nasty. For most reasons I hope it isn't, as a rich girl would be a valuable bird in the hand for Dick, and I am on the spot to see his affairs as well as my own through, whatever happens. For my part, if Sir Lionel weren't up to such a fatiguingly high level of intelligence, I believe I could fall in love with him. He may be descended from King Arthur, but he looks more like Lancelot, and I fancy might make love rather nicely once he let himself go. Although it's long since he did any soldiering, he shows that he was a soldier born, not made. He has improved, if anything, since we knew him in India, but I remember you used to be quite afraid of having to talk to him then, and preferred Colonel O'Hagan, whom you thought jolly and good-natured, though somehow I never got on with him very well. I always had the feeling he was trying to read me, and I do dislike that sort of thing in a man. It ruins human intercourse, and takes away all natural desire to flirt. You ask me how I endure Emily Norton. Well, as I sit beside Sir Lionel in the car, I don't need to bother with her much in the daytime. She hates bridge, and thinks playing for money wrong in most circumstances, but considers it her duty to please her brother's guests, and as she never wins anyhow, it needn't affect her conscience. I tell her that I always give my winnings to charity, and didn't think it necessary to add that, to my idea, charity should not only begin at home, but end there, unless its resources were unlimited. The poor dull thing has that kind of self-conscious religion that sends her soul trotting every other minute to look in the glass and see that it hasn't smudged itself. So trying. Once she asked me what I did for my soul. I longed to tell her I took cod-liver oil or somebody's fruit salt, but didn't dare on account of Sir Lionel, and she has such a conceited way of saying, when speaking of the future, "If the Lord spares me till next year, I will do so and so," as if he were in immediate need of her, but might be induced to get on without her for a short time. One would know by the way she screws up her hair that she could never have felt a temptation. But I shall not let myself be troubled much with her if I marry Sir Lionel. She can go back to her doctor and her curates, and be invited for Christmas to Grey-Leas, which, by the way, I hope to inspect when we have finished this tour. I am looking quite lovely in my motoring things, and enjoying myself very much on the whole. Devonshire I found too hot for this time of the year, but the scenery is pretty. I had no idea what a jolly little river the Dart is, and Dartmouth is rather quaint. For those who are keen on old things, I suppose the Butter Market would be interesting, but I can't really see why, because things happened in certain places hundreds of years ago, one should stand and stare at walls or windows or fireplaces. The things must have happened somewhere. Although Charles II, for instance, may have been great fun to know, and one would have enjoyed flirting with him, now that he's been dead and out of reach for ages, he's of no importance to me. We left Torquay yesterday, and arrived here in the evening, after a hilly but nice run, and lunching at Plymouth. Of course, a lot of nonsense was talked about Sir Francis Drake. One almost forgets what the old boy did, except to play bowls or something. But I have a way of seeming to know things, for which I deserve more credit than anyone, save you, would guess. When they were not jabbering about him at lunch, it was about the Mayflower, which apparently sailed from Plymouth for the purpose of supplying Americans with ancestors. I never met any Americans yet, except the kind who boast of having begun as shoeblacks, whose great-great-grandparents didn't cross in the Mayflower. It must have been a huge ship, or else a lot of the ancestors went in the steerage, or were stewards or stowaways. There was a ferry getting from Devonshire into Cornwall, so of course we just missed the boat and had to wait half an hour. I was dying to go to sleep, but the others were as chirpy as possible, gabbling Cornish legends. When I say the others, I mean Sir Lionel and Ellaline Lethbridge. I didn't know any legends, but I made up several on the spur of the moment, much more exciting than theirs, and that pleased Sir Lionel, as he is a Cornishman. Heavens, how I did take it out of myself admiring his native land when we'd got across that ferry. Said the scenery was quite different from that of Devonshire at the first go off, and I'm not sure there weren't differences. The road coming towards Launceston really was romantic, rock-walled part of the way, with a lot of pink and yellow lichen, and again fine open spaces with distant blue downs against a sky which looked, as I remarked to Sir Lionel, as if the gods had poured a libation of golden wine over it. Not bad, that, was it? I believe we passed an Arthurian battlefield, which naturally interested him immensely, therefore had to interest poor me. He seems to think there actually was an Arthur, and was quite pleased with me for saying that all the Cornish names of places rang with romance like fairy bells sounding from under the sea, perhaps from Atlantis. Anyhow, they're a relief after such Devonshire horrors as Meavy and Who Meavy, which are like the lisping of babies. Sir Lionel thought the derivations of such names an absorbing subject, but living in the East so long has made him quixotically patriotic. Here and there we passed a whole village full of whitewashed cottages, with purplish-brown moss covering their roofs, rather picturesque, and some of the slate-roofed stone houses are nice in their way too. I suppose distinctively Cornish. Not that I care. I'm glad Grey-Leas Castle isn't in Cornwall, which is much too far from town. There were some mine shafts about to mar the scenery towards the end of the journey, and the road surface was bad compared to what we've had. If the car weren't a very good one, we should have suffered from the bumps. Ellaline Lethbridge, by the way, said something about Cornwall which puzzled me. Suddenly she exclaimed, "Why, the atmosphere here is like Spain. Everything swims in a sea of coloured lights." I thought she'd spent all her life at school in France, and I mentioned the impression, upon which she replied, with an air of being taken aback, "I mean, from what I have heard of Spain." Can she have had an escapade, I wonder? But that is Dick's business, not mine, at present. There's a castle in Launceston which has kept us over to-day, as Sir Lionel has been in these parts before, and can't rest unless we see everything he admired in his youth. I wish he hadn't seen so much. There'd be less for us to do. I hate pottering about, seeing sights in the rain, and it has been trying to rain all day. It's well enough to say that the rain rains alike on the just and the unjust, but that is not true, as some women's hair curls naturally. Ellaline's does, and mine doesn't, except the part I owe for at Truefit's. It's an old hotel that we're in, quite pleased to show its age, and I have made rather a beast of myself with some of Cornish pasty, which, it seems, is a local favourite and spoils the peasants' teeth. Cornish cream is good, and, I understand from Sir Lionel, was invented by the Phoenicians. I suppose they drowned their sorrows in it while working in the tin mines one always associates with them. We go to Tintagel to-morrow, and do some other Cornish things, I don't know what. But write to me at Bideford, as we shall be back in Devonshire in a few days, on our way, I fancy, toward Wales. I long to hear what you or Lady Mac may have up your sleeves about dear Ellaline's papa. Ever your affectionate Gwen. Dick sends his love, and will write. End of section 17. Section 18 of Set in Silver. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. Set in Silver by Charles Norris and Alice Muriel Williamson. Section 18. Mrs. Center to her sister, Mrs. Brendon. King Arthur's Castle, Tintagel, August 12th. My dear Sis, I am sorry I told you to write to Bideford, as we're stopping at this place several days, and I might have had your answer here. However, it's too late now, as by this time your letter is in the post, perhaps, and we may or may not leave to-morrow. I think I can be pretty sure your wire to Dick means that you'd heard from me, and that the news for him is not favourable. If he guessed that I'd been questioning you about the eligibility of his girl, frankly, I doubt if he'd have swallowed the bait of your telegram. Even as it was, he seemed restive, and didn't yearn to be packed off to Scotland, even for a few days. However, he had committed himself by reading your message aloud, before he stopped to think, and when Sir Lionel and Ellaline had learned that you were ill and wanted him, they would have been shocked if he had refused to go. I comforted him by promising to sow strife between ward and guardian as often and diligently as possible until he can get back to look after his own interests, and I shall do my best to keep the promise, not for Dick's sake alone. He was off within an hour after the telegram, a little sulky, but not too worried, as he has the faith engendered by experience in your recuperative powers. I, naturally, worry still less, as I have a clue to the mystery of your attack, which Dick doesn't possess. I quite believe that by the time he reaches your side, it will no longer be a bedside, but a sofa-side, that you'll be able to smile, hold Dick's hand, and replace Benjer's food with slices of partridge and sips of champagne. By the way, this is the glorious 12th. It does seem odd and frumpish not to be in Scotland, but motoring covers a multitude of social sins. Not a word has been said about birds. Our sporting talk is of mufflers, pinions, water-cooled brakes, and chainless drives. The Tyndalls have turned up at this hotel, more gorgeous and more bored than ever, but they have taken a fancy to Ellaline Lethbridge, and I am playing it for all it's worth. It comes in handy at the moment, and I have no conscientious scruples against using millionaires for pawns. They have an impossibly luxurious motor car. Sir Lionel thinks it vulgar, but they are pleased with it, as it's still a new toy. I have been making a nice little plan for them which concerns Alaline. None of them know it yet, but they will soon, and if it had been invented to please Dick, which it wasn't entirely, it couldn't suit him better. You may tell him that if by any chance he's with you still when you get this. My mind is busy working the plan out, so that there may be no hitch, but a few unoccupied corners of my brain are wondering what you have discovered about Miss Lethbridge's prospects and antecedents. How, if both are very undesirable, you intend to persuade Dick to let her drop. If I were you, I wouldn't waste arguments. Retain him a few days if you can, though I fear the only way to do so is to have a fit. I believe that can be arranged by eating soap and frothing at the mouth, which produces a striking effect, and though slightly disagreeable, isn't dangerous. But seriously, if he refuses to hear reason, don't worry. I am on the spot to snatch him at the last moment from the mouth of the lioness, provided she opens it wide enough to swallow him. Your ever useful and affectionate sister, Gwen. P.S. The Tyndalls have got a cousin of George's with them, a budding millionaire from Eton, who has fallen in love at sight with the Lethbridge. But even Dick can't be jealous of childhood, and it may be helpful. Taking everything together, I am enjoying myself here, though I'm impatient to get your letter. Cornwall agrees with Sir Lionel's disposition, and he is being delightful to everyone. I think, while he is in the right mood, I shall repeat to him what a sad failure my marriage was, and how little I really care for gaiety. Society, my lover, solitude, my husband, sort of thing. He is the kind of man to like that, and the sweet soft air of Cornwall is conducive to credulity. End of section 18.
Section 19 of Set in Silver. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Set in Silver by Charles Norris and Alice Muriel Williamson. Section 19. Audrie Brendon to her mother. King Arthur's Castle, Tintagel, August the 12th. Most dear and sovereign lady, I call you that because I've just been reading Sir Thomas Malory's Le Morte d'Arthur. Is that old French spelling? And because the style of address seems suitable to King Arthur's castle, which isn't really his castle, you know, but an hotel. I thought it was the castle, though, when I first saw it standing up gray and massive on an imposing hill. I suppose it had been restored and was rather disappointed to find it an hotel. Though it's very jolly to live in, with all the latest feudal improvements and fittings, and King Arthur's Round Table in the enormous entrance hall. Sir Lionel wouldn't let Mrs. Center laugh at me for thinking it the real castle, but said it was a natural mistake for a girl who had spent all her life in a French school. And how should I know the difference? I was grateful to him, for though I love to have some people laugh at me, she isn't one of those people. She laughs in that sniffy way cats have. The real castle I can see from my own feudal, castellated balcony. It is beautifully ruined, but you can go into it, and I have been. Only I want to tell you about other things first. In my short note from Launceston, did I mention the old Norman house which belongs to cousins of Sir Lionel's? He used to visit there and poke about in the castle, which was Godwin's and Harold's before the conquest. But the nicest cousins are dead, and the rest are away, so we could only see the outside of the house. However, we went to call at an ancient stone cottage of the color of petrified wallflowers to see a servant who took care of Sir Lionel when he was a child. A wonderful old wisp of a thing, with the reputation of being a witch, which wins her great respect. And she used quaint Cornish words that have come down from generation to generation ever since the early Celts, without changing. When Sir Lionel sympathized with her about her husband's death, she said it was a grief, but he'd been a sad invalid and a good bit in the way of the oven for several years. On the way to Tintagel from Launceston, we passed Slaughter Bridge, one of the many places where legend says King Arthur fought his last battle. So that was a good entrance to Arthurian country, wasn't it? Our road cut huge rolling downs in two, and they surged up on either side, so it was rather like the passage through the Red Sea. And under a sky that hung over us like an illimitable bluebell, we saw our first Cornish mountains, Rough Tor and Brown Willie. Names of that sort make you feel at home with mountains at once, as if you'd known them all your life and might lead them about with a string. But they are only corruptions of old Celtic names that nobody could possibly pronounce, and nearly everything seems more or less Celtic in Cornwall, especially eyes. They are beautiful gray-blue, with their black lashes as long on the lower as on the upper lid, and look as if they'd been rubbed in with a dirty finger. Now I see that Sir Lionel's eyes are Celtic. I didn't know quite how to account for them at first. He has a temper, I think, and could be severe, but he says the Cornish people are so good-hearted that if you ask them the way anywhere, they tell you the one they think you would prefer to take, whether it's really right or not. But I'm glad he is not so easygoing as that. It was exciting to wheel into a little road, like a lane, marked Tintagel. I felt my copy of Le Morte d'Arthur turning in my hand, like a water diviner's rod. We took the lane to avoid a tremendous hill, because hills give Mrs. Norton the creeps in her feet and back hair, and she never recovers until she has had tea. But it was a charming lane, with views by and by of wide, purple moorland, sunset red with new heather, and the sky had turned from bluebell azure to green and rose in a wonderful chameleon way, which it seems that the sky has in Cornwall. I suppose it was a Celtic habit. All about us billowed a profusion of wild beauty, and though for a long time there was nothing alive in sight except a flock of bright pink sheep, my stage-managing fancy called up knights of the Round Table, pricking o'er the downs on their panoplied steeds to the rescue of fair, distressed damsels. And the bright mirrors which the fleeting rain had dropped along the road were the knights' polished shields, laid down to save the ladies from wetting the points of their jeweled slippers. Then came my first sight of the Cornish sea, deep hyacinth, with golden sails scattered upon it, and Arthur's cliffs rising dark out of its satin sheen. Beyond, in the background, gray houses and cottages grouped together, the stone and slates worn shiny with age, like very old marble, so that they reflected glints of color from the rose and violet sky. By the time I was dressed for dinner, it was sunset, and I went to sit on the terrace and watch the splendid cloud pageant. I seemed to be the only one of our party who had come down yet, though, to tell the whole truth, I had had a sneaking idea Sir Lionel would perhaps be strolling about with a cigarette, looking nice and slim and young and soldiery in his dinner jacket. He is nicer to look at in that than in almost anything else, I think, as most Englishmen are. He wasn't there, however, so I had to admire his Cornish sunset without him, and I had such fine thoughts about it, too. At least, they seemed fine to me, and if I weren't quite a congenial friend of my own, it would have seemed a waste of good material to lavish them on myself alone. I saw through the open door of the sunset into Arthur's kingdom, where he still rules, you know, and is lord of all. The whole west was a field of the cloth of gold, and across the blaze of golden glory rode dark shapes of cloud, purple and crimson, violet and black. They were Arthur's knights, tilting in tournament, while the Queen of Beauty and her attendant ladies looked on. Now and then, as I watched, a knight fell, and a horse tore away riderless, his gold-broidered trappings floating on the wind. When this happened, out of the illumined sea would writhe a glittering dragon, or scaly heraldic beast, to prance or fly along the horizon after the vanishing charger of the fallen knight. Sometimes the rushing steed would swim to a fairy island or siren rock that floated silver pale on the shining water, or jutted dark out of a creamy line of breakers. And though I knew that the knights and ladies and wondrous animals were but inhabitants of Sunset Kingdom, limited, and that the glimmering islands and jagged rocks would dissolve by and by into cloud wreaths, they all looked as real as the long tongue of land beyond which North Devon crouched, hiding. And the color flamed so fiercely in the sky that I was half afraid the sun must be on fire. As I sat there watching the last of the knights ride away, 3 people came out of the hotel and stood on the terrace. I just gave them one glance and went back to the sunset, but somehow I got the feeling that they were looking at me and talking about me. Presently they began to walk up and down, and as they passed in front of my seat, they turned an interested gaze upon me. All I had known about them until then was that they were a trio, a man, a woman, and a boy, with conventional backs. But as they turned, I recognized the man and the woman. You would never guess who they were, so I'll tell you. Do you remember the people for whom you talked Italian at Venice 4 years and a half ago, the day we arrived, and there was a strike and no porters to carry anybody's luggage? Well, here they were, at Tintagel. I was perfectly certain of this in an instant, and I realized why they were so interested in me. They thought they had seen me before, but perhaps were not sure. Anyway, they walked on, and only the boy looked back. He was dressed in Eton clothes, and was exactly like all other boys, except that he had mischievous eyes and a bored mouth. Almost as dangerous a combination in a boy, I should think, as a box of matches and a barrel of gunpowder. I thought that he was probably their son, and that, as he had nothing better to do, he was wondering about me. I would have given a lot to know what they were saying, and whether Venice was in their minds or not, but I could do nothing except hope they might not place me mentally. I wouldn't get up and go in, because that would have been too cowardly. And besides, if they were staying in the hotel, I should certainly run up against them afterward. I had just decided to face it out, and had put on a forbidding expression when along came Sir Lionel, so I had to take off the expression and fold it away for future emergencies. He was smoking one of those cigarettes which go so well with sunsets, and he had seen the King Arthur Sky Tournament from the other side of the house. He said he had not supposed I should be down so soon, but was hoping that I hadn't missed the show, wherever I was. He threw away his cigarette, which is one of his old-fashioned tricks if he sees a woman, never even waiting to know if she minds, and asked if he might sit on the seat by me. That was old-fashioned too, wasn't it? The Dick Burdens of the world plump themselves down by girls without worrying to get permission. They think female things will be too flattered for words by a condescending male desire to be near them. I told you how nice Sir Lionel looks in evening clothes, didn't I? You've no idea what a perfect shape his head is, and a large lake of white shirt under a little black silk bow is particularly becoming to a clean-shaven man with a very tanned skin, though I don't know why. One would think it might have the opposite effect. And Sir Lionel does tie his necktie so nicely, with a kind of careless precision, which comes right of itself, like everything he does. You will think all this is silly, and it is, but I keep noticing things about him and liking them, so I tell you, because I may have prejudiced you against him at first, as Ellaline prejudiced me. We were beginning to have a good talk about Cornwall and quaint Cornish ways and superstitions when out of the house came Mrs. Center. The Venice people had just passed again and were near the hotel door as she appeared. "Why, Sally and George!" she exclaimed. And, "Why, Gwen!" the Venice lady answered. They shook hands, the boy and all, and though Sir Lionel didn't pay much attention to what was going on, I couldn't keep up our conversation. "Suppose they tell Mrs. Center they met me in Venice," I said to myself. "What shall I do?" Out of one corner of my eye, I saw that they did speak of me, and she threw a quick, eager glance in my direction. A minute or two later, they all strolled on together until they had come in front of our seat. There, Mrs. Center paused and said, "Sir Lionel, these are my friends, Mr. and Mrs. Tyndall, of whom I think I must have spoken to you, and this is their cousin, Mr. Tom Tyndall. They are touring in their motor and arrived here this afternoon, a little before us. Quite a coincidence, isn't it?" And then, as if on second thoughts, she added me to the introduction. "Quite a coincidence indeed. It never rains, but it pours coincidences on any head that is developing a criminal record." The Tyndalls paid Sir Lionel compliments and seemed to be delighted to meet him, evidently regarding him as a great celebrity, which I suppose he really is. Then, when they had made him sufficiently uncomfortable, compliments are to him what a sudden plague of locusts would be to most men, they turned to me. "Surely we have met before, Miss Lethbridge," remarked Mrs. Tyndall, and you ought to have seen how Mrs. Center's features sharpened, and she waited for me to stammer or blush. As far as the blush was concerned, she had her money's worth, and I only didn't stammer because I was obliged to stop and think before replying. I almost worshipped Sir Lionel when he answered for me, in a quick, positive way he has, which there seems no gainsaying. I suppose men who live in the East cultivate that, as it keeps natives from arguing and answering back. "Impossible," said he, "unless it was at Versailles, where my ward has been at school since she was a very small child, with no holidays except at St. Cloud." "Mightn't it have been at Paris?" obligingly suggested Mrs. Center, determined I shouldn't be let off if conviction of any sort were possible. "No, I don't think it was at Paris," murmured Mrs. Tyndall, reflectively, eyeing me in the sunset light, which was turning to pure amethyst. "Now, where could it have been? I seem to associate your face with Italy." Oh my goodness, she was getting warm in our game of hide the handkerchief. "She has never been to Italy," said Sir Lionel, beginning to look rather cross, as if Mrs. Tyndall were taking liberties with his belongings, of which, you see, he thinks me one. "Not even Venice?" she persisted. "Oh, yes, that is it. Now I know where I seem to have seen you. At Venice. You remember, don't you, George?" By this time, sparks had lighted up in Sir Lionel's eyes, as if he were a Turk and one of the ladies of his harem were unjustly suspected. "It is impossible for Mr. Tyndall to remember what didn't happen," he said, dropping a lump of ice into his voice. "You saw someone who looked like her in Venice, perhaps, but not my ward." I was almost sorry for the poor Tyndalls, who meant no harm, though they had the air of being so frightfully rich and prosperous that it seemed ridiculous to pity them. "Of course, it could only have been a resemblance," said Mr. Tyndall, with that snubby glare at Mrs. Tyndall which husbands and wives keep for each other. "It must have been," she responded, taking up her cue, for naturally they didn't want to begin their acquaintance with a distinguished person by offending him. These signs of docility caused Sir Lionel to relent and come down off his high horse. Whenever he has been at all haughty or impatient with his sister, whose denseness would sometimes try a saint, he is sorry in a minute and tries to be extra nice. It was the same now in the case of the poor Tyndalls, whose Etonian cousin had all the time been gazing up at him with awed adoration as of a hero on a pedestal, and suddenly a quaint thought struck me. I remembered about the Bengalese Sir Lionel was supposed to have executed for some offense or other, and I could see him being sorry immediately afterward, tearing around trying to stick their heads on again and saying pleasant words. Well, he stuck the Tyndalls' heads on very kindly, so that they almost forgot they'd ever been slashed off. And when Mrs. Norton came out, which she did in a few minutes, looking as if she'd washed the dust off her face with kitchen soap, we all strolled up and down together till it was time for dinner. Mrs. Tyndall walked with me, but not a word did she say about Venice. That subject was to be tabooed, but I'm far from sure she was convinced of her mistake, and she couldn't overcome her intense interest in my features. However, she seems good-natured, as if even to please Mrs. Center she wouldn't care to do me a bad turn. Only I don't think people do things from motives as a rule. Do you? They just suddenly find they want to do them, and presto, the things are done. That's why the world's so exciting. We chatted non-committally of cabbages and kings and automobiles, and I recalled tracing new tracks like elusive lights and shadows before us on the damp road as we spun into Tintagel. No doubt they were like the news of the Tyndalls. Their table was next ours in the dining room, so close that motor chat was tossed back and forth, and it appeared that Mr. Tyndall was as proud of his car as a cat of its mouse. Mrs. Tyndall's mice are her jewels, and she has droves of them, which she displayed at dinner. Afterwards she did lacework, which made her rings gleam beautifully, and she said she didn't particularly like doing it, but it was something to kill time. How awful! But I suppose frightfully rich people are like that. They sometimes get fatty degeneration of the soul. Well, nothing more happened that evening, except that the Tyndall boy and I made great friends. Quite a nice boy, pining for some mischief that idle hands might do, and his cousin said that, as we were going to stop several days at Tintagel, making it a centre, they would stop too. Sir Lionel didn't appear overjoyed at the decision, but Mrs. Center seemed glad. She and her sister, Mrs. Brendon, have known the Tyndalls for years, and are by way of being friends. Yet she works off her little firework epigrams against them when their backs are turned, as she does on everybody. According to her, their principal charm for society in London is their cook, and she says the art treasures in their house are all illegitimate. Near Gobelin, not quite Raphael's, and so on. She makes Sir Lionel smile, but I wonder if she'd adopt this cheap method if he'd ever mentioned to her, as he has to me, that of all meannesses he despises disloyalty. The Tyndall boy went up to bed before the rest of us, and when Sir Lionel and Mrs. Norton had been forced to play bridge with Mrs. Center and Mr. Tyndall, I slipped away too. We'd lived in the hotel such a short time, and it's so big that I counted on recognizing my room by the boots which I put outside the door when I went down to Sunset and dinner. Of course I'd forgotten my number, as I always do. I wouldn't consider myself a normal girl if I didn't. There were the boots, not taken away yet, looking abject, as boots do in such situations. But I was pleased to see that they compared favorably in size with the gray alligator skin and patent leather eccentricities of Mrs. Center, reposing on an adjacent doormat. With this frivolous reflection in my mind, it didn't occur to me, as I turned the handle of the door, marked by my brown footgear, that the room now appeared further to the left along the passage than I had the impression of its being. I opened the door, which was not locked, walked in, felt about for the electric light, switched it on, and had sauntered over to a table in the center of the room before I noticed anything strange. Then, to my startled vision, appeared unfamiliar brushes and combs on a chest of drawers, beautiful but manly-looking silver-backed ones, and along the wall was a row of flat tweed legs on stretchers. For an instant I stood still, bewildered, as if I'd walked into a dream, beguiled by a false clue of boots, and during my few seconds of temporary aberration, my dazed eyes fell upon a book which lay on the table. It was Sir Lionel's Morte d'Arthur, second volume. He's lent me the first, and in it for a marker was a glove of mine. I lost it at Torquay after we had our dear good talk, and he knew I was looking for it, all about the sitting room we had at the hotel there, yet he never said a word. Oh, dear little French mother, you can't think what an odd feeling it gave me to see he had kept my glove and had put it in his book. Yes, I believe you can think, too, because probably you felt it just like that yourself when you were a girl. Only you never thought it convenable to describe your symptoms for your daughter's benefit. I know it was perfectly schoolgirlish of me, and I ought to have outgrown such sentimentality with my teens, but if you could see Sir Lionel and understand the sort of man he is, you wouldn't think me so outrageous. That he, of all men, should care to keep anything which would remind him of an insignificant child like me. I'm afraid there came a prickly feeling in my eyelids, and I had the most idiotic desire to kiss the book, which I knew would have a nice smell of his cigarettes, because my borrowed volume has. Of course, I wouldn't have done it for anything, though, so don't think I'm worse than I am. And really, I don't believe I'm exactly in love. I hope I'm not so foolish. It's just a kind of infatuated fascination of a moth. Not for a candle, but for a great, brilliant motor lamp. I've seen them at night dashing themselves against the glass of our Blériots once or twice when we've been out late, and I know how hopelessly they smash their soft, silly wings. I should have been like them if I'd kissed the glove, but instead, after that one look which told me the glove really was my glove, I bounced out of the room, snatching my boots up as I dashed across the threshold. Bump! As I did so, I almost telescoped with Sir Lionel, who had retrieved his boots, probably from my doormat, and at the same moment came a boyish yelp from somewhere, followed by the smart slap of a door shutting. I wish it had been a smart slap of my hand on the Tyndall boy's ear, for of course the boot-changing was that little fiend's work. I guessed in a second. So did Sir Lionel, and we both laughed. At ourselves, at each other, and everything. It seems that the youthful horror had changed every pair of boots along the corridor and made the most weird combinations. I don't suppose Sir Lionel thought about the glove in the book. Anyway, at the time, and luckily there was nothing telltale in my room in case he strayed in, except your photograph in the silver frame you gave me on my last birthday. And of course, he could make nothing of that. He had got out of playing bridge because when Mrs. Tyndall saw he wasn't keen, she offered to take a hand, and he said he did want to write to a man in Bengal, his best friend. We talked to each other only a few minutes after the boot puzzle had been put right, but would you believe it, up came Mrs. Center while Sir Lionel and I were bidding each other good night in front of my door. She looked as stiff and wicked as a frozen snake for an instant. Then she smiled, too sweetly, and said she'd come for her Spanish lace mantilla, but I almost know she had fancied that Sir Lionel might have made an excuse to get a word with me, and had flown up to find out for herself. You can imagine, dear, that I didn't feel much like going to bed when I'd finished saying good night, and shut my door upon the world. It seemed to me that this birthplace of Sir Lionel's ancestor, King Arthur Pendragon, was too romantic and wonderful to go tamely to sleep in. And what was my covered balcony for, if not to dream dreams and think thoughts by moonlight? So I switched off the electricity in my room and went out to find that the moon, which is big and grand now, had come out too, tearing apart a great black cloud in order to look down on Arthurland and see if she had any adorers. Anyway, she must have seen me, for she turned the night into silver dawn, so clear and bright that she couldn't have missed me if she tried. I did wish for you to be with me then, and I'm ashamed to confess, I wouldn't have minded Sir Lionel as a companion, because Tintagel seems so much more his than mine. Never did I hear the sea talk poetry and legend as it does round those dark rocks of old Dundagel, I thought as I leaned out from my balcony, a lonely, unappreciated Juliet, that the sound was like the chanting voice of an ancient bard, telling stories of the golden days to himself or to all who might care to listen. I fancied I could hear the words. They found a naked child upon the sands of dark Dundagel by the Cornish sea. I could see the ruined castle on its twin cliffs, below the hotel castle cliff, and between me and the sea, and the very meagerness of what remains seems to increase the interest and mystery by stimulating the imagination, forcing it to create its own pictures. I reconstructed the castle, building it of the same stone they use now at Tintagel and have used for the last 1,000 years or so. A dark stone, singularly rich with color, pansy and wallflower color, with splashes of green flung on to dead gray, like bright autumn leaves stirred into a heap of other leaves, dim and dead. In the mortar for my masonry was the moonlight, which flooded the sea and those wide downs, whose divisions into fields turned them into enormous maps. I worked myself up into such a romantic mood that I almost cried in the joy and pain of living, and expected to look back upon myself with the utmost spurn when I should come back to real life after a good sleep in the morning. But I didn't. Perhaps because, instead of encouraging the good sleep, I lay and listened to the wild song of the Cornish wind. I waked early, feeling exactly the same, if not more so, and could hardly wait to get down into the ruins of the old castle. I splashed about in a cold bath, just as quickly as a well-groomed girl can, and then I committed what might seem an indiscreet act if the last of the Pendragons and I did not stand toward each other in the place of guardian and ward. Nothing is, but thinking makes it so. And Sir Lionel certainly does think we're in those positions. Therefore, it was all right for me to knock at his door and ask through the keyhole if he would very, very much mind taking me to the castle. He was dressed and opened the door instantly. It was the one thing he would have liked to propose, said he, only he had been afraid of disturbing me so early. Wasn't that kind of him? I remembered the glove, and the thought of it was more delicious than a breakfast of Cornish cream and honey, although, of course, lurking in the background of my mind was the horrid idea that he might have accidentally picked the thing up to use as a bookmark. And another idea, gloomier even, though not so horrid, was that even if he does like me well enough to keep things of mine, he must soon grow to hate me when he knows who I am. He suggested coffee, but I wouldn't have it, because I was afraid Mrs. Center might appear and want to go to the castle too. I had visions of her, hearing our voices in the corridor, and dashing out of bed to fling on her clothes. But even if she did overhear the whole conversation, I don't think she's the kind who looks her best before breakfast, if she has dressed in a hurry, and anyway, we were spared the apparition. It was a fine scramble getting to the ruins, and when Sir Lionel had opened a door, with a key you get from a cottage close by the sea, it was quite as if he were my host, entertaining me in his ancestral home. I told him that it felt twice as interesting to be there with a true Pendragon than with a mere king or anybody like that, and he seemed pleased. "I hope I am a true Pendragon," he said, rather thoughtfully. "One must try to be, always." He looked at me very, very kindly, as if he would have liked to say something more, but he didn't speak, and turned away his eyes to look far over the sea. It was only for a little while, though, that he was absent-minded. Sitting there on the rough, wind-blown grass, which is the floor of the castle now, he told me things about the place and its history, how Dundagel meant the safe castle, and how the Arthurian believers say it was built by the Britons in earliest Roman days, how David Bruce of Wales was entertained by the Earl of Cornwall on the very spot where we were sitting, and how the great hall, once famous, was destroyed as long ago as when Chaucer was a baby. And as he talked, The rising wind wailed and sobbed like old witches, crying over the evil fallen on Arthur and his castle. Such an old, wise-sounding wind it was, old enough to have been blowing when Arthur was a baby, drowning the lullabies sung by his mother Igerna, that greatest beauty in Britain. We forgot breakfast and stopped in the ruins a long time, until suddenly we both realized that we were desperately hungry. But instead of going up to our own hotel, we walked into the quaint village, whose real name is Trevina, though nobody calls it that, and had something to eat at a hotel where Sir Lionel used to stop occasionally when he was a boy. Afterward, we went to see the village schoolmaster, whom he knew. Such a nice man, who paints pictures as well as teaches the children. And I felt guilty at being introduced as Sir Lionel's ward. I think my conscience is like a bruised peach, pinched by many fingers to see if it's ripe. I have that guilty feeling so often. When we spoke of the schoolmaster's versatility, he laughed and said it was nothing to his predecessors, who used to cut the children's hair, clip horses, measure land, act as parish clerk, as well as teacher, pull teeth and beat such transgressors as had to be punished in a way less serious than prison. Doesn't that take one back to long ago? But so does everything in Tintagel, and all over Cornwall, Sir Lionel says. They have such nice, old-fashioned words here. Isn't jingle good? It's some kind of a conveyance, exactly the opposite of a motor car, I fancy, from the description. And I like the word hewer, too. It means a man who gives the hue and cry when the pilchards are coming in, and all the fishermen must run to the sea. I should like to know everything about Cornwall, from the smugglers and the famous wrestlers to the witches, the last of whom lives near Boscastle still, but the little that travelers in motors can learn about places steeped in history is like trying to know all about a beautiful great tree by one leaf of flying gold, which falls into the automobile as it sweeps by along the road. Still, the little one does learn is unforgettable, impressed upon the mind in a different way from the mere learning. And I suppose few people know everything about every place, even in their own countries. If they did, I'm sure they'd be prigs, and no one would want to know them. When we got back to our hotel castle on the cliff, the Tyndall's motor was at the door, a huge, gorgeous chariot, and nothing would do but we must try the car. Mrs. Center had promised to go, and was putting on her hat. The Tyndalls are difficult people to resist, because if you try to make excuses, they pin you down in one way or another, so that you must either do what they want or hurt their feelings. And though Sir Lionel is supposed to have been so strict in Bengal, he is quite soft-hearted in England. I think he hates going about in motors that aren't his, because he enjoys being the man at the helm, which is perhaps characteristic of him. However, the Tyndalls swept all of us, except Mrs. Norton, away to Delabole to see the slate quarries, and to have the adventure of sliding down a fearfully steep incline in a tiny trolley car, if that's the right word for it. I half expected Charon to meet me with his ferry boat at the bottom. It wouldn't have seemed much stranger than other things in Cornwall. All that happened yesterday. Today we have been to Treberwith Strand and Port Isaac, and have walked to the loneliest church I ever saw, with the gravestones in the burying ground propped by buttresses that the wind mayn't blow them down. It is Tintagel Church, though it's a good long way from the village, and the vicarage is of the 14th century. Oh, and I heard a splendid legend about the ruined castle from the vicar, who is its warden. It seems, when it was built by the old princes of West Wales, very beautiful as well as strong, with walls painted of many colors, it was placed under a powerful spell by Merlin, that it might become invisible twice in every year. How I should like to be at Tintagel at the right time, and see if the ruins would disappear from before my eyes. I believe they would, and the enchantment would take the form of a sea mist. Tomorrow we are to leave Cornwall for Bideford. I had got as far as that when Mrs. Center knocked on my door and asked if she might come in for a few minutes, so I had to say yes and smile full well in counterfeited glee. But I hated to be interrupted, as there was just time before dressing for dinner to finish my letter to you. Now it is after dinner, and before I go to bed, I'll tell you what has happened. How conceited I was to suppose it possible that Sir Lionel thought me an important person. I am sure the glove episode must have been a mere accident. Serves me right. Mrs. Center came to tell me that they'd all been talking about the way to Bidford, and Sir Lionel said the road was so hilly he wished we hadn't quite as many passengers in the car. Then the Tyndalls asked if they might take me, because they'd made up their minds to go to Bidford too, and Sir Lionel answered that it would be a splendid way out of the difficulty if I were willing. The only trouble was he didn't like to propose such a thing for fear of hurting my feelings, and the conversation ended, according to Mrs. Center, by the Tyndalls planning to suggest the idea to me as if it were their own, then letting the matter rest on my decision. Mrs. Center went on to explain that Sir Lionel didn't know she was repeating to me what had passed, but that she thought I would prefer to know. "I'm sure I should do if I were in your place," she purred sweetly. "When the Tyndalls invite you, of course you must do exactly as you please. But don't you think, for Mrs. Norton's sake, as she's such a coward, it would be best to keep the car as light as possible, since Sir Lionel fears the roads are really bad?" "Oh, certainly," said I, trying so hard not to blush that I must have been purple. "I shall be delighted to go with Mr. and Mrs. Tyndall in their lovely car. It is very nice of them to ask me." "You won't tell Sir Lionel I interfered, will you?" she begged. "I should be quite afraid of him if he were angry." "You needn't worry. He shan't hear anything from me," said I. "And do you think I was right to let you know?" she implored. "Of course," I assured you, but I was feeling hurt all the way up to my topmost hair and down to my tipmost toe. Not that I mind going with the Tyndalls, but that Sir Lionel should pick me out as the bit of superfluous ballast to cast to the winds. That was what made me feel cold and old and alone in the world. I conscientiously told myself that I was the youngest of the party and the right one to sacrifice. But nothing was much comfort until the thought jumped into my head that maybe Mrs. Center had fibbed. I went to dinner buoyed up by that hope, but it died young, for the Tyndalls did invite me in Sir Lionel's hearing, and when I said that I should be charmed, he smiled calmly. So far from making objections, I thought he looked quite pleased. Poor me, I fancied in the castle ruins that he actually liked my society. But I forgot that I'd invited him to go with me. I shan't forget again. And hang the glove! Your poor, foolish, conceited, humiliated Audrie.
Section 20 of Set in Silver. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Thomas Peter. Set in Silver by Charles Norris and Alice Muriel Williamson. Section 20. Telegram from Dick Brendon to his aunt. Glen, Lachlan, August 13th, 8 o'clock a.m. Centre, King Arthur's Castle, Tintagel, Cornwall. Returning today. Hope find you still at Tintagel. Try and make Pendragon stay if he plans to leave. Find some excuse. Dick. End of section 20.
Section 21 of Set in Silver. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. Set in Silver by Charles Norris and Alice Muriel Williamson. Section 21. Telegram from Mrs. Center to her nephew. Tintagel, August 13th, 9:20 a.m. R. Brendon, Glen, Lachlan, N.B. Just starting for Bideford. Can make no excuse to delay, but have done better. If you arrive Tintagel tonight, will find member of party most important to you still there. Better hurry. Will leave letter explaining all. Center. End of section 21. Section 22 of Set in Silver. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. Set in Silver by Charles Norris and Alice Muriel Williamson. Section 22. Letter left by Mrs. Center at King Arthur's Castle Hotel for her nephew Dick Brendon. August 13th. Dear Dick, your wire has just come as we are starting. I've telegraphed and will leave a few words for you in pencil. Lucky you have a resourceful relative and that Mrs. Norton's washing didn't come till late this morning. My resourcefulness enables me to change my plans for your benefit, or rather to make them work together for your good, in the time most women take to change their minds, while the lateness of Mrs. N's washing and her mild obstinacy in determining to wait for it, against her brother's wishes, provide us with a few extra minutes. Now it suddenly appears that young Nick hasn't enough petrol to get on as far as anywhere. That will give us more minutes. Brown Buddha, as your adored one calls him, has crawled humbly but swiftly off to obtain a new supply. Sir Lionel, already in a vile temper for reasons which I may have time to explain, is bursting with rage to which he is too proud to give a natural outlet. He looks ready to explode, not with bombs, but with dams. I have never heard him say a single one during the whole of our acquaintance, but his eyes are sending out a fiery cataract of them this minute. A good thing for me he doesn't know what I know, or the fire would be turned upon me, and I should wither like she in her second bath. Quickly I'll tell you what I've done, and why Sir Lionel is wild. Also how I've rearranged everything and everybody at the last minute, in order to satisfy you. What a precious darling aunt you have got, to be sure, and what a lot you do owe her. For motives of my own, I planned to transplant your sweet Aladdin from our motor car to the motor car of others for the day. The others are George and Sally Tyndall, about whose sudden, apropos appearance I wrote your mother only yesterday, but of course, as you're leaving today, you'll miss the news in that letter. I thought your anxiety for your parents' health would hardly be poignant enough to keep you in Scotland long, but I didn't suppose you'd be able to tear yourself away quite so soon. I don't doubt you wonder how it can be possible for me to have too much of dear E.'s society, but strange as that may seem, it can. And worse than that, I dislike Sir Lionel getting too much of it. I don't think it is good for him, and he's had enough of the commodity since we've been in Tintagel to produce, according to my point of view and yours, disastrous effects. I decided that drastic measures were necessary for both our sakes, and with me to decide is to act, when anything really important is at stake. First I persuaded the Tyndalls that it would be kindly to invite Miss Lethbridge to travel in their motor to Bideford, whither they also are bound. I said that Sir Lionel feared we would be rather a crowd for his car, as the roads are supposed to be bad. This flattered them, for their motor, which is somewhat more powerful than ours, is the one object for which they live at present. Besides, they were delighted at the chance of getting the girl to themselves, as they think they met her years ago in Italy, where it is alleged she has never been. Some schoolgirl escapade, perhaps. You had better do a little catechizing later on. Meanwhile the Tyndalls yearn for the opportunity of pumping. Sir Lionel has quite fiercely prevented them from doing so up to date. He looked ready to challenge poor George to a duel the other evening for merely suggesting that they might have met Miss Lethbridge in Venice. To Sir L. I hinted that Aladdin was bored, now that you were gone, and that she would enjoy the change of travelling for a day with new people, that she had taken a fancy to the Tyndall boy, and I added that she had asked me privately whether I thought that Sir Lionel would object to her accepting, provided the Tyndalls wanted her to go to Bideford. Naturally, when the invitation came, he did not object. You'd have laughed if you could have seen her face when he smiled with apparent benevolent delight upon the suggestion. The sight would have repaid you for many a snub, my poor love-sick swain. That was where matters stood till your telegram came a few minutes ago. All I hoped for was to get rid of the dear child for one long happy day, and to estrange her a little, partly for your sake, from her solicitous guardian. But your wire set another bee humming in my motor bonnet. I determined to do you a good turn if I could. So I flew up, before answering you, to have a talk with the Tyndalls. They were starting a few minutes after us, by my advice, and hadn't come downstairs yet. Allaline, too, was still in her room, sulking, no doubt, and hadn't said good-bye to Sir Lionel or any of us. I know that, because my room at this hotel has been close to hers, and to his, too. So whenever a word is murmured on a doorstep, I hear. No word has been murmured this morning, and E has had her breakfast sent into her bedroom. To the Tyndalls I said that word had arrived from you, and that in confidence I would tell them that you and Miss Lethbridge are as good as engaged. At least that you had a private understanding, which would be an engagement if Sir Lionel weren't a dog in the manger. He didn't want the girl himself, I explained, yet he didn't want to give her to anyone else, short of a millionaire. You, I went on to say, had wired that you would be back this evening, and Allaline was dying to stay and see you. Sir Lionel didn't know you were coming, I confessed, and would be angry if he did. But if they, the Tyndalls, could somehow misunderstand the arrangements made overnight, and in the confusion of their minds leave Miss Lethbridge behind, it would be a great favour to everyone concerned, except Sir Lionel. The Tyndalls, who think a lot of themselves because they have more money than brains, are annoyed with Sir Al because he snapped at them about Venice. So they were rather pleased at the idea of doing him a bad turn, and at the same time advancing love's young dream. When I assured them it would be easy to say that they understood Allaline had changed her mind and was going with Sir Lionel, they agreed to slip off without her about half an hour after the flight of Apollo. That is the plan as it stands up to date. Sir Lionel and Mrs. Norton won't know till this evening at Bideford that E isn't with the Tyndalls. And then, of course, I shall get George and Sally out of his bad graces as well as I can. Meanwhile, you will find her at Tintagel, and can bring her on by rail. That will be delightful for you, and as Sir Lionel is old-fashioned in some of his notions, he may be more inclined to consent to an engagement between you after the sort of journey you and she will have together. So I think all interests will have been served. I am writing in the big hall of the hotel, and Sir Lionel is walking up and down, glaring first out of one window and then out of another at the rain, which is beginning to come down in drops as large as half-crowns. I only wish my half-crowns, or even my shillings, were as plentiful. But perhaps they will be, some day before long, who knows? I do hope Allaline won't take it into her head to appear at the last minute before we get off, and complicate things. Not that I won't be equal to disposing of her if she does. But no, here is young Nick, very meek and soapy. He has got his petrol. Emily Norton reluctantly puts down a 20-year-old volume of Blackwood, which she has found in the hotel library. We are off. Goodbye, and good luck. Gwen. End of section 22.
Section 23 of Set in Silver. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Set in Silver by Charles Norris and Alice Muriel Williamson. Section 23. Audrie Brendon to her mother. Tintagel, August 13th. Dearest Lodestar, I can feel you drawing me across miles of land and sea, and if only I could travel on a telepathic pass, I would start this minute, Ellaline or no Ellaline. Toward her and Sir Lionel, I feel as Mercutio felt toward the Montagues and Capulets. A plague on both your houses. Nobody seems to care what becomes of me. Why should I care what becomes of them? Everything is too horrid and too extraordinary today. I got into the wrong side of bed last night and got out again on the wrong side this morning. It happened to be the only side there was, as the bed stands against the wall in an alcove where it can't be pulled out, and nobody could expect me to bound like a kangaroo over the foot, could they? But there are times in life when every side of everything is wrong, and this is one of those times with me. Has been since dinner last night, when Sir Lionel grinned with joy at the prospect of shutting me upon the Tyndall family for a day. When you are friends with people, they smile. When you are out with them, they grin. Well, this morning, I thought I wouldn't hurry to get down. I felt, if Mrs. Center beamed at me from under her becoming motor hat at starting, I should do her a mischief. And if Emily smirked inoffensively, I should throw Murray in her face. As for Sir Lionel, words fail to express what I believe myself capable of doing to him. I could have stolen his car, in which he appeared to grudge me a seat, and have gone off with it into space to be a motor pirate. Whence can I have inherited these vicious tendencies? Truly, I never supposed I had them before, but you don't know yourself until people have practically accused you of taking up too much room in their old automobiles, although you're perfectly aware that you are less than 18 inches wide at your broadest part and your thickest frock, and you thought they liked your society and kept your gloves. In that mood, I wouldn't have condescended to see Apollo off if he'd been twice a god, armed with an invitation for me from Juno to a house party on Olympus. No sooner, however, did I hear his dear familiar purr as he swept away from the door of the hotel. My balcony is a corner one, and I could just catch the well-known crrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr looking indifferent. Suddenly I suffered pangs of apprehension lest my stopping in my room had seemed like, what it really was, a fit of the sulks. But it was past repentance time. Apollo was gone. Mrs. Center doubtless sitting by Sir Lionel's side as usual, and probably commenting wittily on my silly conduct. The Tyndalls told me last night that they meant to start at 10, so I went downstairs 5 minutes before. Too late to have to wait about, too early to be called. I expected to find them in the hall, and when they weren't there, I strolled out to see if the motor had come to the door, thinking they might be watching the loading up of their luggage. As for mine, Apollo had taken it, as usual, except a pretty little fitted handbag, small and wonderfully convenient, which Sir Lionel came across in a shop and brought for me. I mean, for Ellaline, at Torquay. But there wasn't a Tyndall in sight, and not so much as the smell of a motor car, so I wandered inside and asked the handsome landlady, whom I met near King Arthur's Round Table, whether she had seen the Tyndall automobile or its owners. "Why," said she, "they went off about 10 minutes ago." "Went off? Where?" I asked blankly. "To Biddeford, I think they were going," she replied. "That can't be, for I was to have gone with them," said I. "Indeed?" exclaimed the landlady, polite but puzzled. "I didn't know. I thought you had gone with your own party. I was surprised to meet you here just now. I am afraid there must have been some misunderstanding, for certainly Mr. and Mrs. Tyndall and their young cousins have really gone, because they bade me good-bye here in the hall and said they hoped to come back some day." She looked at me pityingly, and I felt exactly like Robinson Crusoe before he knew there was going to be a Friday. But, like him, I kept a stiff upper lip. I am happy to say I even laughed. "Well, that's very funny," said I, as if being pigeonholed by Sir Lionel and marooned by the Tyndalls was the most amusing experience in the world, and I simply delighted in it. "Of course, somebody or other will count noses and miss me after a while. Then they'll have to come back and fetch me, I suppose." "You could go on to Bideford by rail if you liked," the landlady informed me gratuitously. "There is a train early this afternoon, and—" "Oh, I think I'd better wait here," I said. "If they came back and found me gone, it would be too complicated." She agreed, but she little guessed how much more complicated it would be to take a train for anywhere without any pennies. If I had money, I would go to you and not to Bidford. At least that is the way I feel now. But I suppose I wouldn't, for my obligations to Ellaline haven't snapped with the strain of the situation, although just at this moment they don't seem to matter. It's only deep down in my heart that I know they do matter. There is my scrape, dearest of women, and Mamma, whom I would select if I were able to choose among all eligible mothers since Eve up to date. The situation hasn't changed in the least, to the time of writing, except that it has lasted longer and got frayed round the edges. I was paid for, including food and lodgings, until after breakfast. It is now 5:30 p.m., pouring with rain, howling with wind, and not only has nobody come back to collect me, but nobody has telephoned or telegraphed. I have eaten, or pretended to eat, a luncheon for which I have no money to pay. I refused tea, but was so kindly urged that I had to reconsider, and the buttered toast of servitude is, at this moment, sticking in my throat, lodged on the sharp edge of an unuttered sob. Your poor, forlorn little daughter, what is to become of her? Will she have to go to the place of unclaimed parcels, or will she be sold as bankrupt stock, or will she become a kitchen maid, or tweenie in King Arthur's castle? But don't worry, darling. I won't be such a beast as to post this letter till something is settled somehow, even if I have to rob the Hotel Till. There is nothing to do except write, for I can't compose my mind to read, so I will continue recording my emotions, as French criminals do when condemned to death, or love-sick ladies when they have swallowed slow poison. 5:50. Rain worse. Wind yelling imprecations. I sit in the hall, as I can't call my room my own. New people are arriving. They look cooky, but are probably countesses. I gaze at them haughtily and try to appear prosperous. I hope they think my mother, the Duchess, is taking a nap in our magnificent suite upstairs, while I write a letter to my godfather, the prince, to thank him for his birthday gift of a rope of pearls which reaches to my knees. 6:15. The landlady has just been sympathizing with me. She says there is a night train to Bidford. I have poured cold water upon the night train to Bidford, and came near pouring some hot tears on the timetable she kindly brought me. 6:20. People are going up to dress for dinner. They are God's creatures, but I do not love them. 6:40. The head waiter has just fluttered up to ask if I would like a smaller table for dinner. No table would be too small for my appetite, I said. 7:10. Darling, Sir Lionel has come back for me, alone, dripping wet, and it was all a mistake, and he did want me, and he's furious with everybody in the world except me, to whom he is perfectly adorable, and I'm afraid I adore him. And we're starting at once, when we've had a sandwich and coffee. Can't wait for dinner. Everything is too nice. I'll explain as soon as I've time to write. Your radiant transformation scene, A.B. End of section 23. Section 24 of Set in Silver. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Set in Silver by Charles Norris and Alice Muriel Williamson. Section 24. Audrie Brendon to her mother. The Luttrell Arms, Dunster, August the 18th. Duck of the universe! 5 days since I wrote, and it seems 5 minutes, but I did telegraph with my last shilling, and even that would be rightfully Ellaline's if the laborer weren't worthy of his hire. You see, after the letter I had from her in Torquay, when she wanted money to go to Scotland with her new friends, the McNamaras, I very reluctantly screwed my courage to the asking point and got more out of Sir Lionel. If he weren't the most generous man in the world, he would have privately dubbed me Oliver Twist by this time. Perhaps he has, but I trust not. Anyhow, I shall get on without more requests, I hope, until the next allowance day comes round, or until every pin is lost and every hairpin has dropped out. Because in the telegram I was forced to be economical and ran only to "all is well, love," much scratched out as an extravagance. I must now go back to the moment of Sir Lionel's unexpected, almost miraculous appearance at Tintagel. There I was in the hall, scribbling dolefully about my symptoms. Tuff, 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 heard outside, between screeches of wind. In bounces Sir Lionel, wet as a merman, dripping rivulets at every step, splashing, swashing in his boots, drops dripping from his eyelashes, glares around, looking ready to bite someone's head off without salt or sauce. Sees me, brightens with a watery gleam, comes toward me, rather shy and stiff, yet evidently under the influence of emotion of some sort. I didn't know whether to expect a scolding or a blessing, so waited speechless. "What a brute you must think me," was his first remark. I drank it as a thirsty traveler lost on the Sahara would bolt a pint of dew. "I didn't know what to think," I replied conservatively. "But you are wet, aren't you?" "Am I?" he asked, mildly surprised. "I hadn't noticed. I suppose I am. It's raining." "I should think it was," said I, and then we both laughed. It is the nicest thing to laugh with Sir Lionel. Whatever he might have done against me, I forgave him all instantly. "Never mind whether I'm wet or dry," he went on. "Whichever I am, it won't hurt me. The only thing that has hurt was thinking of you being here, abandoned. By Jove, I've been in a murderous mood." "A good thing you weren't back in Bengal," said I mildly. He looked at me with a sharp look. "Who has been telling you tales about me in Bengal?" "I sometimes read newspapers," I explained. "Schoolgirls have no business with newspapers, but hang Bengal, I want to come to an understanding with you. Is it true or is it not that you wanted to go with the Tyndalls in their motor today?" "I wanted to, if you wanted me to." "I didn't. I hated the idea, but of course, if you—" "I didn't. I hated the idea, but I thought your motor was too full for such hilly country." Dearest, I longed to tell him who had said that he said, etc., etc. But I'd promised, and one must keep one's promises, even to cats. "My dear child," Sir Lionel burst out, "little girls shouldn't do too much independent thinking. It's bad for their health and their guardians' tempers. If my motor had been too full for hilly country, you wouldn't have been the Jonah to cast into the sea. Nick would have been fed to the whales. But the idea was ridiculous. Ridiculous." I was so happy I didn't even want to defend myself. I understood most of the mystery now. I suppose it's a compliment to a girl if a woman of the world wants to get rid of her. Anyhow, I consoled myself for hours of misery by laying that flattering unction to my soul. If I had liked, I could have unraveled the whole tangle for Sir Lionel's still puzzled mind. But if I had done so, I should have been returning cat claw for cat claw. So I pretended to be lost in it, my lord. And indeed, it was true that I couldn't understand why the Tyndalls had failed me. Sir Lionel explained that, just before reaching Bidford, the silencer worked loose, and so got upon Mrs. Norton's nerves that Apollo was stopped in the pouring rain for young Nick to right the wrong. As if to prove the truth of the proverb, the more haste, the less speed, in his hurry, poor Buddha burnt his hand. While he was ringing it like a distracted goblin, along came the Tyndall car, which had left Tintagel about half an hour after Apollo. To Sir Lionel's amazement, no me. Questions on his part, according to him, idiotic answers on the part of the Tyndalls. He had thought, of course, I was going with them. They had thought that I'd changed my mind and gone earlier with him. Everybody confused, apologetic, repeating the same silly excuses over and over 3 or 4 times, nobody showing the slightest sign of having a remnant of common sense.
By Jove, I could have cheerfully executed the lot of them, all but the boy who seemed to have some glimmerings of sanity,
grumbled Sir Lionel.
He had wanted to run up and knock at your door to make sure you really had gone, but somebody, he began to say who, when Mrs. Tyndall stepped on his foot, forbade him to do it.
I think I can guess who the somebody was. Can't you? Though I don't see what arguments she can have used to persuade the really good-natured Tyndalls to abandon me. The rest of the story is that when Sir Lionel found I had been left behind, he said he would at once turn back and fetch me. Judging from 1 or 2 things he had let slip inadvertently, I fancy he wanted Emily to come with him, but she drew the line at chaperoning in wet weather and missing her tea. She proposed telegraphing for me to come on by rail. Sir Lionel wouldn't hear of my making such a journey unaccompanied. Me, a simple little French schoolgirl who had never traveled alone in her life. Then Mrs. Center, kind creature, volunteered to be his companion if he must return. But Sir Lionel firmly refused the unselfish offer, saying he wouldn't for the world put her to so much unnecessary trouble. Nick he would have brought, but the unfortunate brown image was suffering so much pain from his burnt hand that the only humane thing to do was to drive him to a doctor's, which was exactly what Sir Lionel did. Rooms were already engaged at the Royal Hotel. He dumped out Emily, Mrs. Center, and the luggage there, left young Nick having his hand treated, and without so much as crossing the threshold of the hotel, turned Apollo's bright bonnet toward Tintagel and me. Rain was coming down in floods. He said nothing about that, but I knew. The storm drew down twilight like the lid of a box. The road was deep in mud. Everything that could happen to delay the car did happen. Once Sir Lionel had to mend a tire himself, and almost wished he hadn't made young Nick disgorge the stolen tool. He ought to have arrived at Tintagel an hour before he did. But here he was at last, and would I have a sandwich and then start, or would I prefer to wait for dinner? I snatched at the sandwich idea, and his eye brightened. He said he only looked wet, for everything was waterproof, and he was right as rain, which sounded too appropriate to be comfortable. We ate as the Israelites of old in Passover days, figuratively with our staves in our hands. At least, I had a bag in mine, and Sir Lionel a road book, because he'd lost his way once in his haste and didn't want to make further mistakes. By the time we were ready to start, it was as if Merlin had woven an enchantment of invisibility, not only over the castle ruins, but over the whole landscape, which was blotted out behind a white avalanche of rain. The wind howled, mingling with the boom of the sea, and altogether it was such a bewitched, Walpurgis world that I tingled with excitement. Sir Lionel wanted to put me inside the car, but I pleaded that I had been so lonely and sad all day, I must be close to someone now. This plea instantly broke down his determination, which had been very square-chinned and firm till I happened to think of that argument. He knew my coat to be waterproof, because he chose it himself in London, and I tied on a perfectly sweet rain hood, which I'd never needed before, because this was the only real storm we'd had. It is a crimson hood, and I knew I was nice in it, from the look of Sir Lionel's eyes. This was my first night run in the car, and the first time since starting on the tour that I'd sat on the front seat by his side. Early as it was, it made night, and Sir Lionel lit the great lamps. Instantly, it was as if a curtain of darkness unrolled on either side, leaving only the road, clear and pale, spouting mud, and the rain in front like a silver veil, floating across black velvet. I sat close to Sir Lionel. I can't tell you how good the sense of his nearness and protection was, and how glad I felt to know that he hadn't really wanted to send me away from him. I would have given up anything, no, everything else in the world just then, for the sake of that knowledge, except, of course, your dear love. We didn't talk much, but he is one of those men to whom you don't need to talk. The silence was like that unerring kind of speech when you can't say the wrong thing if you try. And if Sir Lionel had said in the wind and darkness,
"I have got to drive the car into the sea, and you and I must die together in 5 minutes,"
I should have answered, "Very well. With you, I'm not afraid." And it would have been true. The hills looked stupendous before we quite came to them, great bunchy black humps of night, but they seemed to kneel like docile elephants as we drew near to let Apollo mount upon their backs. We passed lovely old cottages, which in the strange white light of our blariats looked flat as stage scenery against that wide-stretched black cloth of inky velvet. It was like motoring in a dream, one of those dreams born before you've quite dropped asleep, while your eyes are still open. We tore through Boscastle and on to Bude, along an empty road with the trees flying by like torn black flags, and the rain giving a glimpse now and then of tall cliffs as its veil blew aside. I was never so happy in my life, and when I just couldn't help saying so to Sir Lionel, what do you suppose he answered?
"That's exactly what I was thinking."
And then he added,
"Good girl, grand little sportswoman, I'm proud of you."
Presently, once in a while, the dazzling radiance of our lamps would die down and threaten to fail. At last, it did fail altogether, and we were blotted out in the night, as if we had suddenly ceased to exist.
"Carbide all used up,"
explained Sir Lionel. By this time we were near Hartland Point, the promontory of Hercules for the ancients, and Sir Lionel said that the best thing to do was to crawl on slowly until we should come to Clovelly. There we could leave the car at the top of the hill, go down to the village, rouse someone at a hotel, get hot coffee, and wait until dawn, when the lamps would no longer be needed. We could distinguish nothing in the night except a glimmer of road between dark banks, until suddenly, looking far down toward the moaning sea, we caught sight of a few lights, like yellow stars, which seemed to have been tossed over a precipice and to have caught on a steep hillside as they rolled.
"That's Clovelly,"
said Sir Lionel. He stopped the car on a kind of natural plateau and lifted me lightly down so that I shouldn't splash into unseen abysses of mud. Apollo would be safe there, he said, though in old days the folk of Clovelly used to be not only desperate smugglers, but wreckers, and would entice ships upon the rocks by means of lure lights. They were very different now, and as honest and kind-hearted as any people in the world. There was no dawn yet, but the wind had dropped a little, and the long crystal spears of rain seemed to bring with them an evanescent, ethereal glitter, reflected from unseen stars above the clouds. The trembling silver haze dimly showed us how to pick our way down a steep, narrow street of steps, over which fountains of water played and swirled. There were lights of boats in a little harbor, far, far below, and the extraordinary village of tiny white houses appeared to have tumbled downhill, like a broken string of pearls fallen from a goddess's neck. Sir Lionel held my arm to keep me from tripping, and we descended the steps slowly, the rain that sprayed against our faces smelling salt as the sea, its briny tang mingling with the fragrance of honeysuckle and fuchsias. The combination, distilled by the night, was intoxicating, and if I ever smell it again, even at the other end of the world, my thoughts will run back to Sir Lionel and the fairy village of Clovelly. Halfway down the cleft in the cliff, which is Clovelly's one street, we stopped at a house where a faint light burned sleepily. It was the New Inn, and when Sir Lionel knocked loudly, I was doubtful as to the reception we were likely to have at such an hour. But I needn't have worried, and Devon, even if you wake people out of pleasant dreams to disagreeable realities and demand coffee and trail wet marks over their clean floors, they are kind and friendly. A delightful man let us in, and instead of scolding, pitied us. A great deal more than I, at any rate, needed to be pitied. He lit lights, and we saw a quaint room, whose shadows threw out unexpected gleams of polished brass and blues and pinks of old china. Though the calendar said August 13th, the temperature talked it down and insisted on November, so an invitation into a clean, warm kitchen was acceptable. The nice man poked up the dying fire, put on wood and coals, and soon got a kettle of water to boiling. We should have some good hot coffee, he cheerily promised, before we could say Jack Robinson. But when it leaked out that we had had no dinner except a sandwich at Tintagel, and nothing since, his warm Devonshire heart yearned over us, and to the hot coffee he added eggs and bacon. While the dear things fizzled and bubbled, we were allowed to sit by the stove and toast our feet. And if anything could have smelled more heavenly than the salt rain and sweet honeysuckle out of doors, it would have been the eggs and bacon in the New Inn kitchen. We begged to eat in the kitchen too, and even that was permitted us, at a table spread with a clean cloth, which must have been put away in a lavender cupboard. By the time the coffee, with foaming hot milk, and the sizzling eggs and bacon were ready, the early daylight was blue on the window panes. The rain had stopped with the first hint of sunrise, and in Clovelly, at least, Clovelly means shut-in valley, a name not worthy of its elfin charm, the wind had gone to sleep. I don't know how much Sir Lionel suggested paying for that breakfast, but it must have been something out of the way, for our Devonshire benefactor protested that it was far too much. He would accept the regular price, and no more. Why, we had only got him up an hour before his usual time. That was nothing. It would do him good, and he would have no extra pay. Warm, comfortable, and refreshed, Sir Lionel and I bade our host goodbye, meaning to continue our journey to Bidford. But what we saw outside was too beautiful to turn our backs upon in that unappreciative, summery fashion. It was not sunrise yet, but was just going to be sunrise, and the world seemed to be waiting for it, hushed and expectant. The white village glimmered in the pearly light like a waterfall arrested in its rush down a cleft in the hill. Not having seen Clovelly, you may think that a far-fetched simile, but really it isn't. If a young cataract could be turned into a village, that would be Clovelly. The marvelous little place is absolutely unique, yet if one could liken it to anything else on earth, it might be to a quarter of Mont Saint-Michel, or a bit of old Bellagio, going down to the sea. And certainly it is more Italian than English in atmosphere and coloring, only it is perfectly clean as a toy or a Dutch village, so that part of the atmosphere isn't entirely Italian. I even saw waste paper pots, and if that isn't like Broek in Waterland, what is? Down in the harbor, the fishing boats lay like a flock of resting birds, and as we descended the cobbled steps of the street to go to the store, the early morning donkeys began to come up, laden with heavy bags and panniers, just as you and I saw them in Italy, and driven by just such boys and old men as I remember there, dark-eyed, picturesque, one or two with red caps. The doors of the little low-browed houses huddled on either side opened here and there, up and down the path, giving glimpses of pretty, neat interiors. Bits of old furniture, the glint of a copper kettle, a brass jug, or a bit of mended blue china. A gossipy Devonshire cat came out and begged for caresses, mewing the news of the night. Such a chatty creature. And down on the beach we made friends with the oldest man of the village, born in 1816. He was a handsome old fellow with pathetic, faded eyes and a tanned, ruddy face. And the queer little harbor, everything is little at Clovelly except the inhabitants, with its rustic sort of pier and red-sailed fishing boats, looked as if it had been designed entirely as a background for him. However, it's much more antique even than he. 600 years old instead of something short of 100, and made by the famous Carey family. We stopped there talking to the ancient sailor man, hearing how the Clovelly fishermen go out with black nets by day in good weather and at night with white ones to attract the fish.
"That is true, miss,"
said he when I laughed, thinking it a joke. I love the Devonshire way of saying true, and other words that rhyme. Their soft voices are as gentle, as kindly as the murmur of their own blue sea. As we mounted the ladder-like path to the top of Clovelly to go back to Apollo again, the sun came up out of the sea, where the blue line of water marked the edge of the world and split floods of gold over it like a tilted christening cup. We turned and stood still to watch the day born of dawn, and I feel sure that if we had come to Clovelly to spend several weeks, I could never have learned to know the place as I had divined it in this adventure. You seem to learn more about a flower by inhaling its perfume after rain, don't you think, than by dissecting it, petal by petal. I fancy there is something like that in getting the feeling and impression of places at their best by sudden revelations. Of course, I want to go back to Clovelly, but not with any of the Mrs. Nortons of the world. I couldn't bear to do that after being alone there with Sir Lionel. While one's heart is thrilled by exquisite sights and the ineffable thoughts born of them, one knows poor Emily is wondering whether the servants are looking after things properly at home, and that very knowledge is apt to slam down an iron shutter in one's soul. It must have been about 5 o'clock when we took our places in the car again. We had only 11 miles run to Bidford, and I wished them twice 11, for surely they are among the most beautiful miles in England. No wonder people believe in fairies in this part of the world. It would be ungrateful if they didn't. As the sun climbed, the brown wood roads were inlaid with gold and wavy patterns. From our heights, now and again we caught glimpses of Clovelly, down its steep ravines. The Hobby Drive, which belongs to Clovelly Court, is almost more exquisite than Buckland Chase, on the way to Dartmoor. If you had been there with me, you would know I couldn't give it higher praise. And how I wish you had been! How I wish you could see these English woods! They have such an air of dainty gaiety, very different from Austrian or German or French forests. And though their elms and oaks and beeches are often giants, they seem dedicated to the spirit of youth. Their shadows are never black, but only a darker green or translucent gray, and part of their charm is a nymph-like frivolousness, which comes, I think, from the ruffly green dessous. Other woods have no dessous. Their ankles are mournfully bare, and their stockings dark. In the woods of the Hobby Drive, the bracken was like elfin plumes. Each stone, wrapped in moss, was a lump of silver coated with verdigris. Distant cliffs seen between the trees were cut out of gray-green jade against a sea of changing opal, and in the high minstrel galleries of the latticed beeches a concert of birds was fluting. Isn't Gallantry Bower a fine name? At first thought it would appear an inappropriate one, for it's a sheer cliff overlooking the sea on one side and a vast sweep of woodland on the other. But I can make it seem appropriate by picturing some wild, brave sailor making love to his sweetheart there and telling her about the sea, her only rival in his love. No doubt it's a corruption of some old Cornish name, and I refuse to accept it as a lover's leap, though such a legend has grown up around it. I'm tired of lovers' leaps. The whole coast, as we swept around, was a vast golden sickle in the early morning light, and everything was so beautiful that the door of my heart swung wide open. No arm would have been strong enough to push it shut, not even Mrs. Centers. Instead of feeling angry with her as we drew near Bidford, I was grateful for the adventure she had indirectly given me. The servants of the Royal Hotel were just waking up, but, of course, being Devonshire people, instead of being cross, they were delightfully good-natured and smiling. I was shown to a pleasant room and provided with a hot bath, which, with nearly a whole bottle of eau de cologne extravagantly emptied into it, made me feel as if I had had a refreshing 8 hours' sleep. Already it seemed as if the night's experience had been a dream, dreamed in that sleep. But I was glad it was real and not a dream, something I had lived through, by Sir Lionel's side, a clear memory to remain like a happy island in the sea of life, whatever the future weather. I dressed slowly, not wanting even 40 winks, and about 8 o'clock Emily knocked at my door. She had been worried, she said, and not able to sleep, fearing accidents, waking now and then to listen for the sound of a car. Poor dear, she wouldn't know Apollo's noble voice from the 3-penny thrum of a motor bicycle. But she was kind and solicitous, though I think a little shocked to find my vitality in such a state of effervescence. She would have approved of me if I had been a draggled wreck, but even as it was, she felt it worthwhile to explain why she hadn't accompanied her brother. She would have proposed doing so, she assured me, but her neuralgia had been very trying yesterday, owing to the bad weather and east wind. She feared to be more trouble than assistance to Sir Lionel, and as he was my guardian, I was sufficiently chaperoned by him. Any expert in etiquette would confirm her in that opinion, she anxiously added. Nevertheless, when I told her about our stop at Clovelly, she shook her head and intimated that perhaps it had better not be referred to in public. I suppose by in public she meant before the Tyndalls and Mrs. Center. At 9 I had the pleasure of meeting the fair Gwendolen again, in one of the most remarkable rooms you can imagine. Sir Lionel had engaged it in advance to be our private sitting room, but it is as celebrated as it is interesting. Only think, Charles Kingsley wrote "Westward Ho" in it, and it is such a quaint and beautiful room. It must have given him inspiration. You see, the hotel used to be in the house of a merchant prince who was a great importer of tobacco in Queen Elizabeth's days, so it isn't strange that it should have many fine rooms. But the one where Kingsley wrote is the best. It's sad that the oak paneling should be ruined with paint and varnish, but nothing short of an earthquake could spoil the ceiling, which is the famous feature. The merchant prince hired 2 Italians to come to England and make the wonderful moldings by hand. That was long before the days of cement, so the fantastic shapes had to be fastened to each other in the ceiling with copper wire. When the skilled workmen had finished their fruits and flowers and leaves, and all the weird fancies which signified the evolution of man, the canny merchant prince promptly packed the Italians back again to their native land, lest other merchant princes should employ them to repeat the marvelous ceiling for their houses. By this thoughtful act he secured for himself the one and only specimen of the kind, and to this day nobody has ever been able to copy it, though the attempt has often been made. The marvelous part is the startlingly high relief of the moldings, and the quaintness of the evolutionary ideas, all those centuries before Darwin. It was rather disappointing to find out that the beautiful ceiling had nothing to do with Charles Kingsley's wish to use the room as a study. It was in the time of the present landlord's grandfather, who owned a quantity of rare old books, records of Bidford's past, and Mr. Kingsley wanted to refer to them, but their owner valued them too much to lend, even to such a man as Charles Kingsley. "You must come and write in the room," said he, So Kingsley came and wrote in the room, and liked it and the books so much that he gave a glowing account of both to Froude, who presently arrived and used the remarkable room for his study too. The books are there still, carefully put away, and a portrait of the good mayor of Westward Ho, the novel, not its namesake town, which was found in the cellar with Van Dyck's name faintly traced on it, hangs opposite the fireplace. The great treasure of the room, though, after the ceiling, is a letter from Kingsley, framed, protected with glass, and lying on a table. Mrs. Center looked almost green when she beheld me, the picture of health and joy, and saw on what good terms I was with Sir Lionel. I am certain, dear, that she wants to marry him, and I can't think she's capable of appreciating such a man, so it must be for his money. A sportin', huntin', don't you know what sort of fellow would please her better, if all else were suitable, because she could turn him round her finger, and that neither she nor anybody else can ever do with Sir Lionel, though he is pathetically chivalrous where women are concerned, and still more pathetically credulous. I remember so well your reading Westward Ho aloud to me when I was about 10, and had been ill. I associate it with the joy of getting well. It made me feel proud of my Devonshire ancestors, even then, and it makes me more proud now, for I've been reading the book for the second time in Kingsley Land. It's like the Bible almost in Bidford. I should pity the person who dared pick a flaw in the story in the hearing of a Bidford man, woman, or child. Why, I believe even a Bidford dog would understand the insult and snap. It's a great and rather original compliment to name a town in honor of a book, but Westward Ho, the novel, is worthy of a finer namesake. Of course, Rudyard Kipling, having been to school in Westward Ho, makes the place more interesting than it ever could have been of itself, in spite of its glorious neighbor, the sea. But Bidford is a delightful place. Dad used to say that no men in the world could beat the men of Devon for courage, and that Bidford men were amongst the bravest of all, as you and I would have known from Westward Ho, even if we'd never read history. It looks an old-world town, almost unspoiled, even now with its far-famed bridge on 24 arches, its steeply sloping streets, its quay, and its quaint pink and green houses by the river. In the Old Ship Tavern, the Brotherhood of the Rose was founded, you remember, and Sir Richard Grenville, dear Sir Richard, had his house where the Castle Inn stands now. I took a long walk with Sir Lionel and, I am sorry to say, Mrs. Center on the quay along the riverside, and there are some guns there, which they say were lost from the Spanish Armada. While we were walking, who should join us but Dick Brendon, back from Scotland. It appears that he arrived at Tintagel last night, only a little while after Sir Lionel and I had left in the car. He expected to be earlier, but he took cross-country trains, which looked promising on timetables, and missed connection. I can't be thankful enough he didn't arrive before we started, instead of after, for, of course, Sir Lionel would have had to ask him to come with us, and that would have spoiled everything. There would have been no beautiful Memory Island in my sea. Do you know, I had almost forgotten Dick for 2 or 3 days. He seemed to have gone out of my life, as if he had never been in, and it was quite a mental shock to meet him on the quay at Bidford. He didn't seem to be in the picture at all, whereas Sir Lionel is always in it, whatever or whenever it may be. We, Sir Lionel and I, asked politely for his mother's health, and he answered, apparently without thinking, "Mother? Oh, she's all right." Then he evidently remembered that he'd been sent for because she was ill, and had the grace to look ashamed of his hard-heartedness. He explained that when he arrived he found her already better, though nervous, and that she was practically cured. But I saw him and his aunt exchange a look. I wonder if it meant that the mother has any weird sort of disease. Contagious, perhaps? I do hope it isn't anything I haven't had. It would be so awkward to come down with it now, though the sight of Dick with mumps, for instance, would repay me for a good deal. Mrs. Center's room at Bidford adjoined mine, with a locked door between, and that night, for half an hour after I'd gone to bed, I heard a murmur of voices. Hers and Dick's. They seemed to be tremendously in earnest about something. Luckily, I couldn't hear a word they said, otherwise I should have had the bother of stopping my ears. But I couldn't help knowing that there was a heated argument. Aunt Glen protesting, Nephew Dick insisting, and, after stress and storm, a final understanding arrived, at which, apparently, satisfied both. Such a splendid road it was, going out of Bidford, with views of sea and river, the distant shore levels indigo, and a fiery golden light, like spilt sherry on the livid green of the salt-paled grass. The sails of fishing boats from instow rose from dark, ruffled waters, white as lily petals, and out of heavy purple clouds poured streams of flaming light, as if bags loaded with gold dust had burst with their own weight. Long sand flats gleamed red as coral with some low-growing sea plant, and the backs of wind-blown leaves on bush and hedge were all dull silver, under the shadows of racing clouds that tore at 1,000-horsepower speed over golden meadows. It was an extraordinary but thoroughly English effect. And isn't it sad? The grazing cows and sheep we passed never once looked up or cared. But the people, the charming peasants of Devon, cared. They looked up and smiled at their sky as if it gave them good thoughts, and everyone on foot or in wagon was so polite to us, flashing such kind looks from beautiful eyes, that we had the sensation of tasting honey. It kept us busy, returning the bows of the handsome, courteous people, and altogether it was like a royal progress. Poor Apollo isn't used to such treatment, out of Devonshire and Cornwall, I can tell you. He always does his best to be considerate, yet he is often misunderstood, being nothing but a motor car, whom nobody loves. It was a joy to see merry Devonshire children flinging themselves into our dust as if it were perfumed spray, and playing that they, too, were motor cars. Such a nice change after some counties, where we had behaved beautifully without any appreciation, to feel that for once we gave pleasure to someone as we passed in and out of their obscure little lives. The wind was laden with the scent of honeysuckle, and the sweet yellow hay which blew out of high piled carts to twine like gold webbing on flowery hedges and on the crimson hollyhocks that rose like straight, tall flames against whitewashed walls. Even the droves of sheep we met were more polite than non-Devonshire sheep, for instead of blocking our way obstinately, keeping just in front so that we could pass on neither side, they thoughtfully charged into village inns and cottage gardens. But of course, you can't expect pink sheep to act like ordinary muttonhood. These Devonshire creatures look exactly like a lot of pink wool mats blowing away. Probably they are pixie-led, for Devonshire simply swarms with pixies. If you are a human being and happen to put your stockings on wrong side out, they get power over you at once. But I don't know what the trick is, if you are a sheep. We ran above a great ravine at Barnstaple, and the scene was so fine that I gave mental thanks to the glaciers, which, in the Ice Age, had so tastefully scooped out all this down country into graceful curves and majestic cliffs. After leaving the sea behind us, we were ringed in, swallowed up among lovely, gracious hills, which hid the world from us from the world. For miles upon miles, a snake-like road writhed smoothly down the sides of these hills, until at last, after a wildly exhilarating run, we found ourselves in a peaceful green alley. The Hobby Drive was no more beautiful, and not half so exciting, but by now we were coming to the Switzerland of England. As we sped on, great downs rolled up behind us, and towered above our heads like the crests of huge green waves at breaking point. Even the sky suited itself to the country here, forming bigger, more tumbled clouds than elsewhere, and to my surprise, I saw American goldenrod, such as I used to gather as a child, growing quite at home among yellow ox-eyed daisies. There was a tremendous hill wriggling down with wicked twists to Linton, and in the middle we met a car that had torn off all its tires. Sir Lionel asked if we could do anything, but the chauffeur was so disgusted with life that, though he snapped out, "No, thank you," his eyes said, "Damn." At Linton, we stopped at a hotel like an exaggerated, glorified cottage, with a thatched roof and a veranda running all round. It stands in a big perfumed garden, and from the windows and that quaint stone-paved veranda, you can look over the sea to the Welsh coast, whence at evening 2 blazing eyes of light watch you across the blue water. Sir Lionel had meant to stay only one night at the cottage hotel, but Linton was beautiful, with a siren beauty that would not let us go. Even his resolution wasn't proof against its witchery. So we stopped 2 whole days, going downstairs, as I called it, to Lynmouth, to see the old Shelley cottage and lots of other things. But oh, what a road from Linton! If a young fly, when its mother takes it for its first walk down a wall, feels as I did crawling to Lynmouth, both brakes on, I pity it. I wasn't exactly frightened, for I never could be, quite, with Sir Lionel driving, but I was prickly with awe. It was a good thing Emily didn't go with us. I believe her poor little pincushion heart would have burst in sheer fright, and all the sawdust would have trickled out. I laughed hysterically when I saw a motor garage at the bottom. It ought to be a motor hospital, for few cars can get down unscathed, I should think. Afterward, when we were safely up again, Sir Lionel said that, if he had known what it was really like, he wouldn't have taken Mrs. Center and me in the car, but would have had us go in Sir George Nooney's lift. Not that he didn't trust Apollo, but he confessed to being uncomfortable for us. I will say that Mrs. Center behaved well, however, and never emitted one squeak, though her complexion looked, when we arrived at Lynmouth, as if she had been on a tossing ship for weeks. Up at Linton, the great thing to do is to walk along the edge of the sea cliff to the Valley of Rocks, a kind of nature museum for statues and busts of Titans, locked in between Castle Rock and the Devil's Cheese Ring. It is a startlingly magnificent walk, but when you are actually in the Valley of Rocks, it isn't quite so wonderful as when seen from a distance. The arena itself is rather like the backyard of the gods, where they threw their broken mead cups. I had a queer feeling of having been there before, which I couldn't understand for a minute, until a scene in Lorna Doone flashed back to me, and a young maid in the hotel firmly believes that many of the fantastic shapes of rock were once people who, according to an old story, were turned into stone for behaving irreligiously on Sundays. Yesterday morning we said goodbye to Linton, and Sir Lionel, Dick, Mrs. Center, and I walked to Watersmeet. Emily going along the upper road in the car with young Nick, whose hand was well enough to drive. I don't know whether Dad ever talked to you about Watersmeet, but I'm surprised if he didn't, because not only is it one of the very most beautiful beauty spots of Devon, but not far beyond, on the way to Exmoor, is Brendon, our name place. You can guess without my telling why Watersmeet is called Watersmeet, and it is the most musical meeting you can imagine. Rocks on one side, a wooded hill on the other, and down below the singing of the river. We walked along an exquisite low-lying path from Watersmeet, and all about I saw the name of Brendon, Brendon Village, Brendon Forge, and other Brendons. I was so excited that I forgot the Lethbridge episode, and was on the point of exclaiming to Sir Lionel, "How interesting to come on Father's ancestral home!" I wonder what would have happened if I had. I should have had to try and blunder out of the scrape somehow, with Dick's eyes on me, sparkling with mischief, and Mrs. Center critical. I forgot to tell you that the Tyndalls left us at Bidford, having no excuse to cling, even if they wanted to, because they had done Exmoor already. But since the evening when Mrs. Tyndall tried to pump me about Venice, dear Gwendolen has been restless and suspicious. She can't suspect the truth, of course, unless Dick has told her, which I'm sure he hasn't, for his own sake. But she suspects something. She has a common enough mind to spring to some horrid conclusion, such as my having been secretly in Venice with objectionable people. Perhaps she thinks me privately married. I'm sure she'd be delighted if that were the truth, because then Dick and Sir Lionel would both be safe. As we walked, Dick kept trying to get me far enough away from the others to tell me some news, which he hurriedly whispered was important. But even if I'd wanted to give him a chance, which I didn't, fate would have denied it to him. At Rockford Inn, we took to the motor again, finding Emily limp after what she considered appalling hills, but I'm sure they were nothing to the Linton-Lynmouth one, as this time Apollo himself had been sent down in the big lift. Now we were coming to Doon Land, and I was all eagerness to see it, because of Lorna Doone, and because of things I'd heard from Sir Lionel as we walked side by side for a few minutes after Watersmeet. I had supposed that if there were any foundation for the Doone story, it was as slight as the fabric of a dream. But he told me of a pamphlet he had read, A Short History of the Original Doones, by a Miss Ida or Audrie Brown, only about 8 or 9 years ago. She said it was extraordinary how well the author of Lorna had known all the traditions of her family, for she was one of the Doones, and that there really was a Sir Ensor, a wild, rebellious son of an Earl of Moray, who travelled with his wife to Exmoor and settled there in a rage, because the king would give him no redress against his elder brother. How does she spell her name of Audrey? I asked, trying to look more good and innocent than Eve could possibly have been even in pre-Serpentine days.
Audrie,
he answered, and I trusted that Dick was too far behind to hear what we were saying.
That was the favorite name for girls in the Doone family,
Sir Lionel went on.
Miss Brown thinks Sir Ensor and his wife must have crossed the Quantocks coming here, and must have taken a fancy to the name of West Quantockhead's patron saint, Audrey, also spelled that way.
It's rather a pretty name, I ventured, feeling pink.
One of the prettiest in the world,
said Sir Lionel. I was pleased, though I ought to have been bowed down with the burden of borrowed guilt. There was a bad motor road from Audible to the gateway of the moor, but Apollo didn't mind, though I think he was glad to stop outside Malmsmead Farm, where we had lunch. I suppose you can't expect such modern creatures as motors and chauffeurs, especially Bengali ones, to appreciate farmhouses 700 years old. I loved the place, though, and so did Sir Lionel. Nothing ever tasted better than the rosy ham, the crisp cottage bread, the thick cream and wild honey the farm people gave us, and the honey smelt like the moor, which has just as individual and haunting a fragrance as Dartmoor, though different. After lunch, I wanted to see the Doone Valley and the ruins of the Doone houses, which, by the way, my namesake, Miss Brown, says were not the Doone houses, but only the huts where the brigand band used to keep stolen cattle. So Sir Lionel said I must have a pony. I wasn't tired, though he thought I ought to be after our walk, but the idea of riding a rough Exmoor pony was great fun, and I didn't object. Sir Lionel asked Mrs. Center, who had been making fun of the Doone story at lunch, rather coolly if she would care to go too. And to his evident surprise, though not at all to mine, she instantly said she would. They have several ponies at the farm, and Sir Lionel hired 2, he and Dick meaning to walk, and Emily intending to stop in the farm sitting room, nodding over the visitor's book, full of interesting names, no doubt. No sooner had our dear, roughly fringed little beasts been saddled, and we clung on to their backs, than there arose a great hue and cry in the farmyard. The stag hunt was passing. Such an excitement you never saw. Nobody would have thought the same thing had happened many times a year for generations. The big, good-natured farmer raced about, waving his arms and adjuring us to "Come on!" The postman darted by on his bicycle, forgetful of letters, thinking only of the stag. Pretty girls from the neighboring Badgeworthy farm and Lorna Doone farm tore up a hill, laughing and screaming. "They'm found! They'm found!" yelled the farm hands. Everybody shouted, everybody ran, or at least danced up and down, and wider than all was the joy of our Exmoor ponies, Mrs. Center's and mine. They didn't intend to let the hunt go by without them, the stanch little sporting beasts. We hadn't the least idea what they meant to do, or perhaps, just perhaps, we might have stopped them. But before Mrs. Center and I knew what was happening to us, off we dashed on ponyback after the hunt. I laughed so much I could hardly keep my seat, but I did somehow, though not very gracefully, and in about 5 minutes Sir Lionel's long legs had enabled him to catch my little monster, which he grabbed by the reins and stopped, before we got mixed up with the staghounds. Dick was slower about rescuing his aunt, because his legs are shorter than Sir Lionel's, and her pony had not the pleasant disposition of mine. Dick vowed afterward that it spit at him. After reading Lorna, the Doone Valley looked rather too gentle, with its grassy slopes to be satisfactory to my brigand-wetted mind, and the ruins of the Doone houses would have been disappointing too, if it hadn't been for Miss Audrie Brown's tale of the distant dwellings in the Weir Water Valley. But I liked hearing that all the hills have names of their own, and that you can be sure you are not going to fall into a treacherous bog if only you see a sprig of purple heather, a good, honest plant which hates anything secret. Our ponies didn't need the heather signal, though. They shied away from bogs as if by instinct. They knew the moor so well. If we had stumbled into a pitfall, our only hope would have been to lie quite flat and crawl along the surface with the same motion that you make in swimming. It was late afternoon by the time we had seen all that the ponies wanted us to see of the Doone Valley, and then our way led us back to Lynmouth by the appalling Contisbury Hill, on to Parracombe, Blackmoor Gate, Chalicombe, romantic little Simon's Bath, sacred to the memory of Sigmund the Dragon Slayer, and 2 outlaws, of whom Tom Faggus of the Strawberry Horse was one. And pretty historic Exford, and so to Dunster. A beautiful road it was to the eye, but not always to the tire. And half the hills of England seemed to have lined up in a procession, but Apollo smiled in his bonnet at them all, and appeared rather pleased than otherwise to show what he could do. When we came into Dunster, it was almost dark, just the beautiful hour when the air seems to have turned blue, a deep, clear azure, and of all the quaintly picturesque places we have seen, I know at first glimpse that Dunster would turn out to be the best. Some towns, like some people, introduce themselves to you in a friendly, charming way, with no chill reserve, as if they were sure you deserved to see their best side. It's like that with Dunster, anyhow, when you arrive in a motor, and the first thing you see is the ancient yarn market, wooden, octagonal, perfect. Then before you have recovered from the effect of that, and the general unspoiledness of everything, you come to the stone porch of the Luttrell Arms Inn. Old and grim, with openings for crossbows, which I suppose the abbots of Cleve must have had to defend themselves, because the house once belonged to them. If you could see no other town but Dunster, it would be worth while coming across seas to England. But I suppose I've said that about other places, haven't I? Well, I can't help it if I have. Dunster is absolutely perfect. Not one false note struck in the quaint music of its antiquity. Our sitting room was the abbot's refectory, splendid with black oak beams and a noble ceiling. Its diamond-paned windows look into a wonderful courtyard where you expect to see monks walking, or perhaps cavaliers, and on the hill above the garden there are earthworks thrown up by Oliver Cromwell's army during the siege of Dunster Castle, the Alnwick of the West. Tomorrow we are to be allowed, as a special favor, to see the inside of the castle, which towers up so grandly against the sky. It isn't open to the public, but Sir Lionel knows some relatives of the owners, so we are to be shown around. Tomorrow, I say, but if I don't stop at once and go to bed, it will be today. Ever your Audrie. End of section 24.
Section 25 of Set in Silver. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Craig Franklin. Set in Silver by Charles Norris and Alice Muriel Williamson. Section 25. Sir Lionel Pendragon to Colonel Patrick O'Hagan. Swan Hotel, Wells, August 20th. My dear Pat, what a good fellow you are. Your letter just forwarded here has been like for me a draught from the cup which cheers, but not. No, on second thoughts, I can't go on with the quotation. But not inebriates. I rather think the cup has inebriated me a little. Anyhow, it has made me a bit conceited. I say to myself, well, if this is his opinion of me, why not believe there's something in it, and do as other men have done before me? He ought to be a judge of men, and know enough of women to have some idea of the sort of person it would be possible for one of them to love. That is the state of mind to which you have brought me, with a little ink and a little paper, and plenty of good intentions. It would take about a magnum of champagne to exhilarate some men, as your praise and your advice have exhilarated me. When I wrote you last, I was in the dumps. It was a dull world, and all the tigers I had ever shot were mounted on sackcloth or stuffed with ashes. Sounds disgusting, doesn't it? But suddenly the sun broke out, and dullness and tigers fled together. I suppose I must always have been a creature of moods, and didn't know it. For all it took to change grey Purgatorio to blue Paradiso was a few words from a girl. She said she didn't love Dick, and would as soon marry my chauffeur, or words to that effect. Explained everything, or if she didn't explain, looked at me, and I thought she had explained. I forget now whether she did explain or not, rationally and satisfactorily, but it doesn't matter. There is no one like her, and I have reached a stage of idiocy concerning her which I would blush to describe. I see now that the feeling which a very young man, hardly out of boyhood, dignified with the name of love, is merely a kind of foundation that, when fallen into picturesque ruin, makes a good, firm flooring of experience to build second or real love upon. I don't know whether that's well or badly said, but it expresses my state of mind. If only this second true love of mine were not the daughter of the first and false. Even now, when I frankly acknowledge to myself that she can make the light of the world for me, there are black moments when I distrust her. Distrust my impressions of her, and hate myself for doing both. I used to believe so firmly in heredity that I can't throw aside my old theories in a moment, even for her sake. How come Ellaline de Nesville's and Fred Lethbridge's daughter to be what this girl seems? That's what I ask myself, but there again your letter helps. You remind me that our parents are not our only ancestors. But enough of all this rhapsodizing and doubting. There's nothing definite to tell you, except that she has said she doesn't care for Dick Brendon, and that, generally speaking, if appearances are against her, I must kindly not judge by them. Give her the benefit of the doubt as long as you can, you say. But thank heaven I can do more. I give her the benefit of not doubting at all, except in those black moments I have confessed to you. We have had some good road adventures together, and she has proved herself a thorough sportswoman as well as a jewel of a companion. But of course I haven't had her often to myself. Mrs. Centre and Dick Brendon are still of the party, and say nothing about future plans, though there was a vague understanding when they first came that they were asked for a fortnight. They seem to be enjoying themselves, so I suppose I ought to be pleased. And Mrs. Centre is agreeable to everybody, though sometimes it has occurred to me that she and Ellaline don't hit it off invariably. Still, I may be mistaken. She praises Ellaline, and seems anxious to throw her into Dick's society, which presumably she wouldn't do if she didn't like the girl. Dick did run up to Scotland to see his mother for a few days, and I thought, as Miss Brendon sent for him on account of her health, he might have to stay on. But no such luck. He was back almost indecently soon, pounced down upon us at Bideford, just in time perhaps to prevent my taking your advice before I got it. The fact is, there was a queer misunderstanding, with which I won't bore you, but by which Ellaline was left behind at Tintagel, and I went back alone to fetch her with the car. She was adorable, even unusually adorable, and I loved her horribly. Yes, that's the only word for it, because it hurt. It hurt so much that next day I felt I couldn't go on bearing the pain, and that I should have to find a chance to tell her. I was pretty sure she would think me a middle-aged and several other kinds of a fool, even though she were polite in words. Nevertheless, I might have run the risk, even unspurred by your letter, if Dick hadn't come back looking extremely young and attractively impertinent. She mayn't care a rap for him. She says she doesn't, so I suppose she knows her own mind. Still, the contrast between our years is in his favour, and with him under my nose as well as continuously underfoot, I see myself as, I fear, others see me. Yet I may not be able to keep my head if a chance should come, and if I lose it, my head I mean, that's the time to take your advice. We have been seeing some fine country of late. Dunster was one of the best bits, also grand old Luttrell Castle, which, by the way, is Hardy's Stancy Castle in the Lodisham. There are some rare old buildings in Dunster, which reek history. The church has a noble, rude screen, and the yarn market is unique in England. So is the queer old nunnery, so-called, and the ancient inn where we stayed. Cleve Abbey is only a few miles away, and I was surprised at the magnificence of the ruin, which was used as a farmhouse for years, and would be thus degraded still if it weren't for Mr. Luttrell, the owner of Dunster Castle, who has bought and restored it. Cistercian, and as old as the 10th century, with a gatehouse of Richard II's day. Bits of exquisite, encaustic tiling from the demolished church, preserved religiously under glass, and a refractory roof to enchant artists and archaeologists. Beautiful, hammered beams, and carved angels of Spanish walnut wood. 15th century, I think, and some shadowy ghosts of frescoes. Ellaline was enchanted with the old custodian, who talked much about heart of oak, and when she ventured to remark that he looked as if he were made of it, she and the old fellow himself both blushed amusingly. We came on through pretty, respectable-looking Williton, where lived Reginald Fitzurse, who helped murder St. Thomas of Canterbury, and where everything is extraordinarily ancient except the motor garage. By this we were among the Quantock Hills, and the differences between Devonshire and Somerset scenery were beginning to be very marked. It's difficult to define such differences, but they're visible in every feature. The shape of the downs, the trees, standing up tall and isolated in Somerset, like landmarks, even the conformation of roads, which, by the way, are extremely good in these regions. A pleasant change for the car after some of her wild hill climbing and tobogganing feats in North Devon. Do you remember how when we were boys we discussed favourite names and placed Audrie high in the list among those of women? Here in the Quantock Hills they spell it Audrie, for the saint who patronises West Quantock's Head, and I have learned that it was the name which the outlawed Doon tribe best loved to give their girl children. I think I used to say I should like to marry a girl named Audrie, but never heard of such a person in real life, until Ellaline informed me on seeing St. Audrey's that it's the name of her most intimate friend. I responded by confessing my boyish resolve, and to amuse myself asked if she would some day introduce me to her friend. "Not for the world," said she, and blushed. I wish I could make myself believe her jealous. You would probably encourage me to think it. Wordsworth loved the pleasant region of the Quantock Hills, you know, and wrote some charming poems while he and Coleridge lived at Netherstowey and Alfredon. But just to see it in passing, Netherstowey looks unattractive, and as for Bridgewater, not much further on, where a red road has turned pink, then pale, then white with chalk, it is as commercial to look at as it is historical to read of. When a boy, in bloodthirsty moods, I used to pore over that history, read how Judge Jeffreys lodged at Bridgewater during the bloody assizes. The house is gone now, washed away like an old bloodstain. How the moor between Weston and Bridgewater, in these days lined with motors, was lined with Feversham's gibbets after Sedgemoor. Doesn't Macaulay refer to that as the last fight deserving the name of battle fought on English soil? Then there was the story of Swain's Jump, which one connected with Bridgewater. He made his famous escape in Toxley Wood, close by, and to this day the place is marked with 3 stones. That sort of thing rushes you back in a minute over long distances in time, doesn't it? As motors rush you forward in a minute over long distances of space. So to Glastonbury, by the way of Poland Hill, looking down over the Sedgemoor Plain, Chedzoy Church, on whose southern buttress the battle axes were sharpened, and Western Zoyland, with its Dutch-sounding name and Dutch-looking dykes. I never saw Glastonbury until now, and I'm not sure that, having seen it, I shan't be obliged to hook it on top of Winchester on my bump of reverence. Not that one can compare its ruined grandeur with well-preserved Winchester. The comparison lies in the oldness and the early beginnings of religion. I believe Glastonbury is the one religious institution in which Briton, Saxon, and Normans all share and share alike. So the place seems to bind our race to a race supplanted. St. Dunstan is the great man of the place, because he it was who restored the monastery after Danish wars. But he is a modern celebrity beside Joseph of Arimathea, the founder who came with 11 companions to bring the holy word to Britain. It was the Archangel Gabriel who bade him found a church in honour of the Virgin, and it was a real inspiration of the archangels, for what one can see of the chapel of St. Joseph is absolutely perfect, a gem of beauty. We came to Glastonbury in the afternoon, having lunched at a nice old coaching house in Bridgewater, and after pausing for a look at the abbot's kitchen, I drove straight to the George, which I had heard of as being the Pilgrim's Inn of ancient times, and the best bit of domestic architecture in the town. The idea was to have tea there, an indulgence for which Emily clamoured, being half choked with chalk dust, but the house was so singularly beautiful and interesting that it seemed a crime not to sleep in it. The front is a gorgeous mass of carved panelling. In the middle rises a 4-centred gateway, and on the left is a marvel of a bow window with a bay for every story. We went up a newel stairway to look at rooms, and one in which Henry VIII slept at night fell to my share. Not because I was selfishly ready to take the best, however, for there were several others more curious, if not more interesting. Our quarters for the night selected, we went out sightseeing on foot, first taking the Abbey and Chapel of the Blessed Virgin, corruptly known as St. Joseph's. It's a good thing, Pat, that you didn't get your youthful way and annex Emily, because you have, or had, a strong weakness for ruins, and she doesn't appreciate them in any form. The difference between her expression and Ellaline's, while gazing at what is left of Glastonbury's glory, was a study. Emily's bored, yet conscientiously desiring to be interested. The girl's rapt radiant. And indeed, these remnants of beauty are pathetically fair enough to draw tears to such young eyes as hers. They are even more majestic in ruin than they could have been in noblest prime, I think, because those broken arches have the splendour of classic tragedy. They are like a poem of which a few immortal lines are lost. In the warm light of the August afternoon, the old stones, pillars, and arches of Glastonbury Abbey seemed to be carved in stained ivory, a bas-relief on lapis lazuli. We lingered until our pretty Mrs. Centre got the look in her eyes of one who has stood too long in high-heeled boots, and Emily asked plaintively whether we were not going to see the Glastonbury thorn. It appeared that she had promised to write her tame parson about it, and send him a sprig for planting, and she was much disappointed when she heard that the original thorn, Joseph of Arimathea's blossoming staff, had been destroyed centuries ago on Weary All Hill, where the saintly band rested on the way to Glastonbury. One trunk of the famous tree was hewed down by a Puritan in Elizabeth's day. I'm happy to tell you he lost a leg and an eye in the act, while the second and only remaining one was destroyed by a military saint in the Great Rebellion. What disagreeable things saints have done, exclaimed Ellaline, which shocked Emily. There have been very few military ones anyhow, my sister returned mildly, with a slightly reproachful glance at me aimed at my spiritual failures. I cheered her up by promising that I would get her a sprig of thorn at Wells, and telling her how all the transplanted slips have the habit of blossoming on Christmas Day, old style. January the 6th, isn't it? Our next sight was the museum in the marketplace, and you may take my word for it, Pat, there's nothing much more interesting to be found the world over if you're interested in antiquities as you and I are. There's the Alfred jewel, which of course the women liked best, and next in their estimation came the bronze mirrors, the queer pins and big needles, the rouge pots and the hair curlers, which Emily gravely pronounced to be curiously like hinds, of the Celtic beauties who lived before the visits of those clever commercial travellers, the Phoenicians. These relics were taken from the prehistoric village at Godnet Marsh, discovered only about 16 years ago, and they were found with others far more important. For instance, a big, clumsy canoe of black oak, which was soft as soap when it first came out of its hiding place in the thick peat bog, but was hardened afterward by various scientific tricks. I confess to more interest in the dice boxes and dice, some of which the sly old Celtic foxes had loaded. Cheating isn't precisely a modern device, it seems. After the museum, I took the party to a jeweller's I'd heard of and bought some copies of the Sacred Treasures, a replica of the Alfred jewel, a silver bowl exactly imitating a bronze one from the lake village, probably of Greek manufacture, brought over by Phoenicians, and other quaint and interesting things. Ellaline is to have the jewel, the silver bowl is to be a sop to Mrs. Centre, and for Emily is a tiny model oven. such as the Phoenicians taught the Celts to make, and the Cornish cottagers bake their bread in to this day. There was the old Red Lion Inn to see, too, where Abbot Whitting lay the night before his execution, which was a murder, and the women's almshouses, and a dozen other things which tourists are expected to see, besides many dozen which they are not. And it is for the latter that Ellaline and I have a predilection. She and I are also fond of believing any story which is interesting. Therefore, we are both invaluable victims to the custodians of museums and other show places. The nice old fellow in the Glastonbury Museum was delighted with our faith, which would not only have moved mountains, but transported to such mountains any historic celebrity necessary to impress the picture. We believed in the burying of the original chalice, from which to this hour flows a pure spring, the holy or blood spring. We believe that St. Patrick was born and died on the Isle of Avalon, and more firmly than all that both Arthur and Guinevere were buried under St. Mary's, or St. Joseph's, chapel. Why didn't the custodian point out to us, in the picture of an ancient plan of the chapel, the actual spot where their bodies lay? What could we ask more than that? But if we go to Scotland next year, we shall doubtless believe just as firmly that Arthur rests there, in spite of the record at Glastonbury, in spite even of Tennyson. The island valley of Avalon, where falls not hail or rain or any snow, nor ever wind blows loudly, but it lies, deep meadowed, happy, fair, with orchard lawns, and bowery hollows crowned with summer sea, where I will heal me of my grievous wound. Does that come back to you, from Arthur's speech to Bedivere? But he died of the grievous wound after all, and the custodian goes so far as to assert solemnly that when the coffins were opened in the days of Henry II, the bodies of the king and queen were very beautiful to see for a moment, untouched by time, but that in a second, as the people looked, their dust crumbled away, all except the splendid golden hair of Guinevere, which remained to tell of her glory for many a long year, until it was stolen and disappeared forever. That is a good story anyhow, and adds to the curious, almost magical enchantment of Glastonbury. Ellaline says that the very name of Glastonbury will after this ring in her ears like the sound of fairy bells chiming over the lost lake that ringed the Isle of Avalon. You know, I dare say, that Glastonbury is supposed to have its derivation from British Iniswitren, Inisvitri, the island of glass, because the water surrounding it was blue and clear as crystal. So many golden apples grew in the island orchards that it became also the Isle of Avalon, from Avalar, an apple. Even now, the queer conical isolated hills of the neighbourhood are called islands, and it is easy to picture Glastonbury as an isle rising among lesser ones out of a bright azure estuary stretching away and away to the Bristol Channel. The Saxon king Edgar, whose royal castle had given the name to the town of Edgerley, must have had a fine view in his day. And now you have only to go up Tor Hill, a landmark for miles around, with its tower of St. Michael on top like the watchdog of a dead king, to see Wells Cathedral to the north, the blue Mendips east and west, and cutting the range a mysterious break, like a door, which means the wild pass of Cheddar. Far in the west, a gleam of the Bristol Channel, south, the Polden Hills, the Dorset Heights beyond, and the Quantocks, overtopped by the peak of Dunkery Beacon. I think one would have to go far to see more of England in one sweep of the eye. Indeed, foreigners might come, make a hasty ascent of Tor Hill, and take the next boat back to their own country, telling their friends, not untruthfully, that they had seen England. At night in the room of Henry VIII, I dreamt I saw Anne Boleyn with Ellaline's face, which smiled at me, the lips saying, "I'll forgive you if you'll forgive me." I hope that's a good omen. We gave ourselves 24 hours in Glastonbury and the neighbourhood, running out to the prehistoric village at Godney Marsh to see the excavations, and to Mere. By the by, the very causeway over which our motor spun was built of stones from the Abbey. Then on, towards evening, to Wells. There have been surprisingly blue evenings lately, to which Ellaline has drawn my attention, and her simile on the way to Wells, that we seem to be driving through a pelting rain of violets, I thought rather pretty. What shall I do, I wonder, if I have to part with her? Give her to some other man, perhaps. It hardly bears thinking of, and yet it may easily happen. It seems to me that every man who sees her must want her, and the feeling doesn't make for peace or comfort. I suppose I might be different and less the brute if I hadn't lived so long in the East, growing used to Eastern customs. But as it is, when I see some man's eyes light upon her face and rest there in surprised admiration, I want to snatch her up, wrap her in a veil, and run off with her in my arms. Beastly, isn't it? I have no such feeling, however, in connection with Mrs. Centre, although she is very striking and excites a good deal of attention wherever we go. I haven't seen Emily so happy since we have been motoring as she is at Wells, and it seems almost criminal to tear her away, though I fear I shall have to do so tomorrow. She says that, except at home, she has never felt such an air of religious calm as in Wells, and there's something in the feeling which I can understand, though I must admit I don't go about the world searching for a religious calm. Certainly one can't imagine a crime being committed at Wells, and a wicked thought would be rather wickeder here than elsewhere. Not that the cathedral is to me alluringly beautiful. I believe it ranks high and is even exalted as the best secular church to be found the world over, the west front being glorified as a masterpiece beyond all others in England. At first sight, it vaguely disappointed me. I'm no expert judge of architecture, and don't pretend to be. Still, I dare to have my likes and dislikes, and it was not until I'd walked around the cathedral many times, stood and stared at it, and got up heights to survey it from different points of view, that I began to warm towards it mightily. Now I find it eminently noble, yet not so lovable as some which my memory cherishes, some not perhaps as architecturally or artistically perfect. But you know what individuality buildings have, especially those which are vast and dominating, and Wells is unique. As the common people say, it wants knowing. Emily, usually sparing of adjectives, pronounces the Lady Chapel a dream, and I don't think she exaggerates, but for myself, the things least forgettable in the cathedral will be the chapter house stairs and the beautiful 14th century glass. The ascent of the staircase is an exquisite experience, and, as Ellaline cried out in her joy, it must be like going up a snow mountain by moonlight. The old clock in the transept too holds one hypnotized, waiting always to see what will happen next. Peter Lightfoot, the Glastonbury monk who made it in the 14th century, must have had a lively imagination and have loved excitement. Something doing, as Americans say. Ellaline and I are overcome with sympathy for one of 4 desperately fighting knights who never gets the colours. Hard luck to work like that for hundreds of years and never succeed. At last Emily has seen the Glastonbury thorn and obtained her slip as an exceptional favour. She longs for Christmas to come to know if it will bloom as it does regularly every year in the gardens of the Bishop's Palace. Until now, I couldn't have imagined envying a bishop, but to live in the palace at Wells and own the palace gardens for life would be worth a few sacrifices. I should think there could have been never a more poetical or charming garden on earth, not excepting Eden, or a few Indian gardens I have admired. It is perfect, as Ellaline says, even pluperfect, in its contrast with the grey ruins and the mellow ancient house. There is an embattled wall, which makes a terrace walk above the fair lawns and jewelled flower beds, and from the top as you walk, the hills girdling the old city go waving in gradations of blue to an opal horizon. There's an old well house in the garden, which is one of its chief ornaments, and has adorned it since the 15th century. Bishop Beckington, the Beckington of the punning rebus, Beacon and Tun, built it to supply water to the city. But there were plenty of other springs always, 7 famous ones, which suggested the name Wells. And had they not existed, perhaps King Ina, who flourished in the 8th century and was mixed up in Glastonbury history, would not have founded a cathedral here. Blessed be the 7 wells, then, for without them one of the fairest places in England might never have existed. I had heard of the celebrated swans, and as I knew she would like them, I determined to pay the birds a morning call, the day after we arrived, with Ellaline. From any obtrusion of Emily's I felt safe, for her mind whirled here with old oak carvings, flaxman sculptures, ancient vestments, carven tombs, and, above all, choral services. Indeed, Emily is never at her best except in a cathedral, and I knew that swans would not be ecclesiastic enough to please her. But of Mrs. Centre and Dick I had to be more wary, for the lady, no doubt because she is my guest, feels it polite to give me a good deal of her society, and Dick naturally considers that Ellaline's time is wasted on me, especially when he isn't by to alleviate the boredom. My one chance was to lure the girl out early, for neither Mrs. Centre nor Brendon loves the first morning hours. With all the guilty tremors of one who cooks an intrigue, I sent a note to Ellaline's room, just after she had gone to bed, asking if she was sporting enough to come for a walk at 7:30. I thought that way of putting the invitation would fetch her, and it did. But perhaps a card I enclosed had something to do with her prompt acceptance. I printed in my best imitation of engraved text Mr. and Mrs. Swan and the Mrs. Signet. At home, in the moat, Bishop's Palace, ring for refreshments, RSVP. 5 minutes later came down a scrap of paper, all she had, no doubt, with a little pencil scrawl saying that Miss Lethbridge was delighted to accept Mr. and Mrs. Swan's kind invitation for 7:30, and thanked Sir Lionel Pendragon for obtaining it. I have put this away with my treasures, of course. I was at the place appointed before the time, and she didn't keep me waiting. As a matter of fact, she's always extraordinarily prompt. Modern school training, I suppose, as Ellaline I was never known to be in time for anything. And the swans were worth getting up for. They are magnificent creatures, but, unlike many professional beauties, they're as clever as they are handsome. For generations they and their ancestors have been trained to ring a bell when they breakfast, and to see the whole family, mother, babies and cousins, breasting the clear lilied water and waiting in a dignified, not too eager, row while father pulls a bell in the old palace wall, tweaking the string impatiently with his beak, is better than any theatrical performance of this season in London. Ellaline was entranced, and would have the play played over and over again by the swan actors and the stage manageress, a kindly and polite woman who conducted the entertainment. When we were both ashamed to beg for more, Ellaline suggested a walk around the town, which is of an unspoilt beauty, and you can guess whether or no I was glad to be her guide. I'm certain I should have proposed before breakfast. I wonder if any man was ever in love enough for that. If Dick Burton and his aunt hadn't turned a corner at the critical moment. But perhaps it was just as well. In spite of what you say, I am certain she would have refused me. Nevertheless, for your encouragement, my dear old Pat, I am yours ever gratefully, Pen.
Section 26 of Set in Silver. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. Set in Silver by Charles Norris and Alice Muriel Williamson. Section 26. Mrs. Center to her sister, Mrs. Brendon. Empire Hotel, Bath. August without end. Amen. My dear Sis, talk about a land where it is always afternoon. Seems to me it will never stop being August. I'm dead sick of motoring in present company, and so furious with Sir Lionel that the only revenge I can think of is to marry him. Would that I could say, vengeance is mine, but it's still a bird in the bush, I regret to say, while in my hand is nothing save the salt which I'm trying to sprinkle on its tail. Curious feeling one has on a motor tour. I have the sensation of being detached from my own past. Good thing that, for some ladies of our acquaintance, like a hook that's come out of its eye. The hook, however, is quite ready to fit into any new eye that happens to be handy, or dig out any eye that happens to be in the way. And that brings me back to Mademoiselle Lethbridge. It really can't be good for one's liver to dislike any one as much as I have grown to dislike that girl. But unfortunately I can't afford to despise her. She is clever, almost too clever for cherished, protected schoolgirl 19. Would that I could find a screw loose in her history. Wouldn't I make it rattle? I thought I had got hold of one for the Tyndalls, but Sir Lionel wouldn't listen to the rattling, wouldn't let it rattle for an instant. It is only the change of climate and English food that prevents his manners from being, as no doubt they were in Eastern climes, those of a bashaw. And if he were one's husband, he couldn't be more disagreeable than he is at times. Not that he means to be disagreeable. If he did, one would know how to take him, or not to take him. But it is his polite indifference to which I object. I'm not used to it in men. It's like a brick wall you're dying to kick against, only it's no use. I don't take all the trouble I do with my hair and complexion not to be looked at, I assure you. Why, my waist might just as well be 2 inches bigger for all he notices. It is too trying. And then to see the way he looks at that girl, who doesn't know enough about physical economy to make powder stick on her nose when it rains. It does me good to talk to you like this. Dick isn't sympathetic, because he happens to be in love with the young female, and though he occasionally abuses her himself on the spur of a snub, he won't let me do it. Don't think, however, that I give up hope. By no means. I have heaps of tricks up my sleeve, small and fashionable as it is, and lots of strings to my bow. But I just wish one was a bowstring and round a girl's neck. I'd give a tiny, tiny pull. In fact, I did give one yesterday, one which I've been wanting to give ever since I received your letter. But actually, till yesterday, I never got a chance. I made several, but they always went to bits, like a child's house of cards. Poor me! That is part of the creature's cleverness. I think she knew by instinct that I had something nasty to say, and she kept dodging about, preventing me from laying hands, I won't say claws, on her. Dick, too, she has kept in the same position, waiting for an opportunity to pounce. Indeed, she has handled us both surprisingly well, considering her age and bringing up. I have a certain respect for her, but one often respects people one dislikes, doesn't one? At least, really nice, amusing people of my type do. Exactly what Dick wants to do with his white mouse when he has pounced on it, I have no means of knowing. For since a slight misunderstanding, not to say row, which we had on the night of his return from Scotland and you, a certain reserve has fallen between us, like a stage curtain. He is on the stage side, I am in the position of audience, but I was never in doubt for a moment as to what would follow my pounce, provided the mouse didn't prove too strong for me, and I don't think it has. My pretty little ladylike bite must have left a mark on the velvet fur. I dare say I have excited your curiosity by referring to a row with Dick, and lest you neglect my interests in the rest of the letter to brood upon his, I'd better pander at once to your maternal anxiety. He wouldn't have confessed to me anything you had told him about Miss Lethbridge's antecedents, for the very good reason that he hangs on to her with the grip of a bulldog on a marrow-bone. But as I was armed with your letter, I found it waiting for me at Bideford, containing full information, he saw it was no use to keep anything back. If I had had the letter a little earlier, I might not have racked my valuable brain as violently as I did to give him a chance alone with Ellaline. I arranged for him to find her deserted at King Arthur's castle, like Mariana in her moated grange, but on reading what you had to say, I admit I had qualms as to the wisdom of my policy where Dick's future was concerned. However, even then I trusted to myself to save him if it came to the worst. And it might have been valuable for my future if things had happened according to schedule, just because Sir Lionel is such a bashaw. He would never again have felt the same to the girl if she had schemed to be left behind in order to meet Dick. However, I can control most men and many women, but I can't control trains, and it was through their missing connections that Dick missed rescuing his lady-love. As it has turned out, no harm has been done to him. I wish I could be as sure of myself, for Sir Lionel, I fancy, hasn't been quite as nice since. He can't guess what I had to do with the affair, but I suppose even men have instinct, inferior to ours though it be. Dick came to my room at Bideford and was cross because things had gone wrong. I was cross because he was cross. I hate injustice in anyone but myself. And then he was crosser because I told him it would never do for him to marry the girl, knowing what we know now. He said he would have her and hang everybody else, especially Sir Lionel. I argued that hanging people would do no good, and he then said that it would be all right anyhow about the dot, as he knew a way of getting something decent out of Sir Lionel for her. What he knew he firmly refused to divulge, and when I asked if he had told you, he replied that he jolly well hadn't. Also, he accused me of stinginess in not wanting Pendragon to part and wishing to keep the whole hog for myself. His delicate way of expressing my desire to retain the means of purchasing tiaras, etc., suitable to my rank, in case I should become the future Lady Pendragon. At this point in the conversation our family relations were somewhat strained, but before they reached snapping point, with my accustomed tact, partly learned from you, I smoothed my nephew down, regardless of my own injured feelings. Nothing could be better for me than that he should be engaged to Miss Lethbridge, though, of course, nothing could be worse for us all than that he should marry her. Trust me, I say again, as I have said before, to prevent that. I assure you I can easily do it. Meanwhile, I encourage Dick to believe that he has softened my hard heart, and though he doesn't believe in me absolutely, or tell me all the workings of his mind, I am certain you need have no anxiety about your son and heir. Now to my own affairs, which, after Dick's future and your neuralgia, I flatter myself are dear to you. You've often remarked that I'm nothing if not dramatic, and perhaps when I tell you what I did yesterday, you will think I've proved it for the 100th, or is it the 1000th time. We left Wells, which depressed me as all cathedral towns do, because everybody, and even every building, seems so Unco Gid, to run through the Cheddar ravine, which I fancy, though I don't know and care less, is among the Mendip Hills. I woke up with a headache, not having slept on account of 1,000,000 church clocks and bells, which were deadly busy all night, and I felt I should be no better until I'd had it out with the enemy. Sir Lionel, as you know, can be a pleasant companion when he chooses, and he's so good-looking in his soldier way that I can't help admiring him when I'm not hating him, but it is a strain on the nerves, headache or no headache, sitting next to a man and trying every minute to make him like you better than he does the woman he wants to be with, who is sitting behind him. It means that you must be amusing and witty and interested in everything he says. But how can you be witty when the only thing you want to say is devil and damn, of which he would violently disapprove from a lady's lips or pen? And how can you be interested in all he says when he discourses about mouldy old saints and legends and history and things over and done with long ago, like that? What do I care if St. Dunstan, of whom I heard too much at Glastonbury, saved King Edmund, hunting in the Mendips, from falling over Cheddar Cliff, horse and man? Why, I don't even know who Edmund was, or when he happened. Celtic relics found in caves are less than nothing to me, and Roman coins are a mere aggravation when one is bothered how to get current coin of the realm. Botany bores me too, though I have been studying it, together with many other dull things which, unfortunately for me, Sir Lionel likes. Well, we went up the Mendip hills by way of an obscure little village called Priddy, which seemed important to Sir L. because they found some lead pigs in a mine there marked Imp Vespasianus, and a few old Roman dice and brooches like safety pins. It would be much more to the point if he would take an interest in what I wear, rather than concentrating his attention on the way B.C. Roman miners or soldiers contrive to fasten their rags together. It would console one for invariably losing one's pins and hatpins when one wants them most, if one could think future generations would grow emotional over them. Yet, on the whole, I should prefer it done by a certain man in my own generation. The moment we got away from Priddy, where a lot of starfish roads come together, my spirits rose. The country began to look theatrical, which was a pleasant change after Wells, and all my native dramaticness began to surge in me. I felt on my mettle, and when Sir Lionel talked about visiting the Cheddar Caverns, I said to myself, my name isn't Gwen Center if I don't get hold of the girl in a cave and tell her a thing or two. It can't be easy to escape from people in caves, I thought, and so it proved. But I haven't come to that yet. I really enjoyed the Cheddar Ravine. It is the sort of scenery that appeals to me. Hills rose, wild and rocky, shutting in our road, and brigands would have been appropriate, as in some mountain pass of Spain. There were sheer grey cliffs like castles and burned-out churches and watchtowers. Said Sir Lionel, "Here we come, straight from one of the finest cathedrals made by man, to see what nature can do in the way of ecclesiastical architecture. Facades here as fine as any west front, and vaguely rich with decoration." I purred, of course, agreeing, and pointing out graceful spires, empty niches for saints, tombs for cardinals, and statues of kings and bishops with crowned and mitred heads, babbling on thus with hurried intelligence, lest Ellaline should jump in ahead. It's the kind of place, this weird alley of colourful rock, where you feel things must happen, and I determined they should happen. A hidden place you are surprised at being able to enter, as if the door had been shut by enchantment a few million years, and then forcibly opened for modern motorists. I used this idea on Sir Lionel in a form too elaborate to waste on a sister, and made a distinct hit. But Ellaline got in a little deadly work at the first cave. She began talking fairy talk with Sir Lionel, and that not being my style, I had to let her have her head. Fancy my pretending to be a child who, having lost itself, suddenly sees a hole in a rock, crawls in for shelter from beasts of the forest, and finds that by accident it has stumbled on the entrance to fairyland. But Miss Lethbridge had quite a fairy game with Sir Lionel, who, she played, was his ancestor King Arthur, carried to this strange place by the 4 queens who rowed his body across the lake. "You can be one of the queens if you like," she graciously said to me. "And dear Mrs. Norton another," I suggested. That turned the budding drama into farce, as I meant it should. It was a weird cave, and would have served excellently for my purpose, but when I heard there was another to follow, as servants say of the next course for dinner, I thought it would be an anticlimax to use this one. Besides, there were a good many people in it. There were tricky illuminations to show off the best formations, one of which was King Solomon's temple, King S sitting with folded arms at the entrance, his knees up as if he had a pain, but being only a pink stalagmite, he couldn't be expected to behave. Having done justice to Goff's cavern, we returned to the car, and skimmed along the splendid rock-walled road to the next cave, which, it appears, is a deadly rival of the first. One advertises visits of Martel the explorer, the other boasts the approval of royalty. I'm sure they would love to have a notice up, by appointment to the king, as if they were tailors. But what could a king do with a cave nowadays? At one time it might have been handy to hide in, but those days and those kings are changed. I believe, by the way, Britons did hide in one or two of the Cheddar caverns, when the Saxons were uncomfortably interested in their whereabouts, and there are bones, but I'm glad to say we didn't see them. I hate to be reminded of what I'm built on, and can't bear to look in the glass after seeing a skull, with or without crossbones. In this second cave, when Mrs. Norton was putting an appropriate prehistoric question I had coached her up to ask her brother, I linked a friendly arm in Ellaline's and bore her off under convoy. "What a sweet illuminated stalactite curtain," said I, rapturously. "Doesn't it look like translucent coral, and wouldn't you like to have a dress exactly that colour?" Thus I managed to keep her with me and fall behind the others, glaring at Dick so meaningly as to frighten him away when he showed signs of lingering. My scene thus effectively set, and the two leading characters on the stage together, I lost no time in beginning to recite my lines. It was in a dark sort of rock parlour, with some kind of an illuminated witch's kitchen or devil's cauldron to look at, and give us an excuse to pause. All very effective. "Miss Lethbridge," I said, "I have rather a disagreeable duty to perform." "When people tell you they have a duty to perform, it goes without saying that it's disagreeable," she replied, with a flippancy on which I consider I have the patent. "Have I a black on my nose, or is my dress undone at the back?" "There is a black," said I, "but it's not on your nose." "On my character, perhaps?" she insinuated. "Not exactly," said I, "but it will be on my conscience if I don't get it off. You see, you ought to know. If you don't know, you're handicapped, and it isn't fair that a girl like you should be handicapped. I've been trying for days to screw up my courage to speak. In this queer place I feel suddenly as if I could. Shall we talk here while we have the chance?" "You talk, please," said she. "I will do the rest. Pert thing." However, I took her at her word, and did what I had to do with neatness and dispatch, as an executioner should. But the odd part was that when I had chopped off her head with the axe you sharpened for me and posted from Scotland, registered and expressed, she hardly seemed to know it was off. She did look a little pale, though that might have been the effect of the strange light, but she thanked me pleasantly for telling her the truth, and said she quite appreciated my motive. "I was prompted entirely by my interest in you, and because of my nephew's friendship," I said. "Oh, yes," said she, in a voice like cream. "What else could it be?" "It could be nothing else," I replied emphatically. "I'm sure I hated distressing you, but it was that good might come. I do hope it hasn't upset you too much." "No, not too much," said she, "but it has made me horribly hungry." Really, that did stagger me. I must confess I can't tell what to make of the girl. Anyhow, she knows, which is the principal thing, and no matter how remarkable an actress she may be for her age, she must care. It wouldn't be human not to care for such a story about her own mother and father. Yet she took it so impersonally. I can't get over that. And she actually ate a good luncheon. I wonder she could swallow. But, of course, I'd put everything as politely as I could put such things, because I didn't want her to scream or faint. Well, I needn't have worried. We had lunch at an inn near Cox's Cavern, with 2 cascades in the back garden, which is shut in by quite a private and special gorge of its own. I watched the girl as much as I dared, but she looked about as usual so far as I could make out. The only noticeable effect of our conversation was that she seemed somewhat suppressed, sat silent and thoughtful, and attempted no sallies. Dozens of motors arrived while we were eating, gorgeous cars with resplendent chauffeurs, but there wasn't one to put the bonnet of Apollo, as someone has named ours, out of joint, and not one chauffeur as striking as our extraordinary Bengali in his native dress. I forgot to mention that I bound Alaline to secrecy before I began my tale, saying that I'd had the information in confidence. She has her faults, but I don't think she'd break her word. She is one of those tall, upstanding, head-in-the-air creatures who pride themselves on keeping a promise till it's mouldy. My headache was better after relieving my mind, and I enjoyed the run to Clifton and Bristol. We had to go through the queer, old grey village of Cheddar, which was as cheesy-looking as one would expect it to be, and I suppose the market cross we passed must have been good, as Sir Lionel would stop and take a photograph. As we turned out of the place for Exbridge, I threw a glance over my shoulder, back at the exit of the queer valley, and a carved bronze screen seemed already to have been drawn across it. It was a fine road. Exbridge, a sort of toy village, whose houses might have been made for good little girls to play with, and to avoid the traffic in the main road, we went by way of Congressbury, where the Milford Joneses live. I was glad we didn't meet them driving their old pony chaise. I should have been ashamed to bow. There was a turn which led us into a charming road, winding high among woods, then coming out where the gorge of the Avon burst upon our view. It always pleases Sir Lionel if one is enthusiastic over scenery, so I was, though I really hated going over that awfully high suspension bridge, as I detest looking down from heights. So does Mrs. Norton, but I can't afford to be classed with her, therefore I joined Alaline in exclaiming that the bridge was glorious. I suppose it is fine, if one could only look without fear of being seasick. We stopped all night in Clifton, in which Miss Lethbridge was interested, largely because of Evelina, who stopped at the Hot Wells, in the most romantic part of the story. I couldn't for my life remember who wrote Evelina, which was awkward, and it hasn't come back to me yet. I always mix the book up with Clarissa Harlowe, and so does Dick, though of course he has read neither. We went to see a lot of things in Bristol, but the best was a church called St. Mary Redcliffe. Mrs. Norton, though tired, pined to go when she heard it was famous, and it's as much as your life is worth to deny her a church if she wants one. The others, except Dick, said it was worth stopping for, also that they were glad they did, so somebody was pleased. And Sir L. and E. jabbered enough history in Bristol to last the schoolmaster a week. I was quite thankful to start again and stop the flow of intelligence, because I hadn't found time to fag up Bristol and Clifton beforehand, as I do some towns. So we came to Bath, where we've been stopping for 2 days at one of the best hotels in England, and where I might enjoy a little well-earned civilization, if it weren't that there are 1,001 old houses and other features which Mademoiselle Alaline pretends she yearns to visit. Of course I know that all she wants is a chance to monopolize Sir L's society, but he doesn't know that. And my business is not only to fight unjust monopoly, but to establish a Centre Pendragon Trust myself. Consequently, there is no rest for the wicked, and willy-nilly I, too, gloat over relics of the past. Luckily for me, as I have had to do more sightseeing here than almost anywhere else, Bath is a fascinating place, and I believe it's becoming very fashionable again. Anyhow, all the great ones of earth seem to have lived here at one time or another. I wonder if it mightn't be nice for you to spend a season, taking the waters or bathing, or whatever is the smartest thing to do. I've noticed it's only the very smartest thing that ever thoroughly agrees with you, and I sympathize. I have the sort of feeling that what is good for duchesses may be good for me. But if I bring off what I'm aiming at now, Lady Pendragon shall rise on the ladder of her husband's fame and her own charm to the plane of royalties. By the way, in nosing about among the foundations of a church here, St. Peter's, they found the wife, her body, I mean, of that King Edmund Thingamy I never could find out about. He seems always to be cropping up. I was in hopes we'd only have to go back to the Roman days of Bath, as that saves trouble, but oh no, down I must dip into Saxon lore, or I'm not in it with the industrious Miss Lethbridge. I think the wretched Saxons had a mint here, or something, and there were religious pageants of great splendour in which that everlasting St. Dunstan mixed himself up. I tell you these things I may explain, not because I think you will be interested, but because I want to fix them in my mind, as we haven't finished doing Bath yet, and are to stop another day or two. As for Roman talk, there is no end of it among us. It mingles with our meals, which would otherwise be delicious, and in my dreams, instead of being lulled by the music of a beautiful weir under my window, I find myself mumbling, "Yes, Sir Lionel, Ptolemy should have said the place was outside, not in the Belgic border." Sounds like something new in embroidery, doesn't it? Strange indeed that they only discovered the Roman baths so late as the middle of the 18th century. And then only think of finding the biggest and best of all more than 100 years later. I assure you, I have kept my end up with my too well-informed companions, and I was even able to tell Sir Lionel a legend he didn't know, about Bladud, a son of the British king Lot Hudibras, creating Bath by black magic, secreting a miraculous stone in the spring, which heated the water and cured the sick. Then Bladud grew so conceited about his own powers that he tried to fly, and if he had succeeded there would have been no need for the Wright brothers to bother, but when he got as far as London from Bath, the wing strings broke, and he fell plop on a particularly hard temple of Apollo. After him reigned his son, no less a person than King Lear. I got this out of a queer little old book I bought the first day we came, but I assumed the air of having known it since childhood. There's another legend, it seems, about Bladud and the swine, but it's less esoteric than this, and Sir Lionel likes mine better. I do wish we hadn't to spend so much time poking about in the Roman baths, for though there are good enough sights to see there, for those who love that sort of thing, one does get such cold feet, and there are such a lot of steps up and down, one's dress is soon dusty round the bottom, and that's a bore when one has no maid. If I could choose, I'd prefer the pump room, and would rather talk of Beau Nash and the old assembly rooms than of Minerva and her temple, or indeed of Pepys or Miss Austen and Fanny Burney. By the way, Evelina was hers. I found that out without committing myself. I wish I could buy the book for 6pence. I think I'll try when nobody is looking, and it ought to be easy, for we simply haunt a bookshop in Gay Street belonging to a Mr. Meehan, who is a celebrity here. He has written a book in which Sir Lionel is much interested, called Famous Houses of Bath, and as it seems he knows more about the place as it was in old days and as it is now than any other living person, he has been going round with us, showing us those features I mentioned. He appears to have architecture of all kinds at his fingertips, and not only points out here and there what Wood the elder and Wood the younger did, under patronage of Ralph Allen, but knows which architect's work was good, which bad, which indifferent, and that really is beyond me. I suppose one can't have a soul for Paris fashions and English architecture too. I prefer to be a judge of the former, thanks. It's of much more use in life. I should think there can hardly be a street, court, or even alley of old Bath into which we haven't been led by our clever cicerone to see a bit which oughtn't on any count to be missed. Here the remains of the Roman wall, crowded in among mere middle-aged things. There a place where Queen Elizabeth stayed, or Queen Anne, where Catherine Morland lodged, or General Tilney, where Miss Elliot and Captain Wentworth met, where John Hales was born, and Terry the actor, where Sir Sidney Smith and De Quincey went to school, the house whence Elizabeth Linley eloped with Sheridan, the place where the King of Bath, poor old Nash, died poor and neglected, and so on ad infinitum, all the way to Prior Park, where Pope stayed with Ralph Allen, rancorously reviling the town and its sulphur-laden air. So now you can imagine that my walking and standing muscles are becoming abnormally developed, to the detriment of the sitting down ones, which I fear may be atrophied or something before we return to motor life. Sir Lionel has remarked that Bath is a microcosm of England, and I hasten to say, yes, it is. Do you happen to know what a microcosm means? Dick says it's a conglomeration of microbes, but he is always wrong about abstract things unconnected with Sherlock Holmes. By this time you will be as tired of Bath as if you had pottered about in it as much as I have, and won't care whether it had 2 great periods, Roman and 18th century, or 20, inextricably entangled with the South Pole and Kamchatka. More tired than I, even, for I have got a certain amount of satisfaction to the eye from the agreeable, classic-looking terraces and crescents, and the pure white stone buildings that glitter on the hillsides overlooking the Avon. That is the sort of background which is becoming to me, and as I had all my luggage meet me in Bath, I have been able to dress for it, whereas Miss Lethbridge has done most of her exploring in blue serge. In a day or 2 we are off again. Wales, sooner or later, I believe, though I ask no questions, as I don't care to draw attention to my own future plans. We were asked for a fortnight, and I am not troubling my memory to count by how many days we have overstayed. Not our welcome, I hope, but our invitation. You will wonder, perhaps, why I overstay, since I frankly admit that I'm fed up with too much scenery and too much information. Yet no, you are far too clever to wonder, dear Sis. You will see for yourself that I must go on, like the brook, until Sir Lionel asks me to go on as Lady Pendragon, or else until I have to abandon hope. But I won't think of that. And I am being so nice to Mrs. Norton, whenever necessary, that I think she has forgiven me the colour of my hair, and will advise her brother to invite me to make a little visit at Greylees Castle, where it is understood the tour eventually comes to an end. When this end may arrive, the god of automobiles knows. A chauffeur proposes, the motor car disposes, and the woman in the car never reposes when there's another woman and a man in the case. You're enduring to the end, Gwen. P.S. That was an inspiration of mine about the Cheddar Cavern, wasn't it? I have another now, and will make a note of it. N.B. Get Sir L. to take me to see the ruins of Tintern Abbey by moonlight, if any, and while there, induce him to propose, or think he has done so. I have a white dress which would just suit. End of section 26.
Section 27 of Set in Silver. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Set in Silver by Charles Norris and Alice Muriel Williamson.
Section 27.
Audrie Brendon to her mother. Tintern Abbey, August 27th. Dearest Saint, we're not exactly living in Tintern Abbey. That would be too good to be true, and would also annoy the rooks, which cry and cry always in the ruins, as if they were ghosts of the dead Cistercian monks, clothed not in white, but in decent black, ever mourning their lost glory. But we are in a perfect duck of a hotel, covered with Virginia creeper, and as close by as can be. We arrived this afternoon and have had an hour or 2 of delightful dawdling in the Abbey. Soon we are to have an early dinner, which we shall bolt, if necessary, so that we may go in again by moonlight, before the moon escapes. I have dressed quickly because I wanted to begin a letter to you. I shan't have time to finish it, but I'll do that when we've come back from the heavenly ruins, with moonlight in my pores and romance in my soul. I ought to write a better letter in such a mood, oughtn't I? And I do try to write nice letters to my angel, because she says such dear, kind things about them, and also because I love her better every day. We've seen quantities of beautiful things and places since I wrote you last, darling. To think them over is like drawing a long gold chain, strewn at intervals with different precious stones. Through the fingers, slowly, jewel by jewel. The gold chain is our road, and the beautiful beads are the places. Of course, I can say, draw them slowly through the fingers, because we don't scorch. We are out to see the fair face of England, not to scurry over it like distracted flies. I don't remember many jewels on the way to Gloucester from Bath through cold Aston and Strood, but if I were properly up in history, no doubt I should have noted more than I did. Yet Gloucester itself was a diamond of the first water. I fear to be disappointed in the cathedral, so soon after exquisite wells and the abbey at Bath, which I loved, but as soon as I got inside, it was quite otherwise. Especially as I had Sir Lionel to show me things, and he knew Gloucester of old. To me, the interior was almost as interesting as Winchester itself, which, so far, has outranked all, for the transition from one period to another is so clearly and strangely marked, and it's the actual birthplace of perpendicular architecture. The cloisters must be among the loveliest in the world. And there's a great jeweled window which leaves a gorgeous, scintillating circle in my mind's eye, just as the sun does on your body's eye when you have looked in the face of its glory. Oh, and the extraordinary stone veil, with its gilded ornamentation. I shan't forget that, but shall think of it when I am old. There is an effect as of tall rows of ripe wheat bending toward one another, gleaming as wheat does when the breeze blows and the sun shines. We heard the choir singing, an unseen choir of boys and men, and the voices were like shafts of crystal, rising, up as far as heaven for all I know. Don't you feel that the voice of a boy is purer, more impersonal and sexless somehow than the clearest soprano of a woman, therefore exactly fulfilling our idea of an angel singing? Think of Gloucester having been laid out on the same plan as the Praetorian camp at Rome. They've proved it by a sketch map of Viollet-le-Duc. And under the city of the Saxons and medieval Gloucester lies Gloucestra, fair city of the Romans. You can dig bits of its walls and temples up almost anywhere if you go deep enough, people say. It must have been an exciting place to live in when Rome ruled Britain, because the fierce tribes from southern Wales, just across the Severn, were always spoiling for a fight. But now one can't imagine being excited to any evil passion in the shrine of the great abbey of the Severn lands. The one passion I dared feel was admiration. Admiration everywhere, all the way through from the tomb of Osric the Warden, who founded the abbey, to the new inn, which is very old and perfectly beautiful, in the ancient streets, at the abbot's gateway, all round the cathedral, inside and out, pausing at the tombs, especially that of poor murdered King Edward II, who was killed at Berkeley Castle only a few miles away. And so on, even into the modern town, which is inextricably tangled with the old. There are quantities of interesting and lovely places, according to Sir Lionel, where one ought to go from Gloucester, especially with a motor, which makes seeing things easier than not seeing them. There's Cheltenham, with a run that gives glorious views over the Severn Valley, and Stonebench, where you can best see the foaming Severn Boar, and Tewkesbury, where you'll be interested to know is the Nortonbury of an old book you love. John Halifax, gentleman, and Malvern, and there's even Stratford-on-Avon, not too far away for a day's run. But Sir Lionel has news that the workmen will be out of Greyleys Castle before long, and he says we must leave some of the best things for another time. Oxford and Cambridge, for instance. And Greyleys is so near Warwick and Kenilworth and Stratford-on-Avon that it will be best to save them for separate short trips after we have settled down at home. How little he guesses that there'll be no settling down for me, that already I have been with him longer than I expected. Whenever he speaks of getting home and what we will do after that, it gives me a horrid choky feeling. and I'm afraid he thinks me unresponsive on the subject of the beautiful old place which he apparently longs to have me see, because my throat is always too shut up when it is mentioned to talk about it. I can't do much more than say yes and no in the absolutely necessary places, and generally show symptoms of cold in the head if there's a hanky handy. Of course, I am dying to see you, dearest. You know that without my telling, and you are everything to me, my whole world. Yet it hurts me dreadfully to know that when Sir Lionel Pendragon is at home, instead of carrying out the nice plans he makes each day for us in the future, he will be despising me heartily and thinking me the very worst girl without exception who ever lived. I believe he now dislikes bloody Queen Mary more than any other woman who ever spoiled the earth with her offensive presence, but probably she will go up one when he gets to know about me. I don't doubt that he'll be angry with the real Ellaline as well, but not absolutely disgusted with her, as he will be with me. Besides, whatever he feels, it won't matter to her very much, except where money is concerned, because she will be married before he knows the truth. She won't have to live in his house or even in the same country with him, for her home will be in France with her soldier husband. Unfortunately, I'm afraid his opinion of her may matter in a mercenary way, for I have heard the whole story, I believe the true story, of Ellaline's mother and father as connected with Sir Lionel's past. Mrs. Center told it, and enjoyed telling it, because she thought it would depress and take the spirit out of me. She hoped, I'm sure, that it would make me shrink from Sir Lionel's society in shame and mortification. Also, she very likely fancied that I might consider myself an unfit bride for her nephew, whose attentions to me are extremely convenient for her, but she would prefer not to have them end in matrimony. If I were Ellaline Lethbridge, with the feelings of Audrie Brendon, I should have taken the recital precisely as she expected, though really I don't think Ellaline herself, as she is, would have minded desperately, except about the money. But, being Audrie Brendon, and not Ellaline, I could have shouted for joy at almost every word that woman said, if it hadn't been in a cave where shouting would have made awful echoes. You know, dear, how I have been puzzling over Sir Lionel the Noble, as he appears to me, and Sir Lionel the Dragon, as painted by Ellaline, and how I vainly tried to match the pieces together. Well, thanks to Mrs. Center's revelations, the puzzle no longer exists. Of course, long ago I made up my mind that there was a mistake somewhere, and that it wasn't on my side. Still, I couldn't understand certain things. Now there isn't one detail which I can't understand very well, and that's why I'm so ready to believe Mrs. Center's story to be true. Most disagreeable things are, and this is certainly as disagreeable for poor little Ellaline as it was meant to be disagreeable for me. Mrs. Center excused herself for telling me horrid tales about my people by saying that my ignorance gave me the air of being ungrateful to Sir Lionel and unappreciative of all he had done for me, that he, being a man, was likely to blame me for extravagance and indifference to benefits received, although aware, when he actually reflected on the subject, that I sinned through ignorance. She thought, said she, that it would be only fair to tell me the whole truth, as I could then change my line of conduct accordingly. But she hoped I wouldn't give her away to Sir Lionel or Dick, as she was speaking for my sake. When I had promised, she informed me that my mother, Ellaline de Nesville, a distant cousin of Lionel Pendragon's, was engaged to him when they were both very young. There was a lawsuit going on at the time about some tin mines in Cornwall, from which most of his money came, for the property was claimed by a man from another branch of the family who suddenly appeared waving a marriage certificate, or a will, or something melodramatic. Well, the lawsuit was decided for the other man, just about the time that Sir Lionel, who wasn't Sir Lionel then, got shot in the arm and seemed likely to be a cripple for life. Both blows coming together were too much for Mademoiselle de Nesville, who was fascinating and pretty, but apparently a frightful little cat as well as flirt, so she promptly bolted with an intimate friend of her fiancé. a Mr. Frederick Lethbridge, rich and well-connected. They ran off and were married in Scotland, as Ellaline II expects to be. Odd how even profane history repeats itself. And this, though Mr. Lethbridge knew his friend was desperately in love with the girl. What happened immediately after I don't know, except that Mrs. Center says Sir Lionel was horribly cut up and lost his interest in life. But anyhow, sooner or later, the lawsuit, which had gone to a higher court, was, after all, decided in his favor. The other man turned out to be a fraud and retired into oblivion with his wills and marriage certificates. Meanwhile, Ellaline No. 1 awoke to the fact that her husband wasn't as rich as he was painted, or as nice as she had fancied. Some of his people were millionaires, but he had run through a good deal of his fortune because he was mad about gambling. At first, when the bride supposed that there was heaps of money, she enjoyed gambling too, and they were always at Longchamp, or Chantilly, or the English race courses, or at Aix, or Monte Carlo. By and by, though, when she found that they were being ruined, she tried to pull her husband up, but it was too late, or else he was the sort of person who can't be stopped when he's begun running downhill. Probably she regretted her cousin by that time, as he was rich again, and likely to be richer, as well as very distinguished. And when a few years later, while our Ellaline was a baby, Frederick Lethbridge forged a millionaire uncle's name and had to go to prison, she must have regretted Sir Lionel still more, for she was a little creature who loved pleasure and hardly knew how to bear trouble. Mrs. Center said that Mr. Lethbridge had been sure that uncle would shield him rather than have a scandal in the family, and so it was a great surprise to him to be treated like an ordinary criminal. When he was sentenced to several years in prison, after a sensational trial, he contrived to hang himself, and was found stone dead in his cell. His widow had to go and live with some dull, disagreeable relations in the country, who thought it their duty to take her and the baby for a consideration, and there she died of disappointment and galloping consumption, leaving a letter for her jilted cousin Lionel, in Bengal, which begged him to act as guardian for her child. All the money she had at her death was a few £1,000s, of which she had never been able to touch anything but the income, about £200 a year, and that sum, Mrs. Center gave me to understand, constituted my sole right to consider myself an heiress. Despite the shameful way in which she had behaved to him, Sir Lionel accepted the charge, eventually took his cousin's little girl away from the disagreeable relatives, and put her at Madame de Molette's, where Mother Ellaline was educated and particularly desired her daughter to be educated. Not only did he pay for her keep at one of the most expensive schools in France, Madame's is that, and she prides herself on the fact, but gave her an allowance far too large for a schoolgirl, in the opinion of Mrs. Center's unknown, to me, informant. Doesn't this account for everything that looked strange, and for all that appeared cold-hearted, almost cruel in Sir Lionel to Ellaline, who had heard the wrong side of the story, certainly from Madame de Blanchemain, a silly woman, I fancy, and perhaps even from Madame de Molette, whose favourite pupil Ellaline the First was? No wonder Sir Lionel didn't write to the child, or want her to write to him, or send her photograph, or anything. And no wonder he dreaded having her society thrust on him, when Madame de Molette hinted that it was hardly decent to keep his ward at school any longer. I even understand now why, when I show the slightest sign of flirtatiousness or skittishness, he stiffens up and draws into his shell. I very politely let Mrs. Center see that I appreciated her true disinterestedness in repeating to me this tragic family history, and of course she was a cat twice over to do it. At the same time, I never liked her so much in my life, because it was so splendid to have Sir Lionel not only justified, he hardly needed that with me at this stage, but haloed. I think he has behaved like a saint on a stained glass window, don't you? I have interrupted my letter about places and things tremendously to tell you the story as it was told to me, but it seemed to come in appropriately, and I wanted you to know it, so that you might begin to appreciate Sir Lionel at his true worth, in case you have been doubting him a little up to now. Everyone has gone down to dinner, I'm afraid, and I must go too, because of the Abbey afterward, and not keeping them waiting. But perhaps, if I skip soup and fish, I may stop long enough to add that after Gloucester we went to quaint old Ross, sacred to the memory of the Man of Ross, who was so revered that a most lovely view over the River Wye has been named for him. We had lunch there, at a hotel where I should love to stay, and then passed on along a perfect road down the Wye till we came to Kern Bridge, near Goodrich Castle. There we got out, leaving Buddha as the god in the car, and walked for half a mile along a romantic path to the ruined castle. It was one of the first built in England, and there are early Norman parts of it still intact, and incredibly strong-looking, as if they meant to last another 1,000 years. I was so interested in it, and wish whoever it may concern would leave the castle to me in his will. I would fix up a room or two and bring you there, and we'd have that exquisite view always under our eyes. As for servants, we could employ ghosts. The Wye is even more charming as a river and as a valley than we used to imagine when we wanted to do England, before it burst upon us that most of the wherewithal was used up. Nothing could be more dreamy and daintily pretty than landscape and waterscape, though here and there is a bit which might be grey and grim if the beetling rocks weren't hatted with moss and mantled with delicate green trees. Wherever there is a boulder in the river, the bright water laughs and plays round it, as if forbidding it to look stern. The real way to see the Wye isn't by motor, but by boat, I am sure, even though that may sound treacherous to Apollo and disloyal to my petrol. But we did the best we could, and went out of our way some miles to see Simmons' yacht, a queer, delightful white village on a part of the river which is particularly divine. There's a splendid rock, and the yacht is the rock, as well as the village. Also there's a cave, but I wasn't sorry not to stop and go in, lest Mrs. Center might seize the opportunity of telling me some other fearsome tale, less welcome than the last. In old days it used to take a week by coach from London to Monmouth. Now, with a motor, I dare say we could do it in one long day if we tried. Only it would be silly to try, because one wouldn't see anything, and would make oneself a nuisance as a road hog to everybody one met or passed. It was Monmouth we came to next, after digressing to Simmons' yacht, and as it was nearly evening by that time, Sir Lionel decided to stay the night. He meant to start again in the morning, but Monmouth Castle, towering out of the river, was so fine that it was a pity to leave it unvisited, particularly as Henry V, a special hero of Sir Lionel's, mine too, was born there. Then we took an unplanned 8-mile run to Raglan Castle, a magnificently impressive ruin, and that is why we arrived so late today at Tintern. This letter has grown like Jack's beanstalk until I think I'd better post it on my way to dinner, instead of adding rhapsodies about moonlight in the Abbey. I won't forget to put them in, though, next time I write, which will be almost immediately, if not sooner. You're even more loving than loquacious, Audrie. End of section 27.
Section 28 of Set in Silver. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. Set in Silver by Charles Norris and Alice Muriel Williamson. Section 28. Mrs. Center to her sister, Mrs. Brendon. Tintern Abbey. My dear sis, he came, the moon saw, and I didn't conquer. You know what I mean? I'm sure you remember what I hoped to do at Tintern Abbey by the light of the moon, and if you are the good elder sister I think you are, I trust you prayed for my success. If you did, don't mind too much about the prayer not being answered, but try again, and give Sir Lionel absent treatments, and all that sort of thing, because if the moon had been properly turned on, he might have been brought to the point. For I look my best by moonlight, and have a great gift of pathos in a white light. like heroines of melodrama who always have themselves followed about by it on purpose, or else by a patch of snow. But the moon was only on at half-cock, and didn't work well, and after we had stubbed our toes on several things in dark shadows among the ruins, I just folded up my plan of campaign and put it into my pocket until next time. The pity of it, when I had been at a lot of trouble to persuade Mrs. Norton that it would be damp in the Abbey, and that there exists a special kind of bat which haunts ruins and is consumed by an invincible desire to nest in the front hair. So she stopped in the hotel, and as for Miss Lethbridge, I knew I could trust Dick to look after her. But, well, it can't be helped, and the moon is growing bigger and brighter every night. I don't know whether there were any toe-stubbing incidents in the ranks of the rear-guard, but something must have happened, for Mademoiselle has come home looking stricken. I'm dying to hear what's the matter, but Dick won't tell. Perhaps she swallowed a bat. Yours, would that I could say Sir Els. Ever lovingly, Gwen. End of section 28.
Section 29 of Set in Silver. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Set in Silver by Charles Norris and Alice Muriel Williamson. Section 29. Audrie Brendon to her mother. Tintern Abbey, same night. After all, I'm writing again, darling mother. I do think that Dick is an unmitigated cad. I told him so, and he said it was only because I was so unkind to him, and he was determined I shouldn't chuck him. He is hateful. It's too horrid to be obliged to obey Dick Burden's orders just for Ellaline's sake, when if it weren't for her, I could not only tell him what I think of him, but have him sent away in disgrace. Sir Lionel would thrash him, I believe, if he knew. But it's useless to talk about that. And as Dick gracefully reminds me, the pot can't call the kettle black. I am the pot. Oh, I was in such a happy mood when we went into the Abbey, and so delighted that we were able to be there by moonlight, dreaming as little of what would happen as Red Riding Hood did before she met the wolf. Sir Lionel and I started together, somehow, but the minute we were in the ruins, Mrs. Center called him to ask a question about the tombs that break the soft green carpet of grass in the long aisles. Instantly, Dick pounced on me, just as his aunt did in the cave the other day, and I could only have got away from him by showing that I'd rather be with Sir Lionel, which of course I wouldn't do. Dick began at once accusing me of avoiding him and keeping out of his way on purpose when he tried to speak with me alone ever since he came back from Scotland. And I retorted flippantly, "Oh, have you only noticed that since then?" But in a minute I wished I hadn't defied him. He said if I wanted him to be considerate, making him angry wasn't the right way to set about it, and that if I had been in his power before, I was a good deal deeper in now. Still, I wasn't so very frightened, because I'm used to his threats, and I thought he was only bluffing. So I bluffed back and laughed, saying that it didn't suit his style to be melodramatic. "You make me want to shake you," he said crossly. "I know that," said I, and then he burst like a thundercloud. At least, his news did. The news he had been wanting to tell me since Bidford. When he was in Scotland, he saw Ellaline. She had arrived with those McNamaras I told you about, and their place must be near the one where Dick's mother is visiting. He recognized her from that photograph of the school garden party, where he saw my picture too, you know, and was able to find out my name and where we live in Versailles. That is, he thought he couldn't be mistaken, but made sure by inquiring until he hit upon someone who could tell him that a Mademoiselle de Nesville had come to stay with Mrs. and Miss McNamara. Of course, he couldn't have known that Ellaline had taken the name of de Nesville, But as he had heard that Denesville was her mother's maiden name, it wasn't difficult for a budding Sherlock Holmes to put two and two together. You see how much worse the position is now, both for Ellaline and me, and that the little wretch didn't exaggerate when he boasted that I'm more in his power than ever. What a misfortune that Ellaline should have come to Scotland, so near where we shall be too if we go to the Roman wall. He has only to tell the whole thing to Sir Lionel and say,
"If you don't believe it, run up to such and such a place, and there you will see the real Ellaline Lethbridge, whom perhaps you may recognize from her likeness to your cousin, her dead French mother."
If only Ellaline were safely married, but she can't be yet, for days and days, I'm afraid. She was to have written or telegraphed me at Gloucester, if there were any chance of her soldier lover getting away sooner than last expected. But I had no word from her at all, at the poste restante there. All that sounds bad enough for me, doesn't it? But there's worse to come. The wretch swears he will, as he calls it, give the show away to Sir Lionel tomorrow if I don't tell Sir L myself that I have fallen in love with Dick. I said that Sir Lionel wouldn't believe me if I did, because I told him at Torquay I wasn't in love with Dick. That admission slipped out, and Sherlock Holmes caught at it.
I thought you'd done something to put him off the scent,"
he flashed out.
"I call that downright treacherous of you, and all the more I'll hold you down to your bargain this time. I said I'd speak tomorrow unless you did what I told you to do, but now I say I'll speak this minute if you don't promise by all that's sacred to ask him for his consent tomorrow. I'll shout to him now. 1, 2, 3.
Yes, I will, I cried, because Dick had worked himself up to such a fury that I saw that he meant what he said.
"I shall know fast enough whether you keep your word or not,"
he growled,
"and if you don't, you understand just what you have to expect."
If I hadn't given in to Ellaline, I ought to have known that nothing but trouble could come of it. Yet no, I won't wish it undone. I can't. No matter what happens, I shall never really regret what gave me the chance of meeting a man like Sir Lionel. I don't think there is another in the world, and tomorrow I am to have the honor of informing him that I'm in love with that little worm, Dick Brendon. Having seen the sun, I love a flicker of phosphorus on a sulphur match. Do write me the minute you get this, won't you? No, telegraph if you can think of anything consoling to say. Poste restante, Chester. Your frightened and loving Audrie. End of section 29. Section 30 of Set in Silver. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Set in Silver by Charles Norris and Alice Muriel Williamson. Section 30. Audrie Brendon to her mother. Aberystwyth, August 29th. Brightest and best, I have a short reprieve, because Dick has had to go away again. Not to his mother this time, but to London. A telegram was forwarded to him from Gloucester, where he had left sending on instructions, and he knocked at my door early yesterday morning, at Tintern, to say he must leave immediately by the first train. He was excited because the telegram came from the head of a firm of well-known private detectives with whom he had been in correspondence for some time, trying to buy a junior partnership for a few hundreds left him by his grandmother. There's a chance now that he may get the partnership, only he must be on the spot, as another man is making an offer more advantageous in some ways. Dick is wild to get in, and regards this as the opportunity of a lifetime. Doesn't that prove the type of mind he has? Actually yearning to be in business as a detective. Well, he's had good practice lately, and I must say he has made the most of it.
"This call couldn't have come at a worse time, but I must obey it,"
he pronounced solemnly, while I peeped through my half-open door in my prettiest Ellaline dressing gown. Far too nice to waste on Dick. Disgusted with life as I was, I nearly laughed in his face and at his face, but dared not quite, for fear of enraging him again, just when he appeared to be in a comparatively lenient mood. He had come to explain and apologize, and in his perky conceit really seemed to fancy that I might be hurt at his desertion. So when he asked if I would bid him goodbye pleasantly and remember to keep my promise, I had a small inspiration. I would bid him goodbye pleasantly, I bargained, provided he let me off keeping the promise until he should come back, because, I said, it would be humiliating to plead with Sir Lionel on the very day my fiancé turned his back upon me in order to attend to mere business.
You call this mere business?
Sputtered Dick, and I soothed him, but persisted firmly, gently, until at last he agreed to grant the reprieve. I think his own vanity, not my eloquence, obtained the concession, because it pleased him to believe that I leaned upon him in this crisis, and of course I had to promise over again, more earnestly than ever, not to back out, but to stick to my word. I must still stick to it, of course, unless a wire or letter from you meanwhile suggests some miraculous, agreeable, honorable alternative, but sufficient for the day is the evil thereof, and the Dick thereof. This day and several days to come are free from both, for my albatross can't arrange the details of its partnership, sell out some investments in order to pay the money down, and join us again before Chester. There I shall certainly hear from you, and I have such infinite faith in your dove-like serpentineness that I let myself cling to the ragged edge of hope. Meanwhile, I shall enjoy myself as much as I possibly can, so that, at worst, I shall have more good days to remember when bad days come, for the days will be very bad indeed if I have to bear Sir Lionel's silent scorn and still remain with him, awaiting release from Ellaline. I felt like a different human being after Dick had gone, and would have written you at once, but he had delayed me so long that I had to finish dressing at top speed, because we were to make an earlier start than usual. There was Chepstow Castle to see, quite near, and a shame to have missed it, as well as 150-mile run to Tenby. Chepstow was splendidly picturesque and striking, but the country through which we had to pass on the way to Tenby would not have been particularly interesting if it weren't for the legends and history with which it is as full as it is of ruined castles. It is largely coal country now, and after the lovely winding Wye, playing hide-and-seek with its guardian hills, we might have found the road unattractive as we ran through Newport, Cardiff, Neath, Swansea, and Carmarthen, but it made all the difference in the world to know that Carmarthen was Merlin's birthplace, that stories of Arthur's exploits and knightly deeds leave golden landmarks everywhere, and that it seems quite an ordinary, reasonable thing to the people to name railway engines after Sir Lancelot. Isn't it charming of them? Yet what would Elaine, the lily maid of Astolat, say to such a liberty, I wonder? We arrived in Tenby too late for anything, save an impression, last evening, but it was one of those enchanting, mysterious impressions which one can only have after dusk, when each old ivied wall is purple with romance, and each lamp in a high window is a love light. My first thought as we came in and found Tenby on fire with sunset was that the place looked like a foreign town set down in England, and so of course it is, for it was founded by a band of Flemish people who fled from persecution. The huge old city walls and quaint gates put me in mind of a glorified Boulogne, or a bit of old Dinan under the castle, and the way the town lies, with its beautiful harbour far below, its grey rocks and broken walls by the sea, and golden sands, is like Turner's ideas of historic French fortresses. The Benedictine monks, too, who come across the gleaming stretch of water from Caldy Island in a green and red steam yacht, add one more foreign note. And I'm delighted to tell you that the hotel where we stayed is built upon the city wall of which nobody seems to know the date, not even the guidebooks. The people we asked rather apologized for having to confess that probably it was no earlier than the 12th century. for the 12th century is considered crudely modern for Welsh things. In front of my bedroom window, an old lookout tower, darkly veined with ivy, stood up from the vast foundation of the stone wall, and at night I could gaze down, over what seemed in the moon mist to be a mile of depth, to an almost tropical garden laid out on the wall itself. When the tide comes in and drowns the gold of the sands, the sea breaks against the buttress of rock and stone, and the hotel seems all surrounded with the wash and foam of waters, like a fortified castle of long ago. We ought to have stopped more than one night, and part of the next day, but there is so much to do, and as I told you, Sir Lionel's thoughts are already marching on toward home. There are all the beauty spots of Wales before us, in the lake country, in the north by the Roman wall, before we turn south again for Greyleys. I say we, but you know what I mean. The run we had today, coming through Cardigan to Aberystwyth, has begun to show me what Wales can do in the way of beauty when she really puts her soul to it. But Sir Lionel says it is nothing to what we shall see tomorrow. What a joy that I have still a tomorrow, and a day after tomorrow, empty of Dick. Do you suppose a condemned person finds his last sip of life the sweetest in the cup? I can imagine it might be so. You'll be glad to get this, I'm sure, dearest, so I'll send it at once, with loads and loads of love from your criminal child. P.S. I forgot to tell you that Aberystwyth isn't nearly as beautiful as Tenby, but it has a castle towering over the sea, built by no one less than Gilbert Strongbow the Cruel, who grabbed all Cardiganshire for himself and dotted castles about everywhere, or else stole other people's, which saved trouble. I know you like to picture me wherever I am, so I must tell you at least that about Aberystwyth, though describing places seems irrelevant in my present mood, I am keyed to the top notch, and don't feel able to do anything leisurely. I do not expect to sleep tonight, and shall get up as soon as it's light, and dart down to the beach to look for amber, or carnelian, or onyx, which they say can be found here. I asked a chambermaid of the hotel, after we arrived this evening, what all the mysterious, stooping people were doing on the sands, and she said searching for amber, to bring them luck. I hope I may come across a bit, even a tiny bit. I am needing a luck bringer. There was another mystery which puzzled me here. Droves of pretty girls between 12 and 20 flitting past the windows on the front every few minutes, sometimes 2 by 2, sometimes 4 or 5 together. I thought I had never seen so many young girls. There were enough for the girl population of a large city, yet here they were, all crowded together in this small watering place. But the chambermaid has swept away the mystery. It's a college, and the girls live out in different houses. At the other end of the town is another college for young men. That sounds entertaining, doesn't it? End of section 30. Section 31 of Set in Silver. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Set in Silver by Charles Norris and Alice Muriel Williamson. Section 31. Audrie Brendon to her mother. Pen E. Gwrdd Hotel, August 30th. Dear Rose without a thorn, I didn't find the amber, but Sir Lionel found a fat little round lump and gave it to me, and that seems almost more lucky than finding it myself, because it may mean that something good is to come to me from him. He was on the Aberystwyth beach when I got there, though it was only 6:30. He hadn't said a word the night before, but he made up his mind then to find some amber. For me. You see, he knew the superstition about luck, and how everybody goes hunting for it. I picked up a pretty piece of carnelian and gave it to him in exchange, asking him to keep it to remember me by.
I don't want to remember you,
he answered.
And when, perhaps, I looked hurt, he went on, "Because I want to keep you in my life. I want you very much. If—" But just then Mrs. Center came behind us and left that "if" like a key sticking in a door which couldn't be opened without one more turn. I should have liked to know what was behind the door, but I dare say there was nothing much, really. She, too, had come to look for amber and other things. I don't know about the other things, but she didn't find the amber. At 11 o'clock, after seeing something of the place, we slipped away toward Macnilleth, along a hilly road, which grew lovelier with each of its many twists among low mountains. "Now," said Sir Lionel, "we were about to see the heart of Wales, and I should soon have realized that without his telling, for as we slowed down to pass through little villages, we heard the children talking Welsh, a soft, pleasant language, but I can only try to describe by saying that it sounded like whispering out loud, but that is a very Irish description. The scenery was so gentle in its beauty that my wild, excited mood was lulled by its soft influence. The color of landscape and sky kept the delicate tints of spring, though we are in full, rich summer, and there was none of the tropical verdure we saw near Tenby, no crimson fountains of fuchsias, no billows of blood-red roses and fierce southern flowers. Pale honeysuckle draped the gray or whitewashed stone cottages. Rocks and crannies of walls were daintily fringed with ferns, or cushioned with the velvet of moss, and crusted with tarnished golden lichen. A modern timbered house, rising pertly here and there, looked out of place among dwellings whose early owners quarried each stone from among their own mountains. As we left the fairy glades of those wooded hills for rugged mountains, scantily clad with ragged grass, slate quarries tried their ugly best to blotch and spoil the scene, but owing to some strange charm of atmosphere, like a gauze veil on the stage, they could not quite succeed. By and by the gauze veil turned to rain, but rain suited the wild landscape, far better, by the way, than it suited Mrs. Center, whose nightly hair wavers are but a reed to lean upon in wet weather. She made some excuse to come behind with Emily and me, and before the car started again, I summoned courage to ask if I might take her place, saying I loved to feel the rain. So there I was with Sir Lionel once more, and I wondered if he thought of that night when we rushed through the storm from Tintagel to Clovelly. Soon this also bade fair to be a storm, for the rain began to tumble out of the sky rather than fall, as if an army of people stood throwing down water by the bucketful. I reveled in it, and in the somber scenery, where sharp rocks stood out like bones through the tattered green coats of soldier mountains. All the world was gray or gray-green, save for a patch of purple heather here and there, like the stain of a new wound. We were under Cadir Idris, mounting the pass high above a deep ravine, yet the blowing rain hid the mountain from our eyes as if he were the veiled prophet. The sound of the wind, which seemed to come from all quarters at once, was like the mysterious music of a great Aeolian harp, as it mingled with the sound of ghostly cascades that veined the dark rocks with marble. Mountain sheep sprang from crag to crag as Apollo rounded a corner and broke into their tranquil lives, now and then loosening a stone as they jumped. One good-sized rock would have bounced down on the roof of our car if Sir Lionel hadn't seen it coming and put on such a spurt of speed that Apollo leaped ahead of the danger. But he always does see things in time. You wouldn't think sheep could have as much expression as those sheep had. When they saw us and weren't sure which way to run, of course, they needn't have run at all, but whichever way they decided, it was certain to be wrong. I was sorry to leave that pass behind and have its door shut after us, for we came out into a pastoral landscape where the only wild things were the grazing black cattle. It was charming country, though, and in less than a mile we had reached a famous spot
known as the Tourist Walk. The rain was pelting down harder than ever, so we could not get out and take the walk, but soon after we had abandoned it, the deluge suddenly turned from lead to a thick spray of diamonds, mixed with sparkling gold dust. Our road glittered ahead of us like a wide silver ribbon unrolled as we sailed into the little gray town of Dolgelly on its torrent river, and beyond, in a fresh-washed radiance of sunlight, the way was one long enchantment. The sweet world of green hills and musical waters, looking as young as if God had made it that day. The graceful mountains which pressed round the valley had the air of waiting each her turn to stoop and drink a life-giving draught from the river, which, as we neared Barmouth, opened to the sea, gleaming like a vast sheet of quicksilver. Further on, traveling through woods where young green trees shot up from gilded rocks, glimpses of the estuary came to us like a vision of some Italian lake. Just before Harlech, the wild yet nymph-like beauty of the world changed to an almost startling grandeur, for the coast moved back from the sea with a noble sweep. Magnificent mountains towered along the shore, and line after line of beryl waves shattered into pearl upon a beach of darkened gold. Harlech Castle was an event in my life. I thought I had begun to take ruined castles for granted in Wales, as you do seashells on the shore, but Harlech is a castle that you couldn't take for granted. It was a shock at first to find that a hotel had been built in the very face of it, as if bearding it in its den. Yet it is a nice hotel. And when we had lunched there agreeably, I not only forgave it for existing, but began to like and thank it for having thoughtfully placed itself on that admirable height. From here, our eyes ought to have been smitten with the sight of Snowdon. But the grand old mountain was asleep, his head buried in white cloud pillows, which alone betrayed his whereabouts. So we had to be content with the castle, and I was content. To see the splendid ruin reared on its great rock, dark against sea and sky, was thrilling as a vision of an old wounded knight girding his strength for a last stand. History says that Harlech Castle is no older than Edward I, but story says, which is more important because more romantic, that in the dim dawn, while history still dozed, here rose the tower of Twr Browen, white-bosomed sister of Bron the Blessed. Also, it came into the possession of Howis Gadern, a great beauty and heiress, whose uncles tried to wrest it from her, but were defeated and imprisoned in the castle. Anyway, however that may be, Owen Glendower came and conquered in the beginning of the 15th century, when he was forging a chain of wonderful deeds which made him the hero of Wales. Never mind if he was driven away a few years after by Prince Henry. That's another story. The way from Harlech by Portmadoc to exquisite Pont Abergwyllyn and Bedgelert is very Arthurian. That is, it suggests pre-medieval backgrounds, and at every turn I caught myself expecting to come upon Camelot, unspoiled, unchanged. The high mountains still wore their invisibility masks, but the lower mountains, not too proud to show themselves to motoring mortals, grouped as graciously together as if they were lovely ladies and gay knights, turned to stone just when they had assembled to tread a minuet. And the fair Lachlan flowed past their feet with a swing and sweep, as though the crystal flood kept time to dance music which our ears were not attuned to catch. Quickly we flashed by more than one beautiful lake, too, a jewel hidden among mountains, found by our eyes unexpectedly, only to be lost again. And all the while, Cadair Idris and Snowdon drew hoods of mist over their heads, pulling them down tightly and firmly. Not once had we caught a glimpse of either mountain, though we were almost near enough to knock our noses or Apollo's bonnet against their sharp elbows. But we were too happy to care much. At least, one of us was, and we cared even less when rain came on again. I still kept my place beside Sir Lionel, who was repentant for having made me cry over the dreadful, agonizing, too tragic story of Gellert. I won't repeat it to you, because it's wickedly sad, and Greyhound Gellert was so much nobler than most people. Sheets of spun glass shimmered and waved before us as we rushed on through the mountains, past the beautiful place of Gellert's grave, up toward Penny Gwrdd, and the tinkling swish of the rain on the glass sounded to me as the Welsh names had begun to sound. I wish you could hear them spoken, for the spelling gives no idea of their pronunciation, or the pleasant, muffled music of them. But all I can tell you is that when you come into Wales, you will feel they are characteristic of the country, mysterious, sympathetic, rather secretive. Sir Lionel was happy in the thought of Penny Gwrdd, because some of the best memories of his boyhood are associated with that little spot in the mountain land of Wales. He used to come and climb with an old friend a few years older than himself, a Colonel O'Hagan, who's in Bengal now, and who, he thinks, will like me. Not much chance of our ever meeting. Just as Sir Lionel finished quoting Charles Kingsley on Penny Gwrdd, we drew up in front of a low, grey stone building, and Kingsley's merry words rang in my ears as the door of the hotel opened. You know I can always remember a verse after having once heard it. There is no inn in Snowdon which is not awful, dear, excepting Penny Gwrdd, you can't pronounce it, dear, which standeth in the meeting of noble valleys three. One is the Vale of Gwynant, so well beloved by me. One goes to Capel Curig, and I can't mind its name. And one, it is Llanberis Pass, which all men knew the same. Never did any gesture give a better welcome than the opening of that door. We'd been too happy to know we were cold with the chill of the mountains. Half-seen shapes that hovered close, with white cascades like ghosts flitting ever across their dimness. But when a glow of firelight streamed out to greet us, suddenly we realized that we were shivering. In the square hall, several men were talking together, men with Oxford voices and open-air faces. In their midst was one man, much older, grizzled and weather-beaten, not a gentleman in the conventional sense. Yet, in listening to him, the others had an air of deference, as if he were a hero to the group. The 4 or 5 figures stood out like a virile, impressionist sketch in black and brown on a red background. But as we entered, welcomed by some pink-cheeked young hostess, the ruddy light danced into our eyes. The men in front of the fire moved a little, as if to give place, and glances were thrown at us, while for an instant the conversation flagged. Then the group was about to return to its own interests, when suddenly, out from among the rest, stepped the grizzled man. He hesitated, as if uncertain whether or no to obey an impulse, then came forward with a modest, yet eager air.
"I can't be mistaken, sir, can I?" he asked. "It must be Mr. Pendragon. I beg your pardon, Sir Why, Penryn!"
cried Sir Lionel, not giving him time to finish, and seizing one of the gnarled brown hands, he shook it as if he had never meant to stop. Both their faces had lighted up, and were beaming with joy. The grizzled man seemed to have thrown off 15 years in a minute, and Sir Lionel looked like a boy of 22. By this time, everyone was gazing. Staring is too rude a word, and the other faces were beaming as well, as if the most delightful thing had happened. I am sure that Sir Lionel had forgotten the existence of us 3 females, and had rushed back to the bright dawn of his youth. It was the light of that dawn I saw on his face, and I found my heart beating with excitement, though I didn't know why, or what it was all about.
"By Jove, Penryn, to think of your being the first man to greet me on our old stamping ground,"
Sir Lionel exclaimed.
"It seems too good to be true. I've been thinking about you all day, and your face is a sight for sore eyes." "I'd rather see you, sir, than have £1,000 drop down on me through the ceiling,"
retorted the mysterious hero. I should think so, indeed. They shook hands and beamed on each other a little more, and then Sir Lionel remembered his flock. Turning to us, he introduced the grizzled man.
"This is my old friend and guide, Owen Pendragon,"
said he, as if he were drawing us into the circle of a prince.
"There never was a guide like him in the Welsh mountains, and never will be again. Jove, it's glorious to find him at the old business still. Though in our day together we didn't carry this, eh?"
Then I saw that an alpine rope was coiled across one of the strong shoulders, clad in rough tweed, and that the great stout boots were strikingly trimmed with huge bright nails.
"It's like Sir Lionel to put the praise on me,"
protested the dear old thing, flushing up like a boy.
"Why, he was the best amateur."
He pronounced the word quaintly, and I loved him for it.
"I ever see or ever expect to see. If he'd gone on as he began, he'd have broken the noses of some of us guides. Pity he had to go to furrin parts. And I'll be bound he never told you, ladies, of his first ascent of Twildoo, or how he pulled me up out of the torrent by sheer strength, when my fingers were that cold I couldn't grip the handholds. I'd have fallen clear to the bottom of the devil's kitchen if it hadn't been for Mr. Pendragon, as he was then. And what do you think, ladies, he says, when I accused him of saving my life?"
"What?" I begged to know, forgetting to give my elders a chance to speak first.
"Tommy Rot. That's his very words. I've never forgot him. Tommy Rot."
He beamed on us, and everyone in the hall laughed, except perhaps Emily, who smiled doubtfully, not sure whether or no it was to her brother's credit to have remarked Tommy Rot in such a crisis. But after that we were all friends, we and Owen Pendragon, and the other men too, for though we didn't really talk to them till dinner, I knew by their eyes that they admired Sir Lionel immensely and wanted to know us all. At dinner there was splendid climbing talk, and we heard further tales of Sir Lionel's prowess, among others of a great jump he had made from one rock of Trifan to the other, with only a little square of rock to light upon, just on the edge of a sheer precipice, a record feat according to the old guide. And while the men and we women listened, the wind outside raged so wildly that now and then it seemed as if a giant fell against the house and afterward dashed pebbles against it in his fury. Then again the wind giant would rush by the hotel in his 100-horsepower motor car, tooting his horn as he went. It was nice sitting there in the comfortable dining room, listening to the climbing stories while the wind roared and couldn't get at us, and the whole valley was full of marching rain. Now I am writing in my bedroom, close to a gossipy little fire, which is a delightful companion, although August has still a day to run. Mrs. Center is having her beauty sleep, I suppose, and I should think Mrs. Norton is reading Young's Night Thoughts. I know she takes the book about with her. The men are still in the hall downstairs, very happy, if one can judge by the laughter that breaks out often, and I am as happy as I can be with the thought of Dick probably appearing at Chester day after tomorrow night, but I won't let myself think of that too much, because it isn't certain that he will get back then. And it is certain that there will be some word from you which may change everything. You see what faith your girl has in you, but wouldn't she be ungrateful if she hadn't? There is one other thing which has been bothering me in odd moments, though, and I wish I had asked your advice about that, too, in the letter to be answered at Chester, but the idea hadn't occurred to me then. It suddenly sprang into my mind last night when I was lying in bed, not able to go to sleep. Ought I to repeat to Aline what Mrs. Center told me about the money? I don't mean the part about the poor child's father and mother. No one but a thorough pig of the universe would tell a daughter perfectly unnecessary horrors like those, but about her not being an heiress in her own right, and depending on Sir Lionel for everything except 200 a year. If I were really in her place, instead of pretending to be, I should want to know, and shouldn't thank anyone for keeping the truth from me. It would be unbearable to accept generosity from a man, thinking I might be as extravagant as I liked with my own money, but it is difficult to make up my mind on account of the fiancé. You, being French yourself, know how it is with French officers who fall in love with a girl who has no dot, or only a small one. Most of them, if poor themselves, would slap their foreheads and despair, but think it their duty to their country to forget the girl. I'm afraid the adorable Audrie is rather poor, and though no normal young man, especially a Frenchman, could not help being fascinated by Ellaline if thrown in her society, many normal young men would be more ready to let themselves go, believing her to be an heiress. Perhaps Audrie wouldn't have proposed if he hadn't thought Ellaline a very rich, as well as a very pretty girl. Perhaps if he found out, even now, at the 11th hour, that she depends upon a person whom she has just slighted and deceived, he might desert her. Wouldn't that be awful? Not that I think Ellaline would tell him if I wrote to her exactly what I've heard from Mrs. Center. Fascinating as she is, it isn't in her to be frank. I'm sure she would keep the secret until after her lover was safely her husband, but she would be upset and even more anxious about the future than she is. I don't know what to do, and in the last letter I had from her she scolded me for continually praising Sir Lionel. She is sure I am mistaken about him, and that, if I can see any good under the dragon's scales, the evil monster must have hypnotized me. She really seemed quite vexed. Maybe I shall hear from her at Chester. I hope so, as I'm rather worried because she didn't write to the last address I was able to give. Whatever message your expected letter or telegram has for me, I will answer it at once. Good night, dearest little Dame Wisdom, with more love than ever from your Audrie. I'm so glad we are staying here all day and tomorrow night. There are dozens of beautiful things to see. And besides, it is as safe as the inmost circle of a labyrinth from Dick, who has no clue. End of section 31. Section 32 of Set in Silver. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Set in Silver by Charles Norris and Alice Muriel Williamson. Section 32. Audrie Brendon to her mother. Queen's Hotel, Chester, September 1st. We've been in Chester for several hours, my angel, and not only is there no Dick, for which heaven be praised, but no word from you, which worries me. Still, I shan't be really anxious unless on my second call at the post office, to be made by and by, I draw a blank again. At least, I didn't draw a blank exactly when I went there before. I drew a letter from Ellaline with vexing news. Honoré de Glen is in a scrape. He could get leave now and come to her, but he and some of his brother officers have been amusing themselves by learning to play bridge. Naturally, those who played best came off best, and Honoré wasn't one of them. He was borrowed of a moneylender and is in a hole, because the fellow won't let him have more, and is bothering for a settlement. Also, Honoré owes some of his friends, and hasn't a penny to pay up or start on a journey. Ellaline doesn't seem to think much about the moral aspect of her Honoré's affairs. You see, she knows nothing of what her mother must have suffered from her father's penchant, but she is in a great state of nerves about the delay. She has always been told it was bad luck to put off a wedding, and besides, she finds Scotland triste, and wants to be married. You can guess to what all this is leading up. I must get money, somehow, anyhow, but a great deal and immediately. I must send her at least 4,000 francs by return of post. 5,000, if possible. But if Monsieur le Dragon is too stingy to give more, at all events nothing less will be of the least use. It's easy for her to dictate terms. She hasn't got to face the very upright and honorable gentleman whom she calls the dragon, whereas I have. And I've already shamed myself by asking for large sums at short intervals. I simply can't go to him here and hold him up for 4,000 francs. It would be monstrous. And if he asked what I wanted to do with it, as it seems to me it would be only his duty to ask the young schoolgirl he thinks me, I should be able to find no decent excuse, as I have no expenses beyond those he pays. However, I shall have to do something desperate. I don't know yet what. He has given me some pretty things, and though I hate the thought of parting with them in such a way, as they're Ellaline's by rights, it's no more than fair she should benefit by them in the hour of her need. Poor girl. Of course, there's nothing for it but she must marry the young man now. Yet it seems a poor outlook, doesn't it? She explains in a P.S. that she was too upset to write me to the last place, as she hadn't heard from Honoré when she expected. But now, if the money is forthcoming all right, he will start for Scotland as soon as possible after receiving it from her and settling up. I have calculated times as well as I could, and fancy that if I can, in any way, send her a post office order from Chester tomorrow, she and Honoré may be able to marry in a week. Once I shouldn't have believed I could be sorry to have my principal arrive and take back her own part, but now, if it weren't for Dick Brendon, it would actually be a temptation for me to delay Ellaline's appearance on the scene. Of course, I wouldn't be such a wicked wretch as to yield to the temptation, but I should feel it. Ellaline promises to telegraph the moment Honoré arrives, and again when they're safely married, so as to give the understudy plenty of time to scuttle off the stage before the guardian is informed that his charge has been taken off his hands. She doesn't want to see Sir Lionel, she says, but she and Honoré will write him unless, when Honoré has consulted a Scottish solicitor, if that's what they're called, it's considered wiser for the lawyer himself to write. So you see, this makes it harder for me to know what to do about repeating Mrs. Center's story. If Ellaline understood her position, she would, perhaps, think it better to come with her bridegroom and throw herself at her injured guardian's feet. What a nice world this would be if your affairs didn't get so hopelessly tangled up with other people's that you can hardly call your conscience your own. And never have I realized the niceness of the world more fully than in the last few days. Yesterday I had a little easy climb with Sir Lionel and the old guide, and saw the glory of Llanberis Pass. Today, on the wings of Apollo, we have flown through amazingly interesting country. It really did seem like flying, because the road surface was so like velvet stretched over elastic steel that eyesight alone told us we touched earth. Miles aren't tyrants anymore, but slaves to the mastery of good motor cars, and any motoring Monte Cristo can fairly exclaim, "The world is mine!" N.B. This isn't original. Sir Lionel said it at lunch. From North Wales to Cheshire looks a long run on the map, but motors are made to live down maps, and we arrived in this astonishingly perfect old town early in the afternoon, coming by way of Capel Curig, whence we saw Snowdon, crowned with a double rainbow, sweet Battersea Coed, or Station in the Wood, and so down the river valley in a bird swoop to noble Conway, with its castle that was once a famous Welsh fortress. Now, in piping days of peace, its towers and turrets still dominate bridge and river, and the great pile is as fine, in its way, as Carcassonne. Don't you remember it was from Conway Castle that Richard II started out to meet Bolingbroke? We stopped to take photographs and buy a few small pearls from the pearl-breeding river, and while we gazed our fill at the mighty monument, we learned from a guardian that in old days a certain Lady Erskine hired the castle for 6 shillings and 8 pence a year, in addition to a dish of fish for the Queen when Her Majesty chanced to pass. At Colwyn Bay we lunched early at a charming hotel in a garden above a sea of Mediterranean blue, and the red-roofed town along the shore reminded me of Dinard. After that, coming by Abergele and Rhuddlan to Chester, the way was no longer through a region of romance and untouched beauty. There were quarries, which politely, though firmly, announced their hours of blasting, and road users accommodated themselves to the rules as best they might. But there were castles on the heights, as well as quarries in the depths. And though Sir Lionel says that inhabitants of Wales never think of turning to look at such a common object of the seashore as a mere castle, I haven't come to that state of mind yet. Near Rhuddlan, there was a tremendous battle at the end of the 7th century, out of which so many fine songs have been made that the Welsh princes and nobles who were slain have never lost their glory. There's a castle, too, of course, but the best thing that happened for us was a gloriously straight road, like a road of France, and as nobody was on it save ourselves at that moment, we did about 6 miles before the next moment, when others might claim a share. I believe the Holyhead Road is very celebrated. Soon we had to turn our backs upon a mystic mountain land that ringed us in, and face the sea once more. A wide water horizon, whose line was broken with great ships steaming from all parts of the world to Liverpool. Apollo had seemed a little faint before luncheon, because of some inner disturbance, but he was flying as fast as a saint on his way to paradise as we crossed the Dee, into England, out of Wales, and sprang into Gladstone country. When people are obliged to reach a town by rail, there must be disappointments to lovers of the picturesque, as you and I know by experience. It's like arriving at a house by the tradesman's entrance, but with a motor one sails up to the front door through the park. Of all the towns to which Apollo has brought us, the entrance to Chester today was the best. The first effect of color left on my eyes the impression of sunset red, warm as copper beeches. The place seemed to be lit with fading firelight, and I wondered at the soft glow everywhere, until I realized that the big buildings, the cathedral, the great houses, and the old city wall, were all made of rosy sandstone. You can't imagine how a large town which has lived as long as Chester has, and gone on growing, could have contrived to remain so satisfyingly beautiful, or keep such an air of old-time completeness. But the secret is, I suppose, that Chester is canny as well as bonny, and being wise, she refused to throw away her precious antique garments for glaring new ones. When she had to add houses, or even shops, wherever possible she reproduced the charm and quaintness of the black and white Tudor, or Stuart buildings, which are Chester's intimate treasures. Of course, I've seen little of the place yet, but after I had been to the post office, I strolled about before coming back to the hotel, partly to recover from my disappointment in not hearing from you, partly because I was so bewitched with my first glimpse that I couldn't bear to come indoors, still a stranger to the town. Hovering in front of the cathedral, a curious building, black in its oldest parts, bright pink where it has been renovated, I saw Sir Lionel and Mrs. Norton coming. That was awkward, because I had said I wanted to settle in before sightseeing, but I explained vaguely that I'd changed my mind and was invited to go into the cathedral with them. Perhaps it was because Emily was with us that nothing seemed very wonderful in the interior, unless the carved oak in the choir. But the cloisters are beautiful, and I like the chapter house. After doing the cathedral, Mrs. Norton was tired, so Sir Lionel and I had a walk alone. An adventure Mrs. Center would never have allowed if she'd guessed I was out of my room. She is a dog in the manger about walks. She hates them herself, but she won't let other people take them without her if she can help it. We dropped Emily at the hotel and had a delicious ramble, speaking for myself, through the 4 extraordinary streets which stand for much in Chester's peculiar fame. Wandering there, it was easy to believe what the guidebooks say, that nowhere in Great Britain does a town exist which so preserves the ancient character of all its architecture. I don't know if there are British relics, but the city wall and gates are Roman, part of the castle too, and since medieval days nothing seems to have lost in picturesqueness. People come from all over the world to see the Rose. Streets dug out below the rock surface on which the town was originally built, having shops and even warehouses on their level, with galleries above, open-fronted, stone-paved, balustraded with black oak, so that these rows all look as if the houses were wide open, communicating with one another. The carved oak fronts of the houses and shops, done ingeniously with strange pergetting and adorned with wondrous windows, are so adorably queer with their stagey effects that I don't wonder Chester has become a kind of Mecca for travelers from my native land, where most things are new. When we had thus skimmed a little of the cream from the town itself, we had a walk on the old wall, while church bells, near and distant, chimed. But still, I don't feel I've more than glanced at the place. Tomorrow we plan to run out to Knutsford, which is Mrs. Gaskell's Cranford, really, and I have begged to start early, because if we do, though naturally I don't allege this reason, we can get off before Dick arrives. Then, when we come back, we can do more sightseeing, and maybe be out when he turns up at the hotel. After that event, unless you save me tonight with some miraculous suggestion, all pleasure will be over. And at best, I'm not looking forward with undiluted joy to tomorrow, because I must not only decide what to do for Ellaline, but do it. While I was walking on the wall with Sir Lionel just now, gazing up at watchtowers or down over the town and dodging seedy amateur guides, whom we nicknamed Wallers, I kept thinking about what to sell. The only thing Sir Lionel has given me of really great value, which could be easily disposed of, is the ruby and diamond ring. But how it would hurt me to give it up in such a sordid way! It was my birthday present from him, and it's associated in my mind with that night of moonlight in the New Forest, when I first knew I cared. But I'm sorely afraid it must be the thing to go. There are several important-looking antique shops here, and I noticed, when casting my eye about, one where they make a specialty of curious and rare jewelry. I shall look at it again more carefully when I run out to the post office in a few minutes, and perhaps I may have courage to try and strike a bargain so as to send the money off in the morning before Knutsford, if I get it. An hour later. Dearest, I've got your wire now, having retrieved it from the poste restante, and I'm thankful for it. Thankful that you're well, thankful that you don't blame me for anything I've done, faults committed or mistakes made. But, alas, I don't think the advice, good as it is, will be of any use to me. You see, you don't know Mrs. Center. It would be hopeless for me to try and force her to exert authority over Dick Brendon. In the first place, she has no real authority, as apparently he has no expectations from her. And in the second place, though I'm almost sure she doesn't know the truth about me and Ellaline, she suspects that Dick has a hold over me, and after all I've submitted to from him already, it would be impossible to bluff her into the belief that I'd dare ask Sir Lionel to send them both away. No, my dear one, there's little hope for me in that scheme. I allowed Ellaline to make my bed for me, and I must lie in it, although it has proved to be one of those nasty folding ones that will shut and swallow me up in a trap. No, it's cowardly to whine like that. It won't be pleasant to keep my promise to Dick, but there have been worse things, and I shall probably be able to escape before long. Anyhow, it will all be the same 100 years hence. As soon as I am with you again, it will be as if nothing had happened, and meanwhile I'm going to keep a stiff upper lip. It mayn't be becoming, but that won't matter, as Sir Lionel will never look at me, and you will see by my letters in future how well I am getting on. Best love to my best loved, from Audrie. End of section 32.
Section 33 of Set in Silver. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Craig Franklin. Set in Silver by Charles Norris and Alice Muriel Williamson. Section 33. Sir Lionel Pendragon to Colonel Patrick O'Hagan. Keswick Hotel, September 3rd. My dear Pat, here we are, you see, in the happy hunting ground, where you and I used to hunt such shy game as chimneys, needles, crevices, etc., etc. And if I'm not as happy in it now as I ought to be, that isn't the fault of the country, which is as fair as it ever was, the fairest in England, perhaps. It just happens, unfortunately, that I've been rubbed up the wrong way before coming to the places I'd looked forward to revisiting more than any other, except Cornwall. And if I hadn't invited dear old Penryn from Pennygird to meet me here and have a climb, I'm not sure I should have stopped. However, I have enjoyed the beauty of the run. I must have been as blind as a mole and as earthy if I hadn't. Fine road from Chester to Liverpool, which city had an air of opulent magnificence seen from the ferry as we neared her, rather like a huge modern Venice. Lunched there at the Adelphi, on the fat of the land, and had some trouble finding the way out of town. Liverpool welcomes the coming, but doesn't speed the parting guest. Not a signpost in sight anywhere. Bad pavé till Ormskirk, when things improved, growing better and better, but no scenery to speak of until near Preston. Villages all along the line, stone paved, struck me as being characteristic of that stern north country which we approached. Road to good, not to mean police traps, said I to myself, and an AA scout warning me that they swarmed. But luckily we were not held up. I wasn't in a temper to have taken any nonsense lying down, I'm afraid. Ran straight through Lancaster, which was almost a pity, as John O'Gaunt's castle is a brave old fortress, whether or no he really built the famous tower. And at the King's Arms we might have got some genuine oatcakes, which would have given a taste of Cumberland to the strangers. As it was, the first truly characteristic things we came upon were the stout stone walls, on which we happened a little short of Kendal. Down to Windermere, a steep but beautiful run, Mrs. Centre by my side and very enthusiastic. She seems to take an unaffected interest in scenery, with which you would hardly have credited her in old times. She was entranced by her first sight of the lake, which is not surprising, for to one who has never seen them, the lakes must be a revelation. Dick Burden, by the way, was not with us on this run, nor was he at Chester. He had business in London which kept him longer than he expected when he left our party at Tinton. I can't say I regret him, though others may. I understand that there has been some telegraphing between him and his aunt, and that his present intention is to rejoin us at Newcastle. Rather wish he would put off his return a little longer, as it is arranged that we go to Cragside and Bamborough Castle, and one doesn't like to abuse such delightful hospitality as we have been offered there. Dick's presence does not add to the gaiety of nations, it seems to me, and I'm not keen on taking him. I found Penryn waiting for me here. The good fellow delighted at the prospect of his short visit, and tomorrow he and I will have some small climb. I shall send the car with young Nick to drive all who care to go to a few of the beauty spots, while I am otherwise occupied. They must penetrate the cloistered charms of exquisite Borrowdale, and of course see Ladore, which ought to be at its best now, as there have been heavy rains. Jove, how the Cumberland names ring on the ear, like the horns of Elfland. Helvellyn, Riddle, Ennerdale, Derwent Water, Glaramara. aren't they all as crystal as the depth of mountain tarns, or that amethystine colour of the sky behind the clear profiles of high peaks? I'm sorry we're too late for the Grasmere sports, but the fact is we have lingered by the way longer than I had planned for this trip, and now, as things are turning out, I'm inclined to cut the end of the tour short. Grayleys is practically ready for occupation, and I feel as if I ought to be there. No, that isn't good enough for you, old chap. It's true as far as it goes, but you have begun to read between the lines by this time, I know, and I may as well speak out. I should be an ostrich if I weren't sure that you've been saying to yourself, why doesn't this fellow refer to the girl he has spent so much pen and paper on? Why does he go out of his way to avoid mentioning her name? Well, she hasn't eloped or done anything culpable, but there is no use concealing from you, as I have told you so much, that she has hurt me to the quick. Not that she has been unkind or rude or disagreeable, quite the contrary, and that's the worst of it, for I prayed to heaven that there might be nothing of her mother in this young soul. At first, as you know, I could hardly believe the girl to be all she seemed, but soon she won me to thinking her perfection. A lily grown by some miracle of nature in a soil where weeds had flourished hitherto. I would have given my right hand rather than have to admit a flaw in her. That is, the one fatal flaw, slyness hidden under apparent frankness, which means an inherited tendency to deceit. This may sound as if I had found the poor child out in a lie, but there has been no spoken lie. She has only done the sort of thing I might have expected Ellaline de Nesville's daughter to do. I told you about the ring I bought her at Winchester and gave her on her birthday. How prettily she received it, how she seemed to treasure it more because of the thought and the association than the intrinsic value of the ruby and the brilliants. At Chester, the night before we left, I thought I'd try to pick up some little souvenir of the town for her, as she was delighted with the place. Of course, I wanted something small, as our luggage isn't of the expanding order, so I had the idea of jewellery, a little antique pendant, or a few old paste buttons. There is a certain shop in the Rows where one looks for such things, and expects to find them good, if highly priced. In the window of the shop, I saw displayed for sale the ring I had given to Ellaline. The sight of it there was a blow, but I persuaded myself I might be mistaken, that it wasn't the same ring, but another, almost a duplicate. I went in and asked to look at it. The shopman mentioned that it was something quite unusually good and had only come in that afternoon. Inside I found the date which I had had engraved on the ring, the date of Ellaline's birthday. I bought it back for a good deal more than I paid in Winchester, as this chap knew his business thoroughly, but that is a detail. It was merely to satisfy a kind of sentimental vanity that I wanted to get the thing out of the window and into my own hands, for, needless to say, I don't intend to speak of the matter at all to Ellaline. It would humiliate me more than it would her to let her see that I knew what she did with her birthday present, for partly I blame myself. I suppose that I was fairly free-handed with money, and had no idea that the girl could possibly want more than she had. Still, I told her to let me know in case she found me thoughtless, and not to hesitate to ask for anything she wanted. She could have had as much as she chose, and I would have put no questions. If I'd been surprised with the largeness of the sums, I should have believed that she had some pensioners to whom she wished to be charitable, for I had begun to believe that she could do no wrong. As I said, there was nothing culpable in selling the ring. It was hers. She had a right to do as she liked with it. But that she should like to part with it, that she should do so knowing I would hate it if I knew, that she should be exactly the same with me as if she hadn't done a thing, which she was aware would distress me, that she hadn't the courage and frankness to come to me and say, "Oh, hang it all, I'm grumbling, complaining like an old prig. Perhaps I am one. I know Dick Brendon thinks so. We'll let it go at that. I don't need to explain to you a matter which outwardly is insignificant, and is significant to me only for reasons which the past will account for to you better than my explanations. The salt has gone out of life a bit, and I think it will do me good to get to Grayleys, where I shall find 1,000 things to interest me. I dare say Emmeline will be glad to settle down, though she is too polite to show it, and I'm sure Emily will. After a look at the Roman wall and a sight of Bamborough, we shall run to Warwickshire with a few detours or pauses. You see, by the way, that you were wrong in thinking she could care. If there had been the least warmth in her heart for me, she couldn't have sold my ring. I'm glad I didn't make a fool of myself. Penryn wants to be remembered to you. Yours ever, Pen. End of section 33. Section 34 of Set in Silver. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Craig Franklin. Set in Silver by Charles Norris and Alice Muriel Williamson. Section 34. Sir Lionel Pendragon to Colonel O'Hagan. County Hotel, Newcastle, September 5th. My dear Pat, you'll be surprised to get another letter from me on the tail of the last. But there have been developments in which I think you will be interested. The sale of the ring was a mere preface to what has followed. We arrived at Newcastle this afternoon, finding Brendon already here. I didn't think the meeting between him and Emmeline particularly cordial, but appearances are deceiving where girls are concerned, as I have lately been reminded in more ways than one. About an hour ago, while I was getting off some letters and telegrams, I received a message from my ward, asking if she could see me in the hotel drawing room. The place is so full I couldn't get a private one. I went down at once, of course, dimly and foolishly, hoping that she wanted to confess about the ring. But it was quite a different confession she had to make. Her desire to be engaged to Mr. Brendon. Naturally, after our last conversation on the subject, I was somewhat surprised, and on the spur of the moment was tempted to remind her that not long ago young Nick had appeared as suitable in her eyes as young Dick. However, I stopped in time to save myself from being both bounder and brute. I did inquire whether she were now sure of her own mind, but it was the duty of a guardian and not the malice of a disappointed man which prompted the question. Her manner was singularly dry and businesslike, and she came as near to looking plain as it is possible for a beautiful girl to come. So love isn't always a beautifier. I am sure of my mind for the moment, she replied, with repulsive prudence. I suppose a girl need never say more. This answer and her manner puzzled me, so I ventured to ask in a guardianly way if she thought she were enough in love with Brendon to be happy with him. I haven't to think about being with him at all yet, she temporized. You seem to have an extraordinary idea of an engagement, I said, perhaps rather sneeringly, for I felt bitter and had never approved of her less. Perhaps I have, she returned, in such an odd, muffled sort of tone that I feared she was going to cry, and glanced at her sharply, but she was looking down, and there were no tears visible, so that fear was relieved. You do at all events wish to be engaged to Brendon, I persisted. Am I to understand that? I have asked for your consent, she said, with a queer stiffness. and it was on my tongue to say as stiffly, "Very well, you have it. What pleases you should please me." But the words stuck in my throat, as if they'd been lumps of ice, and instead I answered, almost in spite of myself, that I couldn't give my consent unconditionally. I must have another talk with Brendon, and whatever my decision might be, I would prefer that she didn't consider herself engaged until after the tour was ended. "We'll bring it to a close as soon as possible now," I added, trying not to sound as bitter as I felt, so as not to keep you waiting. She made no response to this, except to give me a singular look, which even now I find it impossible to understand. It was as if she had something to reproach me for, and yet as if she were more pleased than sad. Girls are very complicated human beings, if indeed they can be classified thus, though perhaps some men's lives would be duller if they were simpler. As for my life, the less girls have to do with it when my ward is off my hands, the better. Since the above conversation, I have been drawn into a talk with Brendon. He appeared anxious to find out exactly what had passed between Elladine and me, almost as if he suspected her of not playing straight. But I replied briefly that she had asked my permission to be engaged to him, having evidently changed her mind since our last discussion on the subject. This appeared to content him more or less, although I repeated what I'd said to the girl, that I was not prepared to consent officially until I had communicated with his mother and satisfied myself that my ward would be welcomed in the family. This he evidently thought old-fashioned and over-scrupulous, but when I admitted being both, he ceased to protest, only saying that he wished to write to his mother first. I suggested talking with his aunt also, and he did not object to the idea, so Mrs. Centre and I have already had a short conversation concerning her nephew's love affair. She cried a little, and said that she would be horribly alone in the world when her only real pal was married, but that of course she wished for his happiness above everything, and she meant to give him a wedding present worth having if she beggared herself for years. The poor little woman showed a great deal of heart, and I was touched. I'm afraid she's not too happy under her air of almost flippant gaiety and smartness, for she rather hinted that she liked some man who didn't care for her, someone she met in the East. I suppose she can't be cherishing a hidden passion for you. Rather cruel of us, accusing her of being a flirt in those days, if she were in earnest all the time, eh? In case I pump her a little about this mysterious disappointment, and find it's you she's thinking of, I may turn the tables and give you some good advice, better than you gave me. You might do worse than get leave and have another look at this pretty and agreeable lady before deciding to let her slip. Yours always, Pen. Good old Owen enjoyed his 2 days in Cumberland. He too tried his hand on advising me. Said I ought to marry. Not I. End of section 34.
Section 35 of Set in Silver. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. Set in Silver by Charles Norris and Alice Muriel Williamson. Section 35. Mrs. Centre to her sister, Mrs. Brendon. Newcastle, September something. My dear Sis, this is to ask a great favour of you, and you must be a pet and grant it. There's nothing I won't do for you in return, if you will. I have just been having a most satisfactory chat with Sir Al. It began in reference to Dick. Somehow or other that ingenious darling had forced Elladine Lethbridge to ask Sir Lionel for his, Dick's, hand. I say forced, because she is not in the least in love with him. Indeed, strange as it may seem to you, detests the ground he walks on. yet she does things that he tells her to do, things she hates like poison. This last coup of Dick's convinces me of what I've often suspected. He knows something about her past, which she is deadly afraid he will tell Sir Lionel. It may be connected with that visit to Venice, when the Tyndalls saw her. Anyhow, whatever the secret may be, it is serious. She is obliged to bribe Dick, but she dislikes him too intensely to marry him ever, even if the way to do so were made easy. So I reiterate, have no fear on that score. Sir Lionel fancies himself in love with the girl, but he will get over it, even if he isn't on the way to do so already, pushed roughly onto the right road by her confessed preference for Dick. For the moment, however, I can see he is rather hard hit, though he would be mad if he dreamed I or anyone could read his august feelings. He thinks his hesitation to permit an engagement arises from conscientious scruples, but really it's because he can't bear to have any other man or boy making love to his girl. That's the brutal truth, and he's haggling and putting off the evil day as long as he can. He wanted to ask me what my feeling was in the matter, whether you would be pleased, and so on. Ellaline might not be rich, he explained, but she would have enough for her own wants as a married woman. He thought her husband, when she had one, ought to wish to do the rest. And though Dick considered his own prospects good, a partnership in a detective agency hardly seemed ideal. I told him I couldn't quite answer for you, as you had always hoped your one boy might fall in love with a rich girl, but that I was sure Dick adored Ellaline. I asked if I should write to you when Dick did, and he said, half reluctantly, perhaps I had better. Poor wretch, he was afraid I might succeed in persuading you. I was pathetic on the subject of Dick and our comradeship, which must be broken by the dear boy's marriage, and as Sir L. was suffering himself, he was in just the right mood to sympathize with me. I snivelled a little, and at last, emboldened by success, I allowed him to gather that there was someone I'd cared for a long, long time, someone who didn't care for me. At that he was so nice that I liked him better than I ever thought I could, and since then I feel I really can't and shan't lose him. No sooner had he given my hand a warm, yet disappointing, kind friend squeeze at parting than I routed out Dick in his own room. I promised him that I would induce you to write a nice letter about the proposed engagement to Sir Lionel, if he, in his turn, would persuade Ellaline to put in a good word for me with Sir L., to tell him that she believed I cared for him a good deal, and was unhappy. When I said persuade to Dick, I meant use his unknown power to command, for if the girl would say that to her guardian, her words would be the one stone capable of killing two birds. It would prove to him that of which I don't think he is perfectly sure at present, her love for Dick, or at worst, her complete indifference to himself, and it would pop into his head the idea I want to put there, though I have done all it's safe to do openly toward inserting it. I saw when I softly hinted at a hopeless affection which had spoiled years of my life that he didn't think of himself. Somehow he must be made to think, and now is the right time, for his heart is sore and needs balm. He would be so sorry for me that, in the state he is in, he couldn't be hard. He would argue that, as he was bound to be unhappy anyway, he might as well try to make others happy. I feel that everything would happen exactly as I want it to happen if Ellaline Lethbridge could be depended upon to say the right thing. Of course, there lies the danger, that she won't, but Dick boasts that she'll have to do as he tells her. It's worth risking, but he won't give the word unless he thinks that I've coaxed you round. That's the favour I ask. Will you, when you get this, wire to me at once, writing according to your request to Sir L. I can then show your telegram to Dick. You must address it to me at Bamborough Castle, where we are to spend the night, after staying one at Craigside, and he will put pressure to bear on Ellaline Lethbridge. You can be absolutely certain that no harm will come of this, that Dick and she will never be married, whereas, when I am married to Sir Lionel, I'll give you a present of £500 within the first year, to do with as you like. I'd even be willing to sign a paper to that effect. Your anxious yet hopeful Gwen. End of section 35.
Section 36 of Set in Silver. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Set in Silver by Charles Norris and Alice Muriel Williamson. Section 36. Audrie Brendon to her mother. Bamborough Castle, September 9th. Dear, I know you are miserable about me, but don't be it, because I'm not miserable about myself. Honor bright. I've done the hateful deed. It was at Newcastle, and I knew I was in for it the minute I saw Dick. He's got his partnership, and thinks he's got me, but there's many a slip twixt Dick Brendon and Audrie Brendon. I wouldn't tell Sir Lionel I was in love with the horrid boy detective, and I'm happy, or nearly happy, to say that he refused to give his consent straight out to an engagement. He told Dick the same thing, so there'll be no leaving us two alone in lovesick corners. Can corners be lovesick? Or making announcements or anything appalling of that sort? Perhaps it was easier speaking to Sir Lionel because he hadn't been kind to me since the last evening in Chester. I can't think why, though I can think why I deserved unkindness. The ring was terribly on my mind, but he can't have found out about that because the man in the shop promised he wouldn't try to sell it until next day. I couldn't get quite what Ellaline wanted, though I sold 2 or 3 other things, all I could sell, but it came nearly to the right amount, and it went off to her in Scotland in the form of a post office order that same night. Assured instead of registered, as the letter was so valuable. Sir Lionel being somewhat frigid and remote in his manner, appearing to take no more interest in me than if he were a big star, and I a bit chipped off a Leonid. I delivered myself of what I had to say without great difficulty. I had a queer, numbed feeling, as though if it didn't matter to him, it didn't to me, until just at the last when he said something that nearly made me cry. Luckily, I was able to swallow the sob. It felt like a large, hot, crisp-baked potato, and my heart felt like a larger, cold-boiled beet soaked in vinegar. It's all over now, though, and I'm comparatively callous. Maybe the vinegar has pickled me internally. Bamborough Castle, where we arrived today with our kind and delightful hosts of Cragside, is to be the northernmost end of the tour. On leaving, we turned southward, and would make straight for Warwickshire and Greyleys if, in an evil moment, Mrs. Norton and I hadn't for once agreed about a place that we longed to see. It is Haworth, where the Brontes lived, and Sir Lionel said that our wish should be gratified. He planned a day in Yorkshire, Ripon, Fountains Abbey, Haworth, Harrogate, not York, because Emily went there with the late Mr. Norton and has sad marital memories. And the plan still stands. I have an idea that Sir Lionel is impatient to reach Greyleys now, so after the Yorkshire field day, we will push on there, and I shall perhaps hear from Ellaline as to Honore's plans. He ought to be in Scotland by that time. I've written her to wire me at the nearest post office to Greyleys Castle, as I don't like to receive telegrams there. But I see no reason why you shouldn't send a letter to Greyleys. The last letter, I hope, which need ever be addressed to me as Miss Ellaline Lethbridge. It will seem nice to get into my own name again, rather like putting on comfortable shoes after tight ones that made blisters. And how divine to fly to you, a distracted chicken, battered by a thunderstorm, scuttling back under its mother's downy wing. Nevertheless, I'm not going to cheat you out of seeing England through my eyes, because my pleasure, just a little of it, is damped by Dick. I am resigned and calm, and you mustn't think me a martyr. I've told you I hate whiners, and I won't be one. Why, I ought to be thankful for the chance of such a wonderful trip, and not be cowardly enough to spoil it by a few private worries. Cumberland is even lovelier than Wales, though I shouldn't have thought that possible. Sir Lionel went climbing with the nice Welsh guide, whom he invited to Keswick, so he wasn't with us much. And Dick being in London still, there were only Mrs. Norton, Mrs. Centre, and I to be conducted by young Nick. It did seem odd being driven by him, and seeing his back look so inexpressive among the most ravishing scenes. I asked if he didn't think Cumberland glorious, but he said it was not like India. I suppose that was an answer. We spun off into the mysterious enchantments of Borrowdale in gusts of rain, but the heavenly valley was the more mystic because of the showers. Huge, white clouds walked ahead of us, like ghosts of prehistoric animals, and baby clouds sprawled on the mountainsides, with all their filmy legs in air. At Lodore, the water was coming down like a miniature Niagara. Heavy rains had filled the cup of its parent river full, and the waterfall looked as if floods of melted ivory were pouring over ebony boulders. What a lovely rushing roar! It was like the father of all sound, as if it might have given the first suggestion of sound to a silent, new-born world. Windermere and Derwent Water we saw too, and each was more beautiful than the other. Also, I was much excited about the Giant's Grave near Keswick, which has kept its secret since before history began. On the way to Carlisle, the country was very fair to see, scarcely flagging in charm to the end, and Carlisle itself was packed with interest, from its old cathedral to the castle where David I of Scotland died and Mary, Queen of Scots, lodged. Now our thoughts were turned toward the Roman wall, and I thrilled a little, despite the forbidding stiffness of Sir Lionel's disapproving back as he drove. Because of Kipling's splendid story of the Roman soldier in Puck of Pook's Hill, I knew that for me, the Great Wall, all that's left of it, would be one of the best things. Parnesius, the young centurion, told Una and Dan that old men who have followed the eagles since boyhood say nothing is more wonderful than the first sight of the wall, and also that there were no real adventures south of it. It was disappointing to think that nowadays, on our way there, we couldn't expect to meet hunters and trappers for the circuses, prodding along chained bears and muzzled wolves for the amusement of the soldiers in the far northern camps, or that when we should come to the wall, we'd find no helmeted men with glittering shields walking 3 abreast on the narrowest part, screened from Picts by a little curtain wall at the top, as high as their necks. No roaring, gambling, cockfighting, wolf-baiting, horse-racing soldier town on one side, and heather wastes full of hiding, arrow-shooting Picts on the other. Yet I heard Sir Lionel say we could still trace the guardhouses and small towers and see how the great camp of Salernum was laid out. We had left the mountains before we came into Carlisle, but not the hills, and after one of grandiose size, which an old Northumbrian we met called a fair stiff bank, we were on the Roman road, the long straight road, forging uncompromisingly, grimly, up and down, ever on, scorning to turn aside for difficulties. The road where legions paced with a brave Roman step, Rome's race, Rome's pace. 24 miles in 8 hours. Kipling illuminated the way through Haltwhistle and Chollerford to the Chesters, a private park which is a big out-of-doors museum, for it has in its midst the remains of old Salernum. We got out at the gates and wandered among the ruins that have been reverently excavated, a grey and faded scene, like a kind of skeleton Pompeii, with dead bones rattling, entrance gateways, ghost-haunted guardhouses, stone rings which were towers, many short, straight paths whose half-buried pavements once rang under soldiers' heels, the Forum, all the Camp City plan, a map with outlines roughly sketched in stone on faded grass. We had had our first sight of the wall, of which centurions in Britain bragged when they went back to Rome. Then it was a living wall, but it is very wonderful still, where its skeleton lies in state. We had started so early from Keswick that it wasn't 2 o'clock when we left the Chesters, and I was surprised when, instead of drawing up before some country inn for lunch, we skimmed through a gate only a mile or 2 away and stopped under the shadowy frown of an imposing medieval stronghold. It was Houghton Castle, whose towers and keep are crowded with stories of the past, and the visit was to be a surprise for us. Sir Lionel knew the owner, who had asked us all to lunch for the dragon's sake, and it looked quite an appropriate resting place for a dragon of elegant leisure. It was as interesting within as without, and after luncheon they took us over the castle. Best of all, down in the deep dungeon, where Archie Armstrong, a chief of moss troopers, was forgotten and starved to death by his captor Sir Tomas Swinburne, a stout knight of Henry VIII's day. There is a long story about Archie, too long to tell you here, but each castle of Northumberland, the county of castles, not of collieries, has dozens of wonderful old stories, warlike, ghost-like, tragic, and romantic. I have been reading a book about some of them, which I will bring you. It's more interesting than any novel, and King Arthur legends are scattered broadcast over Northumberland, as in Cornwall. Also, the Scots wha hae wi Wallace bled did much of their bleeding and fighting here. There's history of every sort to please every taste, from Celtic times on. But I'm not sure that the troublous days of the great feudal barons weren't the most passionately thrilling of all. If the first sight of the wall was wonderful to the Roman soldiers, so must have been the first sight of the wide Tyne. I know it was so to me, as we flashed upon it at the first important twist of the straight Roman road, and crossed it on a noble bridge. Of course, Newcastle has a castle, and it was new when William the Conqueror was new to his kingdom. Now that I've seen this great, rich, gay, busy city, ancient and modern, I realize how stupid I was to associate it with mere coal, as strangers have a way of doing, because of the trite remark about taking coals to Newcastle. Why, the very names of the streets in the old part chime bell-like with the romance of history. And I like the people of Northumberland, those I have met, the shrewd, kindly townsfolk, and the country folk living in grey villages who love old ways, and emit quaint wit with a strong, rough burr. They have the look in their eyes that northern people have, all the world over, a look that can be hard, yet can be kinder than the soft look of more melting southern eyes. Sir Lionel is of the south, born in Cornwall, yet his eyes have this northern glint in them, as if he knew and understood mountains. Just now they are terribly wintry, and when they rest coldly on me, I feel as if I were lost in a snowstorm without hat or coat. But no matter. Now what shall I say to you of Bamborough Castle, which is the crown of our whole tour? I wish I were clever enough to make the splendor of it burst upon you, as it did upon me. Imagine us motoring over from Cragside, a very beautiful and famous modern house with marvelous gardens and enchanting views, which belongs to these kind, delightful friends of Sir Lionel's who own Bamborough Castle. There was a house party at Cragside, and there were 12 or 15 of us who left there in a drove of automobiles. Down the beautiful winding avenue, then out upon a hump-backed switchback road, a dozen miles and more, past Great Alnwick on, until suddenly a vast, dark shape loomed against the sky, a stone silhouette, not of a giant's profile, but of a whole vast family of giants grouped together to face the sea. To own a thing like that must feel like owning Niagara Falls, or the Marble Range of the Sierra Nevada, or biting off a whole end of England and digesting it. Yet these charming people take their ownership quite calmly, and by filling the huge castle from keep to farthest tower with their beautiful possessions, seems to have tamed the splendid monster, making it legitimately theirs. I thought Alnswick grand as we passed, but its position is insignificant compared with Bamborough, which has the wide North Sea for a background. On a craggy platform of black rock, like a petrified cushion for a royal crown, it rises above the sea. A few low foothills of golden sand drifting toward it ahead of the tide. The grandeur of the vast pile is almost overwhelming to one who, like me, has never until now seen any of these mighty fortress castles of the north. But a great historian says that the site of Bamborough surpasses the sites of all other Northumbrian castles in ancient and abiding historic interest. So even if I had been introduced to dozens, my impression must remain the same. Round Bamborough and its founder, Ida, the flame bearer, all Northumbrian history gathers, and it is one of the great cradles of national life. Bamborough village, close by, was once the royal city of Bernicia, and the Laidly Worm was there to give it fame, even if there had never been a Grizzle Cochrane or Grey Starling. But the history of the hamlet that once was great and the castle that will always be great are virtually one. I shall bring you Besant's Dorothy Foster and lots of fascinating photographs which our hostess has given me. I don't think I need leave them for Ellaline, as she wouldn't care. But you know the story of the Laidly Worm, because Dad used to tell it to me when I was small. The wicked stepmother who turned her beautiful stepdaughter into the fearsome worm used to live at the bottom of a deep, deep well that opens in the stone floor of the castle keep. And there, in the rock depths, 150 feet below, she still lurks, in the form of a gigantic toad. I have been allowed to peep down, and I'm sure I caught the jeweled sparkle of her wicked eye in the gloom. But even if she turned me into a Laidly Worm, I couldn't be more repulsive than I probably am at present to Sir Lionel. Besides, I could crawl away into a neighboring cave with modern improvements and console myself with a good cry, which I can't do now for fear of getting a red nose. I should hate that, because Mrs. Center's nose is so magnolia white, and the background of a magnificent feudal castle sets off her golden hair and brown eyes so passing well. There might be volumes of history, as well as romances, written about Bamborough Castle, as Sir Walter Scott and Harrison Ainsworth and Sir Walter Besant knew. Why, the thrill of unwritten stories and untold legends is in the air. From the moment I pass through the jaws of outer and inner gateways, I seem to hear whispers from lips that had laughed or cursed in the days of barbaric grandeur, when Bamborough was the king of all Northumbrian castles. There are queer echoes everywhere, in the vast rooms whose outer walls are 12 feet thick, but more deliciously creepy than any other place is the keep, I think, even more thrilling than the dungeons. Yet the castle, as it is now, is far from gloomy, I can tell you. Not only are there banqueting halls and ballrooms and drawing rooms and vast galleries which royalties might covet, but there are quantities of charming bedrooms, gay and bright enough for debutante princesses. My bedroom, where I am writing, is in a turret, quaintly furnished, with tapestry on the wall which might have suggested to Browning his "Child Roland to the dark tower came." It is very late, but I don't like to go to bed, partly because I can't keep jumping up and down to look out of my window at wild crags and moonlit sea when I'm asleep, partly because I have such silly, miserable dreams about Sir Lionel hating me that I wake up sniveling. And to write to you when I'm a tiny bit triste is always like warming my hands at a rainbow-tinted fire of ship's logs. Tomorrow afternoon we are going back to Newcastle, where we will lie one night, as old books say, and then make a very matinal start to do our great day in Yorkshire, passing first through Durham, with just a glance at the great cathedral. Once upon a time we would have given more than a glance, but as I told you, Sir Lionel seems to have lost heart for the long trail. I never saw him so interested in Mrs. Center as he has appeared to be these last 2 nights at Cragside and here. Certainly she is looking her very, very best, and in her manner with him there is a gentleness and womanliness only just developed. One would fancy that a sympathetic understanding had established itself between them, as it might if she told him some piteous story about herself which roused all his chivalry. Well, if she has told him any such story, I am sure it is a story in every sense of the word, and I don't know how I should bear it if she cajoled him into believing her an injured innocent who needed the shelter of a rich and titled man's arm. Perhaps it is a little sad wind that cries at my window like a baby begging to come in. Perhaps it's just foolishness, but I have a presentiment that something will happen here to make me remember Bamborough Castle forever, not for itself alone. Afternoon of next day. It has happened. Best one, I don't quite know what is going to become of me. There has been the most awful row. It was with Dick, and Sir Lionel doesn't know about it yet, and we are supposed to be going away in a few minutes. But maybe Dick is talking to Sir Lionel now, and if he is, I don't suppose I shall be allowed to proceed in the company of virtuous Emily and comparatively innocent Gwendolen. I shall probably be given a 3rd-class ticket back to Paris in order to get. It's rather hard that, having sacrificed so much, large chunks of self-respect among other things, it should all come to nothing in the end. Emmeline will want to kill me, for I have thrown her to the lions. It won't be my fault if they don't eat her up. Oh, darling, I do feel horribly about it, and really and truly, without exaggeration, I would have died sooner than repay her kindness to me by giving her away like this. An ancestress of yours, in the Revolution, ran up the steps of the guillotine, laughing and kissing her hands to the friends she left in the tumbril. And I could have been almost half as brave if, by so doing, I might have avoided this dreadful abandoning of Elleline's interests, trusted to me. But what can you do between 2 evils? Isn't it a law of nature or something to choose the lesser? Dick went just the 1 step too far and pulled the chain too tight. He had begun to think he could make me do anything. A little while ago, I was alone in the armory, absorbed in looking at a wonderful engraving of the tragic last Earl of Derwentwater, when suddenly Dick came up behind me. I wanted to go and made excuses to escape, but he wouldn't let me, and rather than have a scene, in case anyone might come, I let him walk me about and point out strange old weapons on the wall. That was only a blind, however. He had something particular to say, and said it. There was another thing I must do for him. Find a way of informing Sir Lionel, prettily and nicely, that Mrs. Center cared for him and was very unhappy. I flew out in an instant and said that I'd do no such thing. You must, said he. I won't, said I. Nobody can make me. Oh, can't they? Said he. I can then, and I mean to. If you refuse to do it, I shall believe you're in love with Sir Lionel yourself. I don't care what you believe, I flung at him. There's no shame in saying I like Sir Lionel too well and respect him too much to have any hand in making him miserable all the rest of his life. Do you insinuate that marrying my aunt would make him miserable? Dick wanted to know. I don't insinuate, I assert, said I, and by that time I was in such a temper, and my nerves had so gone to bits that I didn't know and cared less what I was saying. I went on and told Dick exactly what I thought of Mrs. Center, and that for a loyal, true sort of man like Sir Lionel, it would be better to die at once than have her for his wife, for that would be death too, only slow and lingering. Dick was white with fury, but I hardly noticed him, for I was seeing red.
"If you call her deceitful, what are you?"
he sputtered. "I'm neither here nor there," said I.
"Certainly you won't be here long, or where Pendragon is,"
said he.
"I wouldn't marry you now if you'd have me. You're nothing more or less than an adventuress."
"And you're a blackmailer," I mentioned, because I'd gone back to primitive passions, like Eve's or Brittany Fishwife's.
"That's a lie,"
he answered politely.
"Because blackmailers only threaten. I'm going to perform. It's all up with you."
"I don't care for myself," said I. But, as you know, that was only partly true. Then, for a minute, Dick seemed to repent.
"No good losing our tempers like this,"
he said.
"Take back your insults to my aunt, who is the best pal I ever had, though that's not saying much, and speak a good word for her to Sir Lionel, whom she really loves, and I'll let you off."
"I'd have my tongue cut out first," I answered.
"Is that your last word?"
he persisted. "Yes," said I.
"Very well, then," said he. "You'll be sorrier for this than you ever were for anything in your life."
And he stamped away, leaving me alone. I flew up to my room because I wasn't going to run the risk of his bringing Sir Lionel in and telling him everything before me, so here I am, and that's all, except that Emily has come to my door to say her brother wants to know if I can be ready to start in 20 minutes. Newcastle, night. We're back in our rooms at the County Hotel, and I am dazed with the mystery of what is going on. I was ready in 20 minutes, and all the automobiles that brought us yesterday were waiting to take us away again. When I came down, Mrs. Norton and Mrs. Center were in our car. Sir Lionel, cool but polite, prepared to help me in, standing by. He has great control over his features, but I didn't think, if he had heard Dick's story and intended to shed me at the nearest railway station, not to make a scandal at Bamborough, he could be looking as unmoved as that. No Dick was in sight. Naturally, I didn't ask for him, but perhaps my eye moved wildly around, for Mrs. Center read its question, and answered it in a voice like insufficiently sweetened lemonade. "Your Dick, dear child, has had another urgent summons to his mother's side, and won't be with us today. His last words were that you would understand, so I suppose he has explained more to you than to me, but you are privileged." I could have boxed her ears. Hard. Emily went on in her fussy way to make things clear to my intellect by adding that our host had kindly sent Mr. Brendon to the nearest railway station in his own fastest motor, as it seemed he had just time to catch a train leaving almost immediately. I didn't know what to make of it all, and don't now. Whether a telegram from the invalid mother did really come in the nick of time to save me, like Abraham's ram that caught in the bushes at the last minute, or whether this sudden dash to Scotland is a deep-dyed plot, or whether he isn't going really, but means to stop and spy on me, disguised as a chauffeur, or a performing bear, or what, I can't guess. All I do know is that, so far, Sir Lionel's manner is unchanged. Perhaps Dick left a note with Mrs. Center, which she is to put into Sir L's hand at an appropriate moment. He may seem altered at dinner, to which I must go down soon, or he may send for me and have it out during the evening. I'll add a line before we get off tomorrow morning. September 10th, 8:45 a.m. We're just going. He seems the same as ever. I'm lost in it. I'll post this downstairs. Please write at once to Grayleys, for if I am sent away before, I'll ask to have letters forwarded to my own address. Your Audrie. End of section 36.
Section 37 of Set in Silver. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. Set in Silver by Charles Norris and Alice Muriel Williamson. Section 37. Mrs. Santa to her nephew, Dick Brendon, at Glen, Lachlan, N.B. Newcastle, September 10th, 8 a.m. You might have told me what was up. Is your mother really ill? I'm anxious and puzzled. Don't think you play fair. Wire, Midland Hotel, Bradford. Gwen. End of section 37.
Section 38 of Set in Silver. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Thomas Peter. Set in Silver by Charles Norris and Alice Muriel Williamson. Section 38. Dick Brendon to his aunt, Mrs. Center, Midland Hotel, Bradford. Glen, Lachlan, September 10th, 8 p.m. Mother not ill. You will know everything tomorrow or day after. Dick. End of section 38.
Section 39 of Set in Silver. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Set in Silver by Charles Norris and Alice Muriel Williamson. Section 39. Audrie Brendon to her mother. Midland Hotel, Bradford, September 11th. Beloved one, situation unchanged. I know now how you felt when you had nervous prostration. However, I'm not going to have it, so don't worry. If I had been in a state of mind to enjoy it fully, this would have been a wonderful day. But I don't suppose Damocles enjoyed himself much, even if they brought him delicious things to eat and drink, and rich jewels, and the kind of cigarettes he'd always longed for, yet never could afford to buy, knowing that any instant it might be the hare's time to break. I don't believe he could have done justice to beautiful Durham Cathedral and the famous bridge, or splendid Richmond Castle on its height above the Swale, or the exhilarating North Road, or charming Ripon, or even the exquisite, almost heartbreaking beauty of ruined Fountains Abbey, by the little river that sings its dirge in music sweeter than harp or violin. No, he couldn't have put his soul into his eyes for them, and I didn't. I was almost sorry that we were to go on and see Harrogate and the Strid and Bolton Abbey, because in my restlessness I didn't feel intelligent enough to appreciate anything. I could only be dully thankful that the sword hadn't pierced me yet, but I wanted to be alone, and shut my eyes, and not have to talk, especially to Mrs. Norton. Dimly I realized that Harrogate seemed a very pretty place, where it might be amusing to stay, and take baths and nice walks, and listen to music, and my bodily eyes saw well enough how lovely was the way through Nittersdale and Ilkley to Pateley Bridge, where we had to get out and walk through enchanted woods to the foaming cauldron of the Strid. The water, swollen by rain, raced over its rocks below the crags of the tragic jump, like a white horse running away, mad with unreasoning terror. Nevertheless, my bodily eyes were only glass windows, which my spirit had deserted. It left them blank, still, at Bolton Abbey, which is poetically beautiful, though not as lovable as Fountains. On, up the great brown hill of Bardon Moor, through Skipton, where in the castle legend says fair Rosamond lived, until Haworth. There, before we came to the steep, straight hill leading up to the bleak and huddled townlet bitten out of the moor, my spirit rushed to the windows. The voices of Charlotte Bronte and her sister Emily called it back, and it obeyed at a word, though all the beauty of wooded hills and fleeting streams had vanished, as if frightened by the cold, relentless winds of the high moorland. Rain had begun to fall. The sky was leaden, the sharp hill muddy. Everything seemed to combine in giving an effect of grimness as the car forged steadily up toward the poor home the Brontes loved. Isn't it a beautiful miracle, the banishing of black darkness by the clear light of genius? It was that light which had lured us away from all the charms of nature to a region of ugliness, even of squalor. The Brontes had lived here. They had pined for Haworth when away. Emily had written about the spot mid barren hills, where winter howls and driving rain. They had thought there, worked there, the wondrous sisters. They had illuminated the mean place and made it a lodestar for the world. When we reached the top of the hill, which was almost like reaching a ceiling after climbing the side of a hideous brown-painted wall, I forgot my own troubles in thinking of the Brontes' tragedy of poverty, disappointment, and death. We were in a poor street of a peculiarly depressing village, and could not even see the moor that had given the Bronte girls inspiration, though we knew it must stretch beyond. Even in bright sunshine there could be no beauty in Haworth, but under that leaden sky, in the thick mist of rain, the poor stone houses lining the way, the sordid, unattractive shops, were positively repellent. All that was not so dark a gray as to look black was dull brown, and not a single window pane had a gleam of intelligence for the unwelcome strangers. I could imagine no merriment in Haworth, nor any sound of laughter. Yet the Brontes were happy when they were children. At least, they thought they were, but it would be too tragic if children didn't think themselves happy. There was the Black Bull Inn, where wretched Bramwell Bronte used to carouse. Poor, weak, vain-glorious fellow! I never pitied him till I saw that gloomy stone box, which meant seeing life to him. There was the museum where the Bronte relics are kept, but we delayed going in that we might see the old parsonage first, the shrine where the preserved relics had once made home. Oh, mother, the sadness of it, tucked away among the crowding tombstones, all gray-brown together among weeds and early falling leaves. Here already it was autumn, and though I could fancy a pale, frosty spring and white, ice-bound winter, my imagination could conjure up no richness of summer. The gravestones crowding the gray old house in the churchyard, pushing it back toward the moor, were thick as an army on parade, a sad, starved army, where dying soldiers lean on each other for support, and the parsonage, shadowed by dripping trees, was plain and uncompromising as a sermon that warns you not to love the world or you will spend eternity in hell. But behind, just beyond the wall, billowed the moor, monotonous yet majestic, the scene that called to Emily and Charlotte Bronte's hearts, always when they were far away. My heart contracted as I thought of them there, and when we'd walked back to the village street and been admitted to the museum, I was on the point of crying. Not for myself, but with the choked grief one might have on opening a box of old letters from a loved, dead friend. It is the most intimate, touching little jumble of pathetic souvenirs you ever saw in a museum. More like treasures guarded by near relations than a collection for public eyes to see. But that makes the poignant charm of it. I could have sobbed on a pink print frock with a cape such as Jane Eyre might have worn at Thornfield, and on bits of unfinished needlework, simple lace collars, and watercolor sketches with which Charlotte tried to brighten the walls of her austere home. There was the poor dear's wedding shawl, and a little checked silk dress of which I'm sure she was innocently proud. A few fantastic drawings of Bramwell's, a letter or two from the sisters, and a picture of the Reverend Norris Wilson, who was supposed to be Mr. Brocklehurst, just the rather handsome, well-fed, self-satisfied man you would expect him to be. I think, dear, that Haworth has done me good and helped me to be brave. Again and again I turned, when we left, to look back at the church tower and try to gather some of the Bronte courage before we slipped away down many a dark hill toward Bradford as night gathered us in. I may need all the courage that I have borrowed and cashed in advance, because suspense is worse than the pain of any blow. We leave here early tomorrow morning for Greyleys Castle in Warwickshire, and the tour is at an end. Your Audrie, who loves and longs for you. End of section 39. Section 40 of Set in Silver. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Set in Silver by Charles Norris and Alice Muriel Williamson. Section 40. Audrie Brendon to her mother. Greyleys Castle, night of September 12th. Dearest and wisest, I remember the first letter I wrote you, on July 4th, about the Elaline business, began with expressions something like this: fireworks, Roman candles, rockets. Well, my last letter about the Elaline business begins with explosions too. A whole gunpowder plot has exploded. Dick's plot. We got here in the afternoon, an uneventful run, for Sir Lionel was always the same, cool but kind. I couldn't believe Dick had told him anything. Greyleys is a place to be proud of, and you would never know there had been a fire in the castle, but no injury was done to the oldest part. Mrs. Norton says Greyleys is called the Miniature Warwick, but it doesn't look a miniature anything. It seems enormous. There's a great hall with suits of armor scattered about and weapons of all periods arranged in intricate patterns on the stone wall, and a minstrel's gallery and quantities of grand old Tudor and Stuart furniture. There's a haunted picture gallery where a murdered bride walks each Christmas Eve, beautifully dressed. There's a suite of rooms in which kings and queens have occasionally slept since the time when Henry VII reigned. There's a priest's hidey hole and secret dungeons under the big dining hall where people used to revel while their prisoners writhed, but I haven't seen nearly all yet. The room allotted to me looks down from its high tower onto a mossy moat choked with pink and white water lilies. On a stone terrace this side of a sunken garden, a peacock plays sentinel, with his tail spread like a jeweled shield, and against the sky dark, horizontal branches of Lebanon cedars stretch, like arms of black-clad priests pronouncing a blessing. May the blessing rest upon this house forever. I hardly saw the country through which we came, though it was George Eliot's country, and I half expected something to happen as soon as we arrived. Sir Lionel perhaps turning on me at last and saying icily, "I know everything, but don't want a scandal. Go quietly at once." Nothing of the sort came to pass, however. We had tea in the great hall, brought by an old butler who had known Sir Lionel when he visited the uncle who left Greyleys to him. Afterward, Mrs. Norton showed me my room, where already a maid engaged for Miss Lethbridge had unpacked most of my things, the big luggage having arrived before us. My heart gave a jump when I saw the drawers and big cedar-lined wardrobes full of finery, but settled down again when I remembered that almost everything belonged to Elaline, and that my legitimate possessions could be packed again in about 5 minutes. Before the change of friendship's weather at Chester, I think Sir Lionel would have wanted to take me round his domain, indoors and out, but no such suggestion was made. I was in my room, and there I stayed. But I felt too restless to settle down and write to you. I kept waiting for something, as you do for a clock to strike when you know it is bound to strike soon. By and by it was time to dress for dinner. I couldn't bear to wear one of the grand Elaline dresses, so I put on the old black. I did look a frump in it, in such a place as Greylee's castle, where everything ought to be beautiful and rich, but I did my hair as nicely as I could, and from the top of my head to my shoulders, I wasn't so bad. I went downstairs at 8 o'clock, and Mrs. Center was already in the great hall, standing in front of the splendid stone fireplace, watching her rings sparkle in the light of the wood fire, and resting one pretty foot on a paw of the left-hand carved stone wolf that supports a ledge of the mantelpiece, just as if it belonged to her and she had tamed it. She glanced up when I appeared and smiled vaguely, but didn't speak. She seemed thoughtful. After a while, Emily came, swishing silkily. Mrs. Center began to talk to her, praising the place, and then, just before the quarter past, dinner time, Sir Lionel joined us, looking nice but tired. Mrs. Center gave him a sweet smile, and he smiled back absent-mindedly. He gave her his arm in to dinner, and she did clever things with her eyelashes, which made her seem to blush. She wore a white dress I'd not seen yet, a simple string of pearls round her neck, and quite a maidenly or bridal look. I couldn't wonder at Sir Lionel if he admired her. At the dinner table, which was beautiful with flowers, lots of silver and old crystal, a picture against the dark oak paneling, Mrs. Center was on his right hand, I on his left, his sister playing hostess. This was as usual, but as it was the first time in his own house, somehow it made Mrs. Center seem of more importance. He and she talked together a good deal, and she said some witty things, but spent herself mostly in drawing him out. He didn't speak to me, except to deign a question about my room, or ask whether I would have a certain thing to eat. I felt a dreadful lump, and worth about 30 cents, as Dad used to say. After dinner, when Emily took us to a charming drawing-room, all white, with an old spinet in one corner, Sir Lionel stopped away for a few minutes. But when he came, Mrs. Center grabbed him immediately. She wouldn't let him hear when Emily inquired if I could sing, accompanying myself on the spinet, but began asking him eagerly about the library, which it seems is rather famous.
"You shall see it tomorrow, if you like," said he.
"Oh, mayn't I have a peep tonight?" she begged prettily. "Do take me, just one peep." So he took her, of course, and the peep prolonged itself indefinitely. I had a sinking presentiment that my dreadful flare-up with Dick had been in vain, and that after all she would inveigle him into proposing to her this very night. Since I refused to tell him that her damask cheek was being preyed upon by love of him, she would probably intimate as much herself, and bury her head between her hands, looking incredibly sad and lovable. Sir Lionel wouldn't be the man to fight such tactics as those. I know he didn't, wouldn't, and couldn't love her one little bit, but he would be sorry for her, and sacrifice himself rather than she should suffer for his sake, when he might make her happy. Emily chatted to me pleasantly about the church, and the vicar at Greylee's, and family tombs, and such cheerful things, to which I said yes and no whenever she stopped, but a cold perspiration was coming out on my forehead. I was just as sure as that I was alive that Mrs. Center didn't mean to leave the library until Sir Lionel had made her a present of himself, his books, and his castle. Probably my subconscious self or astral body was there, hearing every word they said. Anyhow, I knew, and I could do nothing. A thumbscrew or a rack would have been a pleasant relief. Suddenly we heard the sound of a carriage driving quickly up to the house. "Who can that be?" wondered Mrs. Norton. "It's after 9:30. "Very likely it's Mr. Brendon," said I, the first moderately intelligent remark I'd made since we were left together. She agreed with me that this was probable, but when 15, 20, 40 minutes passed by the clock and Dick did not appear, she changed her mind. It must have been someone to see Sir Lionel, she thought, on business that wouldn't wait. I was not convinced of this, and longed for her to ring and ask a footman who had come, but I couldn't very well suggest it. The house did sound so silent that my ears rang as they do when one listens to a shell. 10, 10:15, 10:30. A Louis XIV clock chimed. Hardly had it got the last 2 strokes out of its mouth when Sir Lionel opened the door. He was pale, in that frightening way that tanned skins do turn pale, and he didn't seem to see his sister. He looked straight past her at me, and his eyes shone.
"I want very much to speak to you,"
he said. His voice shook ever so slightly, as if he were going into a battle where he knew he would be killed, and felt solemn about it, but otherwise was rather pleased than not. Then I knew my time had come. I almost looked for the steps of the guillotine, but I was suddenly too blind to see them if they had been under my nose. "Very well," I said, and got up from my chair. "Oh!" exclaimed Emily. "Don't go. If you have anything to say to Ellaline which you'd like to say to her alone, let me go. I am getting sleepy and was just thinking about bed. Perhaps I might say good night to you both?"
"Good night, dear,"
answered Sir Lionel. I had never heard him call her that before. "Say good night to Mrs. Center for me," went on Emily to us both.
"Yes,"
said Sir Lionel, but I don't think he had heard. Mrs. Norton swished silkily out. The door shut. I braced myself and looked up at him. His eyes were on my face, and they were full of light. I supposed it must be righteous anger, but it was a beautiful look, too good to waste on such a passion, even a righteous form of it.
"You poor child,"
he said in a low voice, standing quite near me.
"You have gone through a great deal."
I started as if he had shot me. That way of beginning was so different from anything I had expected. What do you mean?" I stammered.
"That I always knew you were brave, but that you're 100 times braver than I thought you. Dick has come back. He has brought with him a girl and a man from Scotland, bride and groom."
All the strength went out of me. I felt as if my body had turned to liquid and left only my brain burning and my heart throbbing. But I didn't fall. I fancy I caught the back of a tall chair and held on for dear life. "Ellaline," I murmured.
"Yes, Ellaline,"
he said.
"Thank God you are not Ellaline."
"Thank God," I echoed in weak wonder.
"I thank God, yes, because it was killing me to believe that you were Ellaline, to believe you false and frivolous and a flirt just because of the blood I thought you had in your veins. And I exaggerated everything you did, till I made a mountain out of each fancied fault. That fellow Brendon brought Ellaline here, just married to her Frenchman today, because he wanted to ruin you. He told me with pride how he'd ferreted out the whole secret, traced you to your address in Versailles, learned your real name, told everything, in fact, except that he'd been blackmailing you, forcing you, for your friend's sake, to actions you hated. He didn't tell me that part, naturally, but there was no need, because I guessed."
What have you done to him?" The words came limping because of the look in his eyes, which shot forth a sword.
"Oh, unluckily it's under my own roof, so I could do no more than bid him clear out if he didn't want to be kicked out."
"Gone!" I whispered.
"Yes, gone, and as Mrs. Center's very loyal to her nephew, she prefers to leave with him, though she has had nothing to do with his plottings, didn't even know, and I asked her to stay. She insists on going tonight when he does. I am sorry, but it cannot be helped. I cannot think of her now."
"Ellaline," I began faintly. But he cut me short with a kind of generous impatience.
Yes, you shall see her. She wants to see you now that she understands, but—"
"Understands?"
"Why, you see, that little beast, Dick Brendon, whose mother, staying near where Ellaline was in Scotland, went there straight from Bamborough and put the girl up to believe you'd been playing her false, prejudicing me against her interests, trying to keep for yourself things that ought to be hers. So apparently she worked herself into a hysterical state. Must have, or she wouldn't have believed him against you. And the instant she was married to her Frenchman, who'd come to claim her, all three dashed off here to confront you, as that cad Brendon explained to me. I couldn't understand what they were all driving at just at first, but I saw that the girl was the living image of her mother. Consequently, the thing didn't need as much explaining in any way as it might otherwise.
She was horribly afraid you wouldn't let her marry him, I broke in, getting breath and voice back at last.
So she said. Oh, when she knew Brendon had lied to her about you, she repented her disloyalty and told me how you hated the whole thing. I don't wonder she thought me a brute, never writing, never seeming to care whether she was alive or dead. I see now I was a brute. But it's you who've shown me that, not she. However, she will reap the benefit. I dare say 3 months ago I should have growled over such a marriage, felt inclined to wash my hands of the girl, perhaps. But now I'm delighted to have her married and off my hands. That sounds callous, but I can't help it. It's true. The Frenchman seems a gentleman, and fond of her. Trust Ellaline de Nesville's daughter to make men fall in love, and I wish them joy.
But if he's poor, I dare to question.
Oh, that'll be all right. I'm so thankful for the way everything has turned out. I'd give her half my fortune. That would be asinine, of course, but I shall settle 1,000 a year on her for life, and give her a wedding present of a cheque for 20,000, I think. Should you say that would be enough to satisfy them?
They ought to be distracted with joy, I said, though deep in my heart I knew that Ellaline is never likely to be satisfied with anything done for her. She always feels it might have been a little more. But, I went on, maybe it's selfish to think of myself now, but I can't help it for a moment. I have been so ashamed, so humiliated, I could hardly bear, and yet I know you won't. You can't see that there's any excuse.
Didn't I tell you that I thought you very brave?
He asked, looking at me more kindly than I deserved. Yes, and I was brave. I took credit to myself. But brave people can be wicked. I have hated myself knowing how you'd hate me when...
I don't hate you,
he said.
The question is, do you hate me?
I gasped, because I was so far from hating him, and suddenly I was afraid he might suspect exactly how far. No, said I, but then, that is different. I never had any reason to hate you.
Didn't Ellaline warn you I was a regular dragon?
I couldn't help laughing, because that had been our very name for him. Oh, well, I began to apologize.
You needn't be afraid to confess,
said he.
In the exuberance of her relief at finding all well, and not only being forgiven, but petted, she told me what a different man I was from the murderous image in her mind, and that she saw now you were right about me. Is it possible you defended me to her?
But of course, I said.
In spite of all the injustice I did you, and showed that I did you.
I always felt myself to blame, and yet it hurt me when I saw you disapproved of me. Since Chester...
It was that ring stuck in my throat,
said he. You knew? I stammered, turning red.
Saw it in a shop window, and now I know why you did it. Why you did everything, I think. Heavens, what good it would have done me to kick that little beast Brendon all around the park.
There wouldn't have been anything left of him if you had, I giggled, beginning to feel hysterical. Oh, I am glad he's gone, though I shall be going myself tomorrow, of course, but...
No,
he said.
No, that must not be. Ellaline wants you.
Hadn't I better see her now? I asked meekly.
Not yet. Tell me, did that cad try you too far at Bamborough, and did you defy him?
I nodded yes.
What did he do?
He didn't do anything. He wanted me to promise something.
To marry him at once?
Sir Lionel was looking dangerous. No, it wasn't anything about me. I can't tell you because it concerns someone else. Please don't ask me.
I won't. If it concerns someone else, not yourself, I don't care. Yes, I do, though. Did it concern me? Can you answer me that?
I can answer so far if you don't press me further. It did concern you. I would not sacrifice you to, but I don't want to go on. Please.
You shan't. That's enough. You sacrificed yourself rather than sacrifice me.
I'd sinned against you.
You gave me back my youth.
I?
Don't you know I love you, worship you, adore you?
Yes, he said that, Mother. His lips said it, and his dear, dear eyes. I looked up to them, and mine overflowed, and he needed no other answer, for he took me in his arms. I didn't know people could be so happy. I could have died in that moment, only I would much, much rather live. In a few minutes we told each other heaps of things about the way we felt and the way we had felt, and compared notes, and it was heavenly. He'd bought back the darling ring in Chester, and now he put it on my finger again. And I'm sure, dearest, that you won't mind our being engaged. He says he has adored me ever since the first day and will to the last, then on into the next world, because there can't be a next world that won't be full of his love for me. And I adore him. Ah, how I adore him. And you will come here to live with us in this beautiful old castle where, like the prince and princess of the fairy stories, we will be happily ever after. I have seen Ellaline, and she is well and hugged me a great deal. Her Honoré is really very handsome, but I can't write about them now, though they have been so important in my life, and without them there would have been no life worth speaking of. Emily and Lionel, I am to call him that now, will take me to you, and everything shall be arranged as you wish. Dear little wise mother, I wonder if you ever thought it might end like this. I didn't, but he is the most glorious man who ever happened, only he didn't happen. All the rest of the world, not counting you, happened. He just had to be. Your loving, perfectly happy, Audrie. End of section 40. End of Set in Silver by Charles Norris and Alice Muriel Williamson.